Chapter 1342. Palace Master Xiaoyu took a few steps back with an ugly expression on his face. After receiving Du Shan's reminder, Wenbai hurriedly dragged him to Sky Capital Peak in order to find Zhuowen and see if he could trigger a reaction from the Void Immortal scripture. After arriving at Sky Capital Peak, they saw Xianzhong going crazy for some reason. He was actually trying to deal with Zhuowen. Although the reason why Xiaoyu had taken Zhuowen as his personal disciple was mostly because of a transaction, Zhuowen was still his personal disciple. Even if it was in name, there was still a deep relationship between him and Xiaoyu. Xianzhong, the peak master of mysterious underworld peak, was trying to kill Jian Wushuang in front of him, even when he shouted for him to stop. This showed that he didn't put him in his eyes. Therefore, Xiaoyu was furious, and the consequences were serious. Xianzhong, Zhuowen is my new personal disciple. You want to kill him in front of me. Do you think that my mysterious underworld peak has no one? Xiaoyu's voice was extremely cold. On the other side, the battle between the 6th Azure Dragon Envoy and Jianmu was also separated. The 6th Azure Dragon Envoy landed beside Xianzhong, while Jianmu came to Mu Qinqua's side and asked with concern, "Junior sister Qinqua, are you all right?" Mu Qinqua shook her head. With a step, she came to Zhuowen's side. Looking at the blood at the corner of his mouth and his pale face, her eyes were filled with worry. Jianmu's face stiffened. Seeing Mu Qinqua so concerned about Zhuowen, his eyes revealed a trace of sadness. He just quietly looked at Zhuowen and Mu Qinqua. "I'm fine." Zhuowen waved his hand and forced a smile. "Zhuowen, take this. This pill can temporarily suppress the injuries in your body." Mu Qinqua was still a little worried. She took out a pill from her spirit ring and considerately put it into Zhuowen's mouth. Zhuowen did not refuse and swallowed it directly. Soon after, he felt a warm current spread out from the elixir. It flowed through his 8 extraordinary meridians and circulated around his entire body, causing him to feel warm and indescribably comfortable. A portion of the injuries caused by Xianzhong had actually recovered. "Chan Shui, what kind of pill is this? It's actually this amazing." Zhuowen's eyes lit up as he asked. "Qi Nourishing Pill, a low-grade immortal pill. It has an extremely significant effect on injuries." Mu Qinqua replied softly. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. Mu Qinqua's identity was not ordinary, so he was not very surprised that she had celestial pills. At this moment, Xianzhong, who was originally confronting Xiaoyu, frowned slightly and coldly snorted. "Xiaoyu, I didn't know that this child was your mysterious Origin Peak's disciple. What do you mean by questioning me?" After saying this, Xianzhong turned to Wenbai behind Xiaoyu and respectfully said, "Martial Uncle Wen, why have you come to Sky Capital Peak? Why don't you come to our mysterious underworld peak? Xianzhong can be a good host." Wenbai's face was also not very good. He coldly said, "Who allowed you to touch Zhuowen? Also, these two are from the Blue Dragon Hall, right? Why did you bring these 2 guys into the inner courtyard?" Xianzhong's face stiffened. He could feel that Wenbai's attitude towards him was not very friendly. Could it be because of Zhuowen? Hee. Greetings to Peak Master Xiaoyu and Senior Wenbai. This time, Xianzhong came to Sky Capital Peak for the sake of the inner courtyard. The 6th Azure Dragon Envoy spoke. He pointed at Zhuowen with his right hand and continued, "This child is a descendant of Ryuka and has an inseparable relationship with our Blue Dragon Hall. I think the 2 of you should know better than me what the relationship between Ryuka and Blue Dragon Hall is, right? Therefore, I'm afraid that this child's purpose in entering the inner courtyard is not very pure. I hope the 2 of you can give face to our Blue Dragon Hall and let us deal with this kid. After this, our Blue Dragon Hall will definitely compensate your inner courtyard well." The 6th Azure Dragon Envoy's attitude was rather humble. It could be said that he had given Xiaoyu and Wenbai enough face. In the 6th Azure Dragon Envoy's opinion, Xiao Yu and Wen Bai shouldn't offend the Azure Dragon Palace for a mere Zhuowen. However, the moment the sixth Azure Dragon envoy raised his head, a slap was suddenly thrown over and landed heavily on his cheek. A crisp sound of a slap resounded. Then, before the crowd's gazes, the sixth Azure Dragon envoy was heavily smashed onto the ground with a dog-eating feces posture. His right cheek was extremely swollen. The sixth Azure Dragon envoy was stunned. He held his cheek and raised his head to stare at Xiao Yu. His eyes were almost spitting fire. Xiao Yu had actually slapped him without any warning. This slap had almost caused him to cover his face. Originally, with the sixth Azure Dragon envoy strength at the 9th level of the Martial Emperor realm, if he had been vigilant, he would have been able to dodge this slap. However, Xiao Yu was known as Madman Xiao in the inner courtyard. Normally, he would not play by the rules. Just now, Xiao Yu had directly slapped the sixth Azure Dragon envoy's face when he was speaking. This slap had directly stunned the sixth Azure Dragon envoy. To give face to your mother, you swaggered into our inner courtyard and attacked our inner courtyard disciples without any scruples. Do you think this is your Blue Dragon Hall? Also, do you think we are 3-year-old children? If we give face to you, who will give face to us? Just as the sixth Azure Dragon envoy raised his head and fell to the ground, Xiao Yu suddenly descended and ruthlessly stomped on his chest. The power of law gushed out and directly suppressed the sixth Azure Dragon envoy, causing him to be unable to get up. The sixth Azure Dragon envoy roared fiercely. The power in his body surged out in an attempt to blast Xiao Yu away. However, Xiao Yu was a sage to be. The power of the law of fire on his body was very terrifying. It firmly suppressed the sixth Azure Dragon envoy, causing him to be unable to get up. Still want to resist? I'll teach you to resist. I'll teach you to resist. As he said that, Xiao Yu stomped down again and again. Every stomp landed on the sixth Azure Dragon emissary's head, and he purposely made the sixth Azure Dragon emissary face down. His posture was extremely humiliating. The sixth Azure Dragon envoy roared furiously and struggled with all his might. However, it was useless. His strength was much weaker than Xiao Yu's. Xiao Yu, enough! The corner of Xian Zhong's mouth twitched slightly when he saw this scene. Immediately he let out a low cry. The sixth Green Dragon envoy had once saved him and was his benefactor. Now, Xiao Yu was actually trampling on the sixth Green Dragon envoy because of a mere inner academy disciple. This was equivalent to slapping his face. Martial Uncle Xianzhong, I want to ask you right now, are you a member of the Blue Dragon Hall or the Divine Academy? If you were a member of the Blue Dragon Hall, it would naturally be pardonable for you to speak up for the sixth Azure Dragon envoy. However, you're not a member of the Blue Dragon Hall, yet you speak up for someone from the Blue Dragon Hall. Doesn't that mean... Haha, I think you know what I mean. Zhouwen's complexion had improved a lot after eating the pill given by Mu Qinxue. He looked at Xianzhong with slight mockery. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to interrupt us when we're talking? Xianzhong turned his head. His eyes narrowed dangerously. He suddenly extended his right hand. The law of underworld shot out, turning into black tentacles that swept towards Zhuowen. He had actually attacked Zhuowen without any warning. Martial Uncle Xianzhong, you've gone too far. Mu Qinxue's beautiful eyes were still filled with coldness. Her right hand gently landed on the spiritual ring, as if she wanted to take out something. Zhuo Wen's expression had become extremely ugly. This Xianzhong had attacked without the slightest bit of mercy, and it was obvious that he wanted to kill Zhuo Wen. This caused Zhuo Wen's heart to feel cold. However, Xianzhong's attack did not land. A tall figure stood in front of Zhuo Wen and Mu Qinxue. The figure gently extended his right hand, and the countless black tentacles collapsed. Looking at this scene, Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed. The black tentacles were formed by the law of underworld. They possessed extreme een and extreme coldness, as well as a strong corrosive power. They were extremely difficult to deal with. However, in front of this person, they were actually unable to withstand a single blow. To be able to do this, his strength was definitely above Xianzhong's. Xianzhong was a sage-to-be. In other words, the figure in front of him was most likely a true sage. Thinking of this, Zhuowen could not help but take another look at the figure in front of him. He was wearing a black robe and his hair was alternating between black and white. He should be around 50 or 60 years old. Zhuowen could not see through his aura at all. In other words, in Zhuowen's eyes, the elder in front of him was simply plain, as if he was just an ordinary elder. Martial Uncle Wen. Xianzhong's eyes narrowed as he stared at the elder in astonishment. In his impression, Wenbai was an existence that would normally not interfere in the matters of the Overlord sect. Today he had suddenly appeared in Sky Capital Peak and seemed to be standing up for Zhuowen. Could it be that Zhuowen was very important? Xianzhong, have you had enough? Wenbai's voice was very cold. In that cold voice, there was a trace of irritation. Xianzhong frowned and said, Xianzhong does not know what martial uncle means. Humph, you don't know what I mean? Wenbai snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, the power of laws swept out, causing Xianzhong's expression to change drastically as he retreated, forcing an inner court disciple and even allowing the Azure Dragon Envoy of the Blue Dragon Hall to run amok in the inner court. Your actions have already violated the rules of the Academy. Since this is your first offense, get the hell back to Sky Capital Peak right now. You're not allowed to take half a step out of Sky Capital Peak for half a year. Xianzhong's expression changed drastically when he heard Wenbai's words. Just as he was about to speak, Wenbai spoke once more. If you don't scram, do you want me to make you scram? Xianzhong's expression froze. He coldly stared at Zhua when behind Wenbai, nodded, and planned to leave Sky Capital Peak. As for the 6th and 7th Azure Dragon emissaries, he naturally couldn't care less. However, just as he took a step forward, he suddenly raised his head and noticed a terrifying power of laws surging over from the horizon. At this moment, the 6th Azure Dragon Envoy was still being ruthlessly ravaged by Xiaoyu. On the other hand, the 7th Azure Dragon Envoy stood blankly to the side, not daring to interfere at all. Boom! However, Xiaoyu's ravaging didn't last for long. A terrifying power of laws swept over from above Sky Capital Peak and blasted Xiaoyu away. Xiaoyu took a few steps back and stared at the sky with narrowed eyes. He said, Who's playing tricks? Why aren't you coming out? As soon as Xiaoyu spoke, the power of laws surged over from above Sky Capital Peak. The power formed the shape of a translucent head. A pair of empty eyes descended onto Xiaoyu and said, You should stop before going too far. Hall Master. Chapter 1343. 3 Saints. The 6th Azure Dragon Envoy crawled to his feet in a sorry state, his face swollen and bruised. He lowered his head, not daring to look at the sky. Lord Hall Master. Wenbai and Xiaoyu both looked up at the sky and stared at the face in surprise. Wenbai said coldly, Sapphire Shore, these 2 dogs were indeed sent by you. Do you really think that your Blue Dragon Hall has dominated the entire 9th Netherworld realm? You dare to do whatever you want in my divine Netherworld realm just by sending 2 Azure Dragon Envoys? The gigantic human face turned its head slightly and stared at Wenbai indifferently. Wenbai, I'm only here to ask for this descendant of the Long family. It's your divine Spectre Realms people who are being overbearing. Why are you blaming my Azure Dragon Hall? Whether he's a Ryuka descendant or not, he's now a disciple of our excellent Gods Institute. Your people ignored our inner courtyard and came here to ask for him. They even attacked. Are you not putting my excellent Gods Institute in your eyes? Wenbai's voice was cold. The face frowned and said indifferently, I didn't say that. How about this? Everyone take a step back. You hand over Zhuowen, and my Blue Dragon Hall will give you a satisfactory compensation. How about it? Uncle Wenbai, The Blue Dragon Hall Master's suggestion is reasonable. We don't need to offend the Blue Dragon Hall for a disciple. The gains don't make up for the losses. Moreover, this kid's cultivation is only at the 3rd level of the martial emperor realm. There are plenty of people at this level in our inner courtyard. It's better to hand him over and get compensation from the Blue Dragon Hall. Xianzhong hadn't left yet. When he heard that the Blue Dragon Hall Master was here, he couldn't help but advise. You traitorous dog, Xianzhong. You've thrown away the face of our divine academy. Even if Zhuowen is only at the 3rd level of the martial emperor realm, isn't he a disciple of our inner courtyard? Furthermore, you mean to say that as long as a disciple's cultivation is not very high, our inner courtyard can casually abandon them? Shouted Xiao Yu furiously, pointing at Xianzhong. Xianzhong's face looked even grimmer. When the other core disciples below Sky Capital Peak heard Xianzhong's words, their faces turned ugly as they discussed. They were all disciples of the Divine Grace Academy. Other than seeking higher cultivation realms and resources, they also wanted to obtain the protection of such a huge power. If the Divine Academy couldn't even protect their own disciples, it would only cause the entire academy to be in danger. No one knew when they would offend some power, and the academy would directly hand them over to appease the other party's anger. Martial Uncle Xianzhong, I want to ask you, if the Excellent Gods Academy doesn't have many disciples, can it still be called a big power in the 9 Netherworld realm? We joined the academy and received the academy's resources to increase our cultivation. Naturally, we are filled with gratitude and believe that this is our home. But if you hand over your disciples because you're afraid of offending other powers, can the inner courtyard still be your home? I think prison is more appropriate, right? In Martial Uncle Xianzhong's eyes, do you think the inner courtyard is a prison? The disciples inside are prisoners under your control. You can control their fates as you wish. You can kill them or send them away as you wish. Zhuowen raised his head slightly. His gaze was extremely calm as he stared at Xianzhong. His calm and loud voice resounded. Many disciples of Sky Capital Peak were filled with righteous indignation when they heard this. After all, there were very few disciples in the inner court who could reach the high-class emperor realm. Most of them were low or mid-class emperors. Zhuowen's experience inevitably made them feel sad for the loss of a rabbit. Xianzhong's face turned green and white. Anyone would be unhappy to be lectured by a junior, let alone Xianzhong, one of the 9 Peak Masters. Moreover, he couldn't refute Zhuowen's words. His actions just now were indeed biased towards the Blue Dragon Hall. If it wasn't for Xiao Yu and Wen Bai guarding Zhuowen, Xianzhong would have already taught Zhuowen a lesson. Zhuowen is right. As one of the 9 Peak Masters, you can't even be compared to a junior. Have you been living like a dog all these years? Xiao Yu glanced at Zhuowen behind him with admiration. Then he scolded Xianzhong. Wen Bai, who was beside Xiao Yu, also glanced at Zhuowen and nodded in satisfaction. When Wen Bai and Xiao Yu rushed to the Sky Capital Peak, they naturally saw Zhuowen using the Immortal Path technique. What surprised them was that Zhuowen used the Void Power not only to escape, but also to defend and attack. They had never thought of such a method before. Therefore, the two of them immediately made up their minds. The one who caused the Void Stone Tablet to react was most likely Zhuowen. How could they hand over such a talent to the Blue Dragon Hall? Moreover, from Zhuowen's words just now, it was obvious that Zhuowen was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. As long as you respected him, he would respect you 10 times. Wen Bai and Xiao Yu recognized such a grateful disciple from the bottom of their hearts. Xiao Yu, watch your words. I'm just thinking for the academy. Offending the Blue Dragon Hall for a mere disciple is really a loss for the greater good. Xianzhong snorted coldly. Oh, if I hand over your Xianming Peak's direct disciple, Xianqi, to the Blue Dragon Hall, would you be willing? In the end, you're just a selfish guy, Xiao Yu said coldly. At this moment, the human face in the sky frowned and said coldly, Wen Bai, are you not going to hand over Zhuowen? Wenbai raised his eyebrows and grinned. What? Sapphire Shore, are you planning to rob in the divine spectre realm? With just your law clone, I can deal with it in a few moves. Even if your real body comes, I can still make it so that you won't be able to return. Good. Looks like you're really going to protect this kid. Sapphire Shore frowned. Although the Divine Academy's foundation couldn't be compared to the Blue Dragon Hall, the difference wasn't that big. Even if he was the strongest saint in the 9th Netherworld realm, he didn't dare to casually barge into the divine spectre realm. Right now, he had only sent a law clone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 3 figures flew over from the Sky Capital Peak. One of them was the Peak Master of the Sky Capital Peak, Old Man Tindu. However, at this moment, Old Man Tindu was respectfully following behind the other 2 figures, as if he was a junior. The 2 figures walking in front were very old, around 70 to 80 years old, especially the white-robed old man at the front. His aura revealed a trace of mystery. At first glance, he seemed like an ordinary old man, but at second glance, he didn't seem ordinary at all. It was a very strange feeling. Martial Uncle Yan Ji and Martial Uncle Jiang Xian are here too? Looking at the 2 old men in front of the 3 figures, Xian Zhong was stunned and revealed a look of disbelief. These 2 old men and Wenbai were senior figures in the entire inner yard. They were also experts who were like pillars of the inner yard. They were usually elusive. So why had they all appeared together today? Could it be that they were all here for Zhuowen? Thinking of this, Xian Zhong's gaze couldn't help but fall on Zhuowen. He frowned slightly, and no one knew what he was thinking. Yan Ji, Jiang Xian, the 2 of you are also here. Good, I want one of you. I will give you enough compensation after this. I don't think this request is too much, right? Sapphire Shore's gaze fell on the white-robed old man. He knew that this old man was the dean of the entire Jiaoshan Academy and had the final authority to make decisions. As long as this old man agreed, Wenbai and Xiao Yu's objections would be useless. Yan Ji and Jiang Xian came to Wenbai's side, while old man Tindu came to Jianmu's side and asked in a low voice. Previously, he wasn't at Tindu Peak, but was a guest at Divine Devil Peak. On the way back, he met Yan Ji and Jiang Xian. The 3 of them went to Tindu Peak together and saw this scene. Therefore, he needed to understand the situation. Yan Ji came to Wenbai's side, and the latter whispered in his ear for a while. Soon after, Yan Ji turned his head and smiled at Zhuowen. You are Zhuowen, right? You are very good. You have just joined AO Yuan Peak, but you have already mastered the Immortal Path technique. Zhuowen naturally, hurriedly returned the greeting. I was just lucky. Senior, you flatter me. You are neither arrogant nor rash. You have a good temperament. Yan Ji nodded, then turned to look at Sapphire Shore in the sky. Zhuowen, this is the dean of the Inner Academy, Senior Uncle Yan Ji. Beside him is Jiang Xian. You should know that person just now is Wenbai. The 3 of them are senior figures of the Inner Academy and are all saints. It is a little strange that all 3 of them have come out. Mu Qinxue was also puzzled. Even if the master of the Blue Dragon Hall had come in person, he was only a law clone. Wenbai alone was enough. Now that all 3 of them had come out, it was clearly not just because of Sapphire Shore. Could the 3 of them have come for Zhuowen? Mu Qinxue began to guess when she remembered that Yan Ji had taken the initiative to talk to Zhuowen. Sapphire Shore's expression was a little ugly, especially when he saw that Yan Ji had ignored him and talked to Zhuowen first. He felt very unhappy, so he said coldly, Yan Ji, what do you think of my proposal? I will give you a satisfactory price as compensation. Yan Ji smiled faintly and said, The disciples of my divine academy are all priceless. We are whole. I haven't even settled the debt with you when you came over in such a threatening manner. You actually want to bring up this matter with me? Don't you think it's funny? When these words were spoken, The disciples of the entire sky capital peak burst into an uproar. The faces of many disciples were flushed red, while their eyes were filled with excitement as they stared at Yanji. Clearly, Yanji's words were very warm to them, just like a heart-strengthening drug. "Oh, Yanji, I have already lowered my voice, and you still intend to refuse? Do you think that your divine nether realm is too big and can fight against my dragon nether realm?" Sapphire Shore's eyes narrowed as he said coldly. Yanji was still smiling as he took a step forward. A vast aura, like the sun, spread across the entire mountain peak, the entire inner yard, and even the entire divine spectre realm. At this moment, it was as if a blazing sun had risen in the sky of the divine spectre realm. The 3 suns turned into 4, their blazing light illuminating the land. Chapter 1344. Sapphire Shore so strong. Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he looked at Yanji, who had completely released his aura. The aura he had unleashed was enough to make the 4th sun rise in the divine spectre realm. What kind of power did it take to do that? Yanji's cultivation was definitely not just at the profound saint realm. Coupled with what Sapphire Shore had said, Zhuowen could guess that Yanji might have already broken through to the heavenly saint realm. Sapphire Shore, you're not the only heavenly saint in the entire 9 netherworld realm. I, Yanji, am the 2nd. If you want to fight, the divine spectre realm and I will accompany you. Yanji's voice was very calm, but there was a hint of fighting spirit in it. His voice spread across the sky, and countless disciples of the sky capital peak became excited. Sapphire Shore's expression changed slightly as he said in a low voice, "Perhaps you still don't know, but this boy is not only a descendant of the Ryuka, but he also killed the 8th and 10th Blue Dragon envoy of the Blue Dragon Hall. The enmity between us is irreconcilable. Do you really intend to start a war between the 2 netherworld realms for such a disciple?" Zhuowen killed the 10th and 8th Blue Dragon envoy of the Blue Dragon Hall? Yanji was puzzled as he looked at Zhuowen behind him. This Zhuowen in front of him was only at the 3rd level Great Emperor realm. How could he kill the Blue Dragon Hall's Blue Dragon envoy with such a cultivation? Wasn't it a little unbelievable? Not only Yanji, but when Bai Xiaoyu, Xianzhong, Old Man Tiandu, Jianmu, and the other disciples of the Sky Capital Peak were also looking at Zhuowen with doubts, shock, and other emotions in their eyes. Mu Qin, Shui, didn't find it strange. She knew that Zhuowen had a profound saint artifact, like the Emperor's heavenless sword. It wouldn't be difficult for him to kill the 8th and 10th Azure Dragon envoy. However, the problem was that the energy of the Emperor's heavenless sword had been completely exhausted. "Zhuowen is what Sapphire Shore said, right?" Yanji asked expectantly. Zhuowen nodded and said, "I did kill them, but they provoked me first. That's why I attacked them." Before speaking, Zhuowen naturally wanted to distance himself from the matter. He was indeed the one who killed the man, but the cause was not his fault. Yanji said, "Yan, I can take a step back." That. Yanji. Studio. Of course I can take a step back. Back then, this kid killed the 8th Azure Dragon emissary. That proves that he is very strong. Let him fight the 7th Azure Dragon emissary. If he wins, I will return immediately. If he loses, he will die. Moreover, this kid cannot use saint artifacts or other external items. He can only rely on himself, Qin Yuan suddenly suggested. Yanji frowned and asked Zhuowen, "Little guy, did you use a saint weapon to kill the 8th Blue Dragon envoy?" Zhuowen nodded with a bitter smile. "Back then, I did use a saint artifact. However, that saint artifact was damaged and could only be used twice. I have already used up those 2 chances." Yanji nodded and turned to Sapphire Shore. "I can't agree to this. The 7th Blue Dragon envoy of your Blue Dragon Hall is an 8th Heaven Great Emperor. Zhuowen is only a 3rd Heaven Great Emperor. The difference is too big. This battle is not fair." Sapphire Shore snorted and said, He killed the 8th Blue Dragon envoy. Do you still not believe in his strength? Yan Ji still wanted to say something, but Zhuowen took a step forward and said coldly, I agree to this battle. However, if I win this battle, you have to leave. You are not allowed to enter the divine specter realm again. Of course, if you lose, you have to die. This battle is still relatively fair, Sapphire Shore chuckled. His lips curled slightly. Zhuowen agreed too quickly. Yan, Ji, Jiangxian, Wenbai, and Xiao Yu did not react in time, let alone Mu Chinxue. Thank you, seniors, for your concern. I'm confident in this battle. Zhuowen clasped his hands at Yan, Ji, Jiangxian, and the others and said gratefully. At the same time, Zhuowen also looked at Mu Chinxue, who had a bitter expression. He smiled. Don't worry, I'll be fine. With that, Zhuowen suddenly leapt into the air. He looked down at the 7th Blue Dragon envoy and said indifferently, Why don't you get your ass over here? The 7th Blue Dragon envoy was stunned when he heard that. Soon after, he raved with joy and laughed aloud. You reckless thing. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. With that, the 7th Blue Dragon envoy leapt into the air as well. He stared at Zhuowen coldly. Tiangu had already told them how the 8th Blue Dragon envoy had died. He had been killed by this person's saint artifact. Under the premise that he could not use his saint artifact, he was completely confident that he could kill Jianqin in a few moves. After all, the difference between the two of them was extremely great. Arrogant brat, you're basically looking to die. Nearby, Xianzhong crossed his arms over his chest and sneered. All of the Sky Capital Peak Corps disciples were stunned when they saw this scene. Zhuowen was naturally no stranger to them. Many of the Sky Capital Peak disciples had seen him tugging and pulling Mu Chinxue's hand earlier. Many disciples of the Sky Capital Peak had a strange expression on their faces when they saw Yan Ji taking the initiative to challenge the 7th Azure Dragon envoy. Some of them even shook their heads, thinking that Yan Ji was too foolish. Yan Ji was clearly protecting him, yet he still wanted to seek death. Senior Yan Ji, what should we do? Xiao Yu and I are certain that the strange movement of the spatial stone tablet might have been caused by this person. This is because he used the Immortal Path technique when he was pursued by Xianzhong. He also used the spatial force to defend and attack with ease. Wenbai whispered to Yan Ji. Yan Ji's eyes flickered. He sighed. Since Zhuowen has come out of his own accord, we can only rely on him. However, this kid is not simple. I think he must have some sort of trump card. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to fight the 7th Blue Dragon envoy. I hope so. Wenbai nodded and did not say anything else. Zhuowen had already agreed to fight the 7th Blue Dragon envoy. Since they wanted to protect him, it wasn't appropriate for them to interfere. They could only wait and see. Just as everyone's attention was fixed on the battle between Zhuowen and the 7th Blue Dragon envoy, a figure walked out of a pavilion not far away from Sky Capital Peak. This person was tall and slender. His clothes were messy, and his fair face was filled with laziness. His eyes were drowsy as if he had not yet woken up. Ha! This person yawned. He also noticed Zhuowen and the 7th Blue Dragon envoy, who were facing each other in the distance. He even saw Old Man Tiandu, Yan Ji, Jiangxian, and other upper echelons of the inner courtyard. However, this person was not too surprised. He yawned again and casually leaned against a wooden pillar. He muttered, What's going on today? Sky Capital Peak is so lively. Even Yan Ji, Jiangxian, and Wenbai are here. Xianzhong, Xiao Yu, and Old Man Tiandu are here too. What's going on? And is that the Hall Master of the Blue Dragon Hall, Sapphire Shore? He only sent a law clone over. How cowardly! With that, this person yawned again and looked at Zhuowen. He said, I've never seen this guy before. He's a new disciple, right? A 3rd-level Great Emperor against an 8th-level Great Emperor. He's a real man indeed. He's like me back then. Let's see how badly this kid will be beaten. The seventh Blue Dragon envoy looked at Zhuowen and said indifferently, "You're lucky to have used a saint weapon to kill the eighth Blue Dragon envoy. However, without a saint weapon, what will you use to fight me? It's better for you to accept your death obediently." With that, the seventh Blue Dragon envoy stepped out of the void and reached for his waist with his right hand. With a swoosh, he pulled out a shiny saber. He rushed in front of Zhuowen and slashed. Saber light and sword shadows crushed down from the sky. The rumbling sound was extremely terrifying. Zhuowen's expression did not change. He stretched out his right hand and the tiger head deep golden spear was thrown out. The whistling wind turned into a huge tiger head. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, fiercely smashing against the incoming saber. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded through the sky. Wisps of sparks burst out from the tip of the spear and the saber. Then the two separated. Zhuowen took dozens of steps back while the seventh Blue Dragon envoy only took a few steps back. It was obvious that the seventh Blue Dragon envoy had the upper hand in this exchange. Old Seven, don't hold back. Finish him off cleanly. Sapphire Shore was clearly not satisfied with the current outcome. He transmitted his voice to the seventh Blue Dragon envoy. The seventh Blue Dragon envoy nodded. Immediately, a ray of light burst out from between his eyebrows. A fierce roar swept out from the light. Then a huge beast floated in the sky. The beast had a dragon head, a horse body, and scales feet. It looked like a lion with grayish-white fur. When it opened its mouth, its tongue was purplish-black. There were rows of barbs on its surface. It looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. "My armor soul is Pai Xiao. Release your armor soul too. Otherwise you won't have a chance," the seventh Blue Dragon envoy said indifferently. Zhuowen ignored the seventh Blue Dragon envoy. Instead, he transmitted his voice to Qing Huang in his Sea of Consciousness. "Little Huang, can you really use the eighth Blue Dragon envoy's yuanying to release a sure kill attack?" Qing Huang patted its chest and said, "Don't worry. The Fushi Cauldron also has an offensive formation. However, it needs a powerful energy to activate it. Since you don't want to expose the existence of the Black Dog, use the Fushi Cauldron. This cauldron has disappeared for tens of thousands of years. No one can recognize it. Moreover, the appearance of the cauldron has changed greatly over time. Although many of the formations are broken, I can still maintain some useful formations with me around." Zhuowen nodded when he heard this. Immediately, he pointed his right hand at his forehead and summoned the ordinary-looking Fushi Cauldron. Where's your dragon soul? Is this broken cauldron also your armor soul?" The seventh Blue Dragon envoy was stunned and asked in surprise. "I don't need a dragon soul to deal with you," Zhuowen said irritatingly. "You're courting death." The seventh Blue Dragon envoy flew into a rage. He roared and rushed toward Zhuowen with his armor soul, Pai Xiao. The Pai Xiao's purplish-black tongue was like a vine. It cut through the void, wanting to sweep up and devour Zhuowen. "Eighth Blue Dragon envoy, I'll have to trouble your yuanying." Chapter 1345. The Law of Lightning. "Zhuowen, you bastard, what are you doing?" The eighth Azure Dragon envoy's yuanying cursed at Zhuowen as soon as it appeared. His face was filled with agitation, but before he could finish, Zhuowen stuffed him into the Fushi Cauldron. Inside the Fushi Cauldron, the eighth Azure Dragon envoy screamed, but he soon lost his breath. "Oh, that's old eighth's yuanying? He was indeed the one who killed him." Standing on the head of the Pai Xiao, the seventh Azure Dragon envoy saw the yuanying that Zhuowen had thrown into the Fushi Cauldron. With a cold snort, the Pai Xiao beneath him increased its speed and arrived above Zhuowen's head in an instant. Its huge body was like a dark cloud. Swoosh! The purple tongue wrapped around Zhuowen in a spiral shape. The purple barbs on the surface of the tongue emitted a chilling light, accompanied by a strange purple aura. Zhuowen held the tiger head, clear golden spear in his hand. At the same time, the dragon seal in his palm was ready to attack. He was secretly on guard. The armor spirit of the 7th Azure Dragon Envoy was not simple, so he naturally had to be cautious. But at the instant the violet tongue had just arrived before Zhuowen, an extremely terrifying and enormous hand suddenly flashed out from within the Fushi cauldron. This enormous hand was over 3 kilometers in size and seemed lofty like a mountain. On the surface of the giant hand, the massive dragon horse and the divine turtle rotated around the giant hand in a spiral posture. A vast pressure spread out, causing the entire space to resound with crackling sounds. What is this thing? The 7th Azure Dragon Envoy's pupils shrank. He did not expect such a giant hand to extend out from the Fushi cauldron. Caught off guard, the Paixio under his feet crashed into it. This giant hand was even larger than the Paixio. The dark, cloud-like palm pinched the Paixio like a little chick. Then it exerted force, causing the Paixio to cry out to the sky. Its huge body collapsed under the force of the giant hand. No, how is this possible? The 7th Azure Dragon Emissary was in disbelief. He stomped his foot and quickly retreated. However, the giant hand was extremely fast. It whizzed over and smashed toward the 7th Azure Dragon Emissary. A strange cracking sound could be heard. Wherever the giant hand passed, the space would shatter like glass. Uft! A jade talisman suddenly appeared in the 7th Azure Dragon Envoy's hand, and he crushed it. His speed suddenly increased, and he just happened to escape the range of the giant beast's attack. However, the terrifying wind created by the giant hand still covered the 7th Azure Dragon Envoy's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and his face to turn pale. At the same time, the enormous hand seemed to be lacking in strength, and it swiftly withdrew back into the Fushi cauldron. However, at that moment, Zhuowen made his move. His right hand streaked across the air, and he disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was still behind the 7th Azure Dragon Envoy. Then, Zhuowen struck out with his right hand, and the dragon seal in his palm emitted a blazing, pitch-black light. Heavenly Dragon! Clang! Numerous thick, black chains shot out from Zhuowen's palms, locking the 7th Azure Dragon Envoy within them from all directions. Damn it! What kind of chains are these? The 7th Azure Dragon Envoy did not notice Zhuowen, who had disappeared into the void. His attention was on the giant hand. When Zhuowen released the Heavenly Dragon Seal, the 7th Azure Dragon Envoy came back to his senses. However, it was too late. He wanted to use brute force to break the chains on his body. However, he realized that the chains were extremely tough. He struggled with all his might, but he could not break them. Moreover, he also discovered that there were small streams of black dragon aura swimming around the chains, maintaining the toughness of the chains. Although he could use his strength to destroy a portion of the chains, the dragon aura could quickly gather together to repair the broken parts of the chains. It's over. Zhuowen held the tiger head, clear golden spear in his right hand and suddenly thrust it out. The golden spear tip spun at high speed and instantly pierced the 7th Azure Dragon Envoy's heart. Pucci! The spear pierced through the 7th Azure Dragon Envoy's body, bringing with it a mist of blood. The 7th Azure Dragon Envoy stared at Zhuowen and spat out a mouthful of blood. He died with his eyes wide open. Zhuowen pulled out the tiger head, clear golden spear indifferently and pressed his right hand on the 7th Azure Dragon Envoy's Danan. A suction force swept out from his palm, and the 7th Azure Dragon Envoy's Yuanying was controlled by Zhuowen. Although the 7th Azure Dragon Envoy was also an 8th level emperor, he was stronger than the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy. The energy contained in his Yuanying was also much richer. At the same time, Zhuowen's memory of the hand that had extended from the Fushi cauldron was still fresh in his mind. If he had guessed correctly, Cheng Huang had used the power of the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy's nascent soul to launch an attack. However, he did not know what it was called. Looks like I have to ask Cheng Huang when I return. There are still many unknown things in the Fushi cauldron, Zhuowen muttered to himself. At this moment, the entire sky capital peak became very quiet. Everyone stared blankly at the young man who was holding the 7th Azure Dragon Envoy's Yuanying in his hand. A 3rd-level emperor against an 8th-level emperor. Everyone was stunned by the outcome of the battle. Of course, more people were curious about the strange jade cauldron that Zhuowen had summoned. The giant hand that reached out from it had left a deep impression on everyone. The 7th Azure Dragon Envoy's armor soul. Pai Xiao was unable to resist the giant hand and was crushed into powder. It was a little too terrifying. This jade cauldron should be his armor soul. However, didn't Sapphire Shore say that he's a Ryuka descendant? Shouldn't he have a dragon soul? Xiao Yu licked his lips and said in surprise, "Of course." Xiao Yu's voice was mixed with excitement. One must know that Zhuowen was his direct disciple. Killing the 7th Azure Dragon Envoy in front of everyone was undoubtedly enough to win him face. Moreover, Zhuowen was very likely to be the guy who had caused the Void Stone Tablet to act strangely. The more Xiao Yu looked at Zhuowen, the more he liked him. This time he has at least 2 armor souls. This jade cauldron is one of them, and the other should be the Ryuka dragon soul. This kid is a talent. Yan Ji, Wenbai, and Jiang Xian looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Although Zhuowen's cultivation wasn't strong now, the talent he had displayed had surprised the 3 of them. In the future, this kid's achievements might be able to catch up to the number 1 direct disciple of Sky Capital Peak, Yang Yi. This kid's armor soul isn't bad. It can actually unleash such a powerful force. The power of the giant hand just now was comparable to a 9th-level emperor's full-strength attack. With a flip of the hand, it annihilated the 7th Azure Dragon Envoy. Not far away, the young man who was originally leaning on the wooden pillar yawned again. His lazy expression turned serious. It seemed that Zhuowen wasn't simple. What a ruthless kid. How dare he kill the 7th Azure Dragon Envoy. He's courting death. When the crowd fell silent, a furious roar suddenly rang out. Soon after, the crowd saw the 6th Azure Dragon Envoy, whose face was swollen with bruises like a mad dog. His 9th-level emperor aura crushed down, and he instantly swept in front of Zhuowen. "Bastard, how dare you go back on your words?" Xiao Yu cursed and took a step forward, wanting to stop the 6th Azure Dragon Envoy. Bang! However, before Xiao Yu could take a step forward, he was blocked by an invisible, transparent barrier in front of him. It was a barrier formed by the power of laws. "Sapphire Shore, you old bastard, how dare you stop me?" Xiao Yu looked up at the face in the sky and roared angrily. This kid is ruthless. He actually killed the 7th Azure Dragon Envoy in front of me. He simply doesn't put me in his eyes. What's wrong with letting the 6th Azure Dragon Envoy teach this kid a lesson? Sapphire Shore said indifferently. "Sapphire Shore, you've gone too far." Yan Ji's expression was ugly. He swept in front of Xiao Yu and slammed his skinny palm into the barrier. Then the barrier collapsed. Yan Ji was originally at the peak of the profound sage realm, because he had broken through and become a heavenly sage. Although there was a gap between him and the Hall Master of the Blue Dragon Hall, Sapphire Shore, the gap wasn't too big. In addition, Sapphire Shore was only a law clone at this moment. The barrier created by him couldn't stop Yan Ji, who was already a heavenly sage. There's more? Bastard, Sapphire Shore, did you set this up long ago? The moment the barrier was broken, Yan Ji wanted to go to Zhuowen's side and stop the 6th Azure Dragon Envoy. However, just as he took a step forward, he encountered another barrier. This barrier contained an extremely powerful power of thunder. The law of thunder was a Saint Rune law that Sapphire Shore had comprehended himself. Its power was very terrifying. Even if this was only a barrier created by a law clone, it would take Yen Ji at least a breath to break it. However, the problem now was that the sixth Azure Dragon Envoy was already in front of Zhuowen. Yen Ji couldn't afford to waste a single breath. Die. The sixth Azure Dragon Envoy had a cold smile on his face. His body was covered with green scales. His hands turned into 2 dragon claws and smashed down. His target was Zhuo Wen's head. Zhuo Wen calmly picked up the 7th Azure Dragon Emissary's nascent soul and stuffed it into the Fushi cauldron. Instantly, the giant hand that appeared just now burst out from the cauldron again. With the dragon horse and the godly turtle circling around it, the giant hand's power was terrifying. However, the smile on the 6th Azure Dragon Emissary's face grew even wider. Terrifying lightning suddenly covered his dragon claws. The lightning contained strands of law energy. It was the law of lightning. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded. Then, the entire sky was covered by endless lightning. The giant hand collapsed into nothingness. The 6th Azure Dragon Envoy was already in front of Zhuowen. How is this possible? You have the power of law on you? Zhuowen didn't even have time to react. The giant hand collapsed, and the 6th Azure Dragon Envoy was already in front of him. He couldn't help but mumble to himself as if he was sleep-talking. The law of thunder was given to me by the palace master. Therefore you deserve to die. Chapter 1346. A Battle of Saints, Sapphire Shore, you despicable bastard. Yen Ji naturally noticed the law of lightning on the 6th Azure Dragon Envoy's claw. It was a true Saint Rune law. Anyone below the Saint Realm would not be able to withstand it. There was no doubt that Zhuowen would die under this attack. It was not just Yen Ji. Xiao Yu, Jiang Xian, Wenbai, Mu Qinxue, and even the countless core disciples of Sky Capital Peak changed their expressions. No one had expected Sapphire Shore to have such a hidden card. The law of lightning was probably something that Sapphire Shore had secretly given to the 6th Azure Dragon Envoy. It was just that no one had noticed. However, it was too late for anyone to help because the 6th Azure Dragon Envoy's attack was already very close. In the next moment, the dragon claw covered in the law of lightning was about to land on Zhuowen's body. The latter would definitely die. Zhuowen's pupils shrank to the size of needles. Lightning seemed to fill his entire gaze as the feeling of death approached. Zhuowen's heart was filled with despair. No, I can't die. Zhuowen roared furiously as a mysterious power surged out from his body, forming a ring-shaped barrier around him. At the same time, the mysterious power grew more and more vigorous. It actually soared into the sky from his head as an extremely mysterious power of law descended from the sky. It was the law of heaven and earth, a power that surpassed the Saint Rune law. Boom! The smile on the 6th Azure Dragon Envoy's face reached its limit. Then it froze. He realized that when his dragon claw, which was covered with the law of lightning, was 1 foot away from Zhuowen, it completely froze. It could not move forward at all. What's going on? As soon as he spoke, the 6th Azure Dragon Envoy was stunned to discover a terrifying power surging from Zhuowen. The power was like water pressure as it heavily acted on his dragon claw, directly dispersing the law of lightning on his dragon claw. As for the 6th Azure Dragon Emissary, he was forced to retreat again and again. His expression was uncertain as he stared at Zhuowen, who was floating in the air and surrounded by mysterious energy. That's mystic comprehending state? This kid actually entered the mystic comprehending realm at the moment of life and death. Looks like he's not fated to die yet. Yen Ji laughed heartily. His originally gloomy mood immediately became much more cheerful. He threw a palm strike, shattering the barrier formed by the laws of lightning in front of him. Afterwards, he took a step towards the human face formed by Qinyu and in the sky. Sapphire Shore, since you are so heartless, then don't blame me for being unjust. I originally planned on letting this nomological avatar of yours leave, But from the looks of it now, that idea is truly laughable. Yen Ji's loud and clear voice resounded across the sky. Immediately, the face of the person in the sky became extremely ugly. With a sharp howl, he planned to escape into the void and flee. You can't escape. I've grasped the laws of light, so I can see where there's light. You can't escape my detection. With that, an extremely blazing light erupted from Yen Ji's body. The light soared into the sky and spread in all directions at an astonishing speed. The entire divine nether realm was enveloped by the blazing light. After releasing the light, Yen Ji snorted coldly. He stepped out of the void and extended his right hand. Endless light gathered to form a giant hand of light that was several hundred feet tall. The hand of light squeezed gently, and the surrounding space immediately collapsed. Boom! A frightening thunderbolt shot out from the collapsed space. Soon after, a figure in green robes, whose body was covered in thunderbolts, shot out from the void. His expression was extremely ugly as he stared at Yen Ji. Yen Ji, don't go too far. If you dare to destroy this law clone of mine, it means that our two underworld realms have completely fallen out with each other. At that time, I don't know what I will do, Yen Ji said coldly. The figure was a man wearing a green mask. His hoarse voice was filled with a special magnetism. Go too far? Sapphire Shore, who's the one that's going too far? You sent 2 blue dragon envoys to aggressively come to my inner yard to ask for Zhuowen, and even made a solemn vow to set up a wager. However, Zhuowen won in the end, and you actually went back on your word. You despicable and shameless fellow, you actually said that I was going too far? If I, Yen Ji, allow this nomological avatar of yours to leave the divine nether realm today, I'll change my surname to yours. With that, Yen Ji took a step forward. His body erupted with intense light. Afterwards, 4 huge suns descended from the horizon of the divine nether realm and revolved above Yen Ji's head. Each sun was even larger than the mountain range in the inner academy. Sapphire Shore's eyes flickered. He knew that Yen Ji was determined to destroy his avatar, so he did not hold back. The laws of lightning circled around his body, and terrifying lightning formed a lightning armor on the surface of his body. At the same time, the lightning on Sapphire Shore's body became more and more terrifying. In the end, it was like a black cloud that filled the entire sky, forming a boundless sea of lightning. If that's the case, then let's fight. Sapphire Shore coldly snorted and took a step forward. Every step he took emitted terrifying lightning liquid. As he walked, the vast sea of lightning swirled around him. At this moment, it was as if Sapphire Shore had become the king of this sea of lightning. All of the lightning energy was under his control. Fight! Yen Ji did not waste any time. The 4 huge suns above his head were controlled by his laws of light as if they were his arms. Boom! 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 The 4 blazing suns and the vast sea of lightning collided in the sky above the divine nether realm. Following that, an earth-shattering explosion resounded. Blazing sunlight and frightening lightning filled the entire sky. At this moment, only the blazing suns and lightning remained in the sky. Everyone's eyes were filled with the blazing suns and lightning. The terrifying power transmitted from the collision spread throughout the entire divine nether realm. It was like an earthquake, causing many people in the divine nether realm to stagger, their faces filled with shock. Between the sea of lightning and the blazing suns, 2 figures were constantly crisscrossing. Every time they collided, it would cause a tsunami-like tremor. The suns in the sky are moving. The sea of lightning is wreaking havoc. 2 figures are fighting. Those are saints. In the divine nether realm, countless cultivators raised their heads. They looked at the terrifying scene in the sky in shock. Some weaker cultivators even trembled and hid far away. However, the shock waves from this battle between saints spread throughout the entire divine nether realm. There was nowhere to hide. Everyone could only raise their heads to watch this unprecedented battle and try their best to avoid the shock waves from the battle between the 2 sides. Even the aftermath of a battle between saints was not something that ordinary cultivators could withstand. In the inner courtyard, Jiang Xian and Wen Bai leapt into the air. The two of them displayed their respective laws, forming a thick barrier of laws in the sky above the inner courtyard. The battle between Sapphire Shore and Yan Ji was too terrifying. If no defensive measures were taken, the inner courtyard, which was closest to the battle, would suffer. Sure enough, the instant Jiang Xian and Wen Bai set up their defenses, Yan Ji and Sapphire Shore arrived above the inner courtyard. The earth-shattering aftermath spread out. The entire inner courtyard began to shake violently under the aftermath, causing many disciples to panic. Fortunately, the defenses set up by Jiang Xian and Wen Bai were able to block the terrifying aftermath. Otherwise, the aftermath of the battle between the two saints would be enough to cause the inner courtyard to suffer heavy losses. At the same time, the sixth Azure Dragon Envoy, whose attack had missed, paled. He wanted to escape, but was caught by Xiao Yu. "Where do you think you're going? You sure have some tricks up your sleeve." If Zhou hadn't reached the profound understanding realm, he probably would have been killed by your schemes. "Die!" Xiao Yu snorted coldly. He slammed his right hand towards the sixth Azure Dragon Envoy's head. The laws of fire surged out. Even though the sixth Azure Dragon Envoy used his defensive measures, they were like tofu before Xiao Yu's laws of fire. They could not withstand a single blow and collapsed instantly. Under the might of the flames, he was reduced to ashes. Xiao Yu's laws of fire were very domineering. Not only was the sixth Azure Dragon Envoy's body destroyed, but even his nascent soul was unable to escape. They were all reduced to ashes. Nearby, Xianzhong opened his mouth when he saw this, but he did not say anything in the end. Although the sixth Azure Dragon Envoy had saved his life in the past, he could not even protect himself now. He obviously would not meddle in other people's business and cause more trouble for himself. After killing the sixth Azure Dragon Envoy, Xiao Yu raised his head to look at Yan Ji and Sapphire Shore, who were still fighting in the sky. It was not just Xiao Yu. Everyone in the inner courtyard and even the divine specter domain was paying attention to the great battle in the sky. A battle between saints was very rare. It was rare to see one even once in 1,000 years. "Yan Ji, you're vicious. Do you really plan on destroying this law clone of mine?" An exasperated voice rang out mightily from the sky. Immediately, the terrifying sea of lightning was completely suppressed by the 4 blazing suns. Furthermore, it became more and more compressed. In the end, the sea of lightning was destroyed and Sapphire Shore's voice vanished into the horizon. The blazing light gradually receded, revealing Yan Ji's slender figure. At that moment, Yan Ji was like a god of war. The 4 blazing suns above his head illuminated him with endless light, making him seem like a god that had descended to the mortal world. Everyone stared at the majestic figure as reverence filled their eyes. Everyone recognized the figure. He was the strongest saint of the divine specter domain, the dean of the inner courtyard, Yan Ji. The 3 sons of the divine specter domain were created by Yan Ji, who grasped the laws of light. He brought light and heat to the divine specter domain. Yan Ji waved his right hand, and 3 of the blazing suns flew out, hanging in the sky of the divine specter domain once again. The 4th sun entered Yan Ji's body. As the light receded, Yan Ji was still the ordinary white-robed old man. He slowly took a step forward and landed on Sky Capital Peak. "Senior brother, has Sapphire Shore's law clone been dealt with?" Wen Bai asked anxiously the moment Yan Ji landed. Yan Ji nodded and smiled faintly. "It's been dealt with. However, Sapphire Shore is probably exasperated right now. Condensing a law clone requires a lot of effort." Chapter 1347. 4th Level Emperor Realm Humph. Although our divine nether realm is not as strong as the dragon nether realm, Senior Brother Yan Ji has already broken through to the heavenly saint realm. No matter how bold Sapphire Shore is, he won't dare to attack the divine nether realm. Otherwise, both sides will suffer great losses, Wenbai said coldly. Jiang Xian nodded. Soon after, his gaze landed on the nearby Zhuo Wen, who was still at the profound understanding stage. This kid is not bad. It's rare to be able to enter the profound comprehension realm in the imperial power territory. Yan Ji followed Jiang Xian's gaze and fell on Zhuo Wen. Of course. Don't you know whose direct disciple he is? Xiao Yu said shamelessly. The duration of the profound comprehension realm is not fixed. Why don't we wait and see what kind of cultivation this kid can achieve when he comes out? Yan Ji said. He sat cross-legged in the air and waited quietly. Jiang Xian went by, and Xiao Yu naturally followed Yan Ji's lead. He has entered the profound comprehension realm? Jian Mu slowly landed beside Mu Qinxue. He stared at the young man in the air with a complicated expression. Of course, Jian Mu was more shocked that Zhuo Wen had killed the 7th Azure Dragon Envoy when he was only a 3rd-level emperor. His strength was beyond his expectations. With Jian Mu's current strength, killing the 7th Azure Dragon Envoy wouldn't be a problem. However, Zhuo Wen was only at the 3rd level of the Martial Emperor realm. How could Jian Mu not be surprised when he killed the 7th Azure Dragon Envoy, who was at the 8th level of the Martial Emperor realm? Mu Qinxue's lips curled into a mesmerizing smile. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the figure. Old man Tiandu's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of surprise. He had already noticed Zhuo Wen back then, but because Zhuo Wen had just entered the inner court not long ago, he had not taken him as a personal disciple. Later on, Xiao Yu beat him to it, so he gave up on the idea of taking Zhuo Wen as his personal disciple. But today, after seeing the strength that Zhuo Wen displayed, he slightly regretted not taking Zhuo Wen in earlier. At the same time, many disciples from the sky capital peak also lifted their heads to look at Zhuo Wen. Waves of discussions resounded from the crowd. Clearly, it was likely that Zhuo Wen's name would spread throughout the entire inner academy today. After all, the 3 saints of the inner courtyard had come out because of Zhuo Wen, and the hall master of the Blue Dragon Hall, Sapphire Shore, seemed to have come because of him as well. Ultimately, the cause of such a huge commotion today was all because of Zhuo Wen. Therefore, it would be difficult for Zhuo Wen not to become famous. In the dark hall of the Blue Dragon Hall in the Dragon Wasteland, a stalwart figure sat on the throne in the hall. He groaned as a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Bang! The person slammed his palm on the armrest of the throne. Terrifying power spread, and the rock armrest on his right hand was covered in cracks. You've gone too far. Yan Ji, don't let me meet you again. You destroyed my law clone. If you fall into my hands, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. This person was naturally the hall master of the Blue Dragon Hall, Sapphire Shore. Originally, he had sent his law clone this time to have an additional layer of protection. Normally speaking, those 3 old fellows of the inner court would probably not refuse him if he stood out and asked for a disciple. But it just so happened that all 3 of them had actually stood out for Zhuo Wen, and this was truly slightly strange. Moreover, what Sapphire Shore was afraid of was that Yan Ji had also broken through to the Heavenly Saint realm, becoming the 2nd Heavenly Saint powerhouse in the 9 Netherworld realm. This made Sapphire Shore feel a little troubled. Of course, what Sapphire Shore did not know was that the main reason why Yan Ji and the other 2 were so protective of Zhuo Wen was because Zhuo Wen could cause the Void Stone Steel to move. In other words, this boy had a very high chance of successfully cultivating the Void Immortal Scripture. If Sapphire Shore knew about this, he would probably kill Zhuo Wen even if he had to pay a huge price. Back then, a peerless genius named Yuan Ji had appeared in the Divine Academy. Because he cultivated the Void Immortal Scripture, he had turned the Dragon Wasteland upside down. At that time, Yuan Ji's cultivation was only at the initial stage of the Profound Saint realm, but his battle prowess was not inferior to Sapphire Shore's, who was at the Heavenly Saint realm. Furthermore, by relying on his proficiency in the laws of the Void, he could enter the Void at any time and travel tens of thousands of meters in an instant. Even though Yuan Ji had come to the dragon wasteland alone, Sapphire Shore was unable to take him down. This caused Sapphire Shore to be somewhat traumatized by Yuan Ji even now. Fortunately, Yuan Ji's temperament was rather carefree. After causing trouble in the dragon wasteland for a while, he felt that the 9 Netherworld realm was no longer interesting and went on an adventure midway. Even now, it was unknown whether he was still alive or not. Hall Master, from the looks of it, you didn't get any good results in the divine specter realm this time. A cold voice came from the depths of the hall. Shortly after, a strange figure surrounded by black gas walked over step by step. It was so silent that not even the sound of footsteps could be heard. Sapphire Shore narrowed his eyes and stared at the figure. He said indifferently, Yen Ji of the divine specter realm has broken through to the heavenly saint realm. I wonder when you will be able to reach that realm. Skyworm sneered. As long as I have enough flesh and blood energy, my cultivation will naturally advance by leaps and bounds. Right now, I have just recovered to the Emperor realm. Next, you will need to provide me with the flesh and blood energy of Emperor realm martial artists. Sapphire Shore slowly narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at the figure in front of him. He said, Do you think that the Emperor realm is cabbage? Sapphire Shore's expression was extremely ugly. This Skyworm's appetite was huge. Previously, he had devoured thousands of heavenly venerables before barely reaching the Emperor realm. If this Skyworm wanted to continue advancing in the Emperor realm, he would probably need quite a lot of Emperor realm martial artists. Sapphire Shore did not care about heavenly venerables, but Emperor realm martial artists were very important to him. Furthermore, it was uncertain how many Emperor realm martial artists Skyworm would need. If he needed several thousand, he really would not be willing to take them out. After all, if he lost so many Emperor realm martial artists, it would be a huge blow to the Dragon Spectre realm. Say, Hall Master, have you forgotten about our cooperation? If I have enough flesh and blood energy, becoming a heavenly saint is only a matter of time. At that time, if we work together, won't we be able to dominate the 9 Spectres' realm? Skyworm narrowed his eyes. His voice was filled with bewitchment. Sapphire Shore smiled coldly. Of course, I know that. However, your appetite is like a bottomless pit. I'm afraid that the entire Dragon Spectre realm won't be enough for you to devour. However, Skyworm smiled. He said, Blue Dragon Hall Master, I only want the flesh and blood energy of Emperor realm martial artists. I don't necessarily need Emperor realm martial artists from your Dragon Spectre realm. Could it be that the other Spectres' realms won't do? Sapphire Shore's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, You're right. I've walked into a dead end. There are many Emperor realm martial artists in the divine Spectre realm. There are other Spectres' realms that are not bad. Going to other Spectres' realms is very dangerous. You should send someone to protect me. Skyworm laughed strangely. Qing Longzi, why don't you accompany Skyworm to other Spectres' realms? Also, pay attention to your whereabouts. Don't expose yourself, and don't get close to the main forces of the Spectres' realms. You just need to move around, the Hall Master suddenly called behind him. A slender figure slowly walked out. It was Qing Longzi. Even though Qing Longzi did not deliberately release the power of laws, his aura was still extremely heavy and terrifying. Yes, Hall Master. Blue Dragon Hall Master was expressionless. He cupped his hands slightly and stared indifferently at Skyworm before him. With this kid here, I'm relieved. As long as the saints of the Spectre's realm don't move, I think the 2 of us should be able to escape. Skyworm laughed strangely. Sapphire Shore nodded and continued, In that case, be careful. Don't cause too much of a commotion. My law clone was destroyed by that bastard Yenji. Otherwise, I could have gone with you. No wonder you're in such a bad mood. It turns out that your law clone was destroyed. Don't worry. When my cultivation is strong enough, I'll avenge you. Skyworm's eyes twinkled. We'll talk about this later. You guys go first. Be careful. Sapphire Shore waved his hand. Clearly, He did not want to waste too much time talking about this. Qing Longzi obeyed and left the hall with Skyworm. 3 days. During these 3 days, Zhuowen had been in the profound, understanding state. The power of the laws of heaven and earth poured into his body, absorbing the yuan qi around him with an earth-shattering momentum. Around Zhuowen's body, a primordial qi hurricane was formed. His robes fluttered in the wind. Boom! A muffled sound rang out. Immediately, Zhuowen's aura was much stronger than before. It was like a river before, but now it was like an ocean. He broke through. Yanji slowly opened his eyes and stared at the young man floating in the air. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Zhuowen was originally a 3rd-level Great Emperor. Now that he had broken through to the 4th-level Great Emperor realm, he had officially entered the ranks of the middle-level Great Emperor realm. His strength would definitely be much stronger than before. As Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes, a blazing light was emitted from them. Soon after, he felt that his entire body was filled with surging energy. This energy was much stronger than before. Kid, you've entered the profound understanding state and used it to break through to the 4th-level Great Emperor realm. Xiao Hei's voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind. I see. Zhuowen also recalled what happened 3 days ago. He should have entered the profound, comprehending realm at the moment of life and death under the fatal attack of the 6th Azure Dragon Envoy. However, what happened next? He was completely clueless as to what was going on. However, at this moment, Xiao Hei was narrating the events of that day in his mind. A battle between saints, Senior Yen Ji, and the master of the Blue Dragon Hall, Sapphire Shore, had a great battle? Zhuowen's eyes widened. It was a pity that he had not been able to witness such a great battle. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After Zhuowen woke up, several figures flew over. Yen Ji, Jiang Xian, Wenbai, Xiaoyu, Mu Qinxue, Jianmu, and Old Man Tindu. Haha, as expected of my direct disciple. Amazing, amazing. You have the same demeanor as I did back then. Xiao Yu patted Zhuowen's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Immediately he turned to the crowd and said, This is my disciple. Do you see him? Chapter 1348. Choosing a main peak. While Xiao Yu was praising Zhuowen, Old Man Tiandu came to Zhuowen and said with a smile, Zhuowen, my Tiandu peak is the strongest peak of the 9 peaks, and the strongest cultivation method of Tiandu peak is the heavenly ask ancient scripture. And Ao Yuan peak is the weakest peak. Although the void immortal scripture is strong, it's not easy for ordinary people to comprehend it. Even Ao Yuan peak's peak, Lord, hasn't comprehended it. Also, Ao Yuan peak often has core disciples transferred to other peaks. I think you're a smart person. Moreover, Ao Yuan peak requires both spiritual power and spiritual power. Even if you cultivate spiritual power, your cultivation won't be too deep. It's not worth it to waste energy on 2 aspects. It's better to cultivate the heavenly inquiring ancient scripture in my sky capital peak. Its requirements are much lower than the void immortal scripture. Speaking until here, Old Man Tian put his hands behind his back and smiled with an expression of victory in his hands. Xiao Yu's face suddenly turned green. He jumped up and pointed at Old Man Tiandu and said, Bullshit, Old Man Tiandu, do you have any shame? Zhuowen is a disciple of Ao Yuan Peak. How dare you openly snatch him? Do you have any shame? Xiao Yu came to Zhuowen's side and said in a low voice, Zhuowen, their Tiandu Peak's heavenly ask ancient scripture is much weaker than the void immortal scripture. Moreover, Tiandu Peak has 4 direct disciples. This old man will definitely lose sight of one, and it won't be good for your development. Ao Yuan Peak has few disciples. When the time comes, they will cultivate you with all their strength. Moreover, don't you want to cultivate the void immortal scripture? It contains the laws of the void. Who knows how many times stronger than that bullshit heavenly ask ancient scripture? Moreover, I can help you become an arcane heavenly master in a short time. Don't worry, Don't be deceived by old man Tian Du. Xiao Yu's words were belittling Tian Du Peak's heavenly ask ancient scripture. Old man Tian Du's face stiffened. Xiao Yu, are you itching for a beating? I haven't beaten you for many years, and you're jumping around like this. Old man Tian Du said coldly. Come, I'm not afraid. Xiao Yu sneered. Okay, you two stop arguing. I have something to ask Zhuowen. Yan Ji, Old Man Tian Du, and Old Man Tian Du Peak's immortal scripture. Yan Zhu was, Zhuowen, can you show immortal Tao immortal scripture? Immortal, immortal heavens immortal. 10 immortal heavens, immortal celestial, and disappeared immortal immortals, immortal heavenly immortal you, immortal was heavenly immortal heavens. Immortal immortal have immortal. When Zhuowen reappeared, he was already dozens of meters away. You have just joined the mysterious Yuan Peak. It is extremely rare for you to be able to master the immortal path technique so skillfully. However, you seem to have used the void force for defense and attack before. Can you demonstrate it again? Yanji nodded and suddenly asked with blazing eyes. Zhuowen was startled, then nodded. When I was comprehending immortal Tao, immortal scripture, I found that the power of the void was only used for escape. I just suddenly wondered if the power of the void could be used for attack. So I tried it, but the attack method was not perfect. As he spoke, Zhuowen's celestial power gushed out and connected to the void. Instantly, the void within a radius of several zhang around him shattered. The shattering power was very strong, and anything within that range would probably be shattered into pieces. This method could be used for both attack and defense, but it had a certain limitation. It could only be used within one's own range. If it was far away, it couldn't attack at all. I see. Yan Ji showed a look of understanding. Xiao Yu and Old Man Tian do both want you to be their personal disciple. Which peak do you want to join? Old Man Tian Du and Xiao Yu both showed a look of anticipation. Zhuowen glanced at the two and chose Xiao Yu without hesitation. He was much more interested in the void immortal scripture than the heavenly ask ancient scripture. After all, Xiao Yu had bragged to him about Ao Yuan Peak. Yuan Ji was the only one who had successfully cultivated the void immortal scripture. Back then, even the Lord of Blue Dragon Hall, Sapphire Shore, couldn't do anything to Yuan Ji. From Xiao Hei's description, Zhuowen knew that the Lord of Blue Dragon Hall, Sapphire Shore, was the strongest saint in the 9 netherworld realm. His cultivation had reached the Heaven Saint realm. If Sapphire Shore came in person, even Yan Ji would find it difficult to stop him. However, Sapphire Shore couldn't do anything to Yuan Ji. It could be seen that the former knew how to escape, and the void immortal scripture was also extremely magical. Zhuowen looked calm and said, I choose Ao Yuan Peak. I think Ao Yuan Peak is more suitable for me. Haha, not bad. As expected of my good disciple. Choosing Ao Yuan Peak is definitely the best choice in your life. Xiao Yu laughed heartily. Old Man Tiandu was slightly disappointed, but he quickly regained his composure. He had already expected this. After all, Zhuowen had taken the initiative to join Ao Yuan Peak. This boy should have come for the void immortal scripture. When he found that he couldn't cultivate the void immortal scripture, he should choose to leave Ao Yuan Peak. At that time, it would be the same to invite this boy to Tian Du Peak. However, he was still a little unwilling and tried to ask, Zhuowen, spiritual power is more difficult to cultivate than origin power. Although you have mastered the immortal Tao technique, you will have to cultivate origin power and spiritual power at the same time in the future. At that time, your cultivation speed will be slower than others. Moreover, Xiao Yu is only a grand heavenly arcanist. He is not an arcana saint master. How can he help you reach the arcana heavenly master level in a short time? This old man is bluffing. When Xiao Yu heard this, he immediately blew his beard and glared. Just as he was about to speak, Zhuowen took a step forward and smiled confidently I don't need Master Xiaoyu to help me. I am already an Arcana Heavenly Master. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at Zhuowen strangely, their eyes full of doubt and disbelief. How old was Zhuowen? At this age, it was already a genius for his spiritual power to reach the 6th level. It was impossible for him to be an Arcana Heavenly Master. Zhuowen, I am very pleased that you have joined AO Yuan Peak, but you can't brag. It won't be good if your bragging is exposed. Xiaoyu came to his senses and winked at Zhuowen. However, Zhuowen completely ignored Xiaoyu. The mental energy in his Naiwen palace surged out and formed an extremely violent mental energy storm around him. The mental energy was like the might of the heavens as it spread out. It was extremely terrifying. Xiaoyu, who was winking at him, suddenly stiffened. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Elder Tiandu was also stunned and fell into silence. Mu Qinshue's beautiful eyes curved into crescents, blooming with a sweet smile. Zhuowen had told her long ago that Zhuowen was an Arcana Heavenly Master, so she was not very surprised. Even the Yanji elder's hands trembled, revealing a dumbfounded expression. Of course, this expression of the 3 elders was only fleeting, and they soon recovered their calmness. You are really an Arcana Heavenly Master. Although you are in the small heavenly realm, you are still so young. I suddenly realized that I have lived for nearly 100 years in vain. Xiaoyu knelt down again. His mood was extremely complicated at this moment. He didn't expect that the personal disciple he casually accepted because of a transaction would have such a terrifying talent. Your martial Dao talent is so strong, but even your spiritual power talent is so abnormal. How can you let others live? Master Xiaoyu, I am not bragging. I am just stating the facts. Zhuowen stared at Xiaoyu and said seriously. Looking at Zhuowen's serious expression, Xiaoyu only felt a headache. Why did he feel that Zhuowen's expression at this moment was filled with ridicule? It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. He, 4th Heavenly Emperor Realm and an Arcana Heavenly Master. Zhuowen joining Mysterious Origin Peak is indeed the best choice. Tiandu, don't compete with Xiaoyu. Yanji laughed. Elder Tiandu's mouth revealed a trace of bitterness. He nodded and said, Don't worry, Martial Uncle. Tiandu is also a reasonable person. I will not compete with you again. While Elder Tiandu and Xiaoyu were enthusiastically trying to recruit Zhuowen, Xianzhong's face was slightly ugly. He was preparing to leave Sky Capital Peak, not daring to stay here for long. Speaking of which, the 6th and 7th Azure Dragon emissaries were brought here by him. If Yan Ji pursued this matter, it would be too late for regrets. Therefore, it was better to leave first. Xiao Yu's eyes were sharp. Naturally, he saw Xianzhong preparing to leave. He hurriedly said, Xianzhong, why are you leaving? Is it because you have a guilty conscience? Xianzhong's figure stiffened. He immediately turned around and said coldly, Xiaoyu, don't talk nonsense. I have something important to do in Mysterious Origin Peak, so I need to go back to deal with it. Something important to do in Mysterious Origin Peak? I think you have a guilty conscience. You were the one who brought the 6th and 7th Azure Dragon emissaries here, right? Now that the matter is over, you, the initiator, are planning to leave just like that. Xiaoyu mocked and ridiculed. Xianzhong narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Xiaoyu, you'd better not slander others. Slander others? Xianzhong, there are so many people here. Do I still need to slander others? Do you want me to find someone to discuss whether I am slandering others? Xiaoyu said indifferently. Humph. I was muddle-headed for a moment. Martial Uncle Win Bai told me to go back to Mysterious Origin Peak and reflect on my mistakes. I can't leave the mountain for half a year. I plan to go back now. Xianzhong coldly snorted. At this moment, Zhuowen came to Xiaoyu's side and coldly stared at Xianzhong. Xianzhong had planned to kill him before. How could Zhuan let Xianzhong leave just like that? Martial, Granduncle Yanji. Not only did Martial Uncle Xianzhong bring the 6th and 7th Azure Dragon emissaries to capture me, he even tried to kill me. If it wasn't for Master Xiao Yu's arrival, I would already be a corpse. Zhuan's voice was very cold. This caused Yan Ji to narrow his eyes and say, Xianzhong, is that true? Chapter 1349. Mysterious Underworld. Orb distorting the truth? Xianzhong, has your heart been eaten by a dog? You even used the power of the Saint Rune Law, which, cultivator below the level of an invincible sovereign, lord, could withstand your attack. Xiao Yu cursed. Xianzhong, I was there too. Don't deny it, Wenbai said indifferently. Xianzhong's face was slightly pale as he said in a deep voice, I was possessed. I will return to the mysterious underworld, peak, to reflect on my mistakes. Since Wenbai had spoken, Xianzhong knew that it was useless for him to quibble. After all, Wenbai was someone who stood at the top of the inner courtyard. Martial Uncle Xianzhong, can't you show some sincerity in your apology? Because of you, my defensive emperor artifact, the divine thorned armor, was shattered. I don't have anything to protect my life now, Zhuan suddenly said. You want to ask me for a defensive emperor artifact? Who do you think you are? Xianzhong glared at Zhuan and said in an extremely unfriendly manner, Xianzhong, since you were in the wrong first, you should compensate Zhuan for his loss. I remember that your mysterious underworld peak has a defensive treasure called the Mysterious Underworld Orb. Although it's not an emperor artifact, its defensive power is extremely strong. Take it out and compensate Zhuan, Yan Ji suddenly said indifferently. Xianzhong's face turned extremely ugly. The Mysterious Underworld Orb was one of the top 3 treasures in their Mysterious Underworld Peak. It was an orb that he had refined using the Mysterious Underworld Law. Xianzhong originally planned to give the orb to his direct disciple, Xianqi, when he reached the 9th level sovereign realm so that he could feel the mysterious underworld law in the orb. Not only could the mysterious underworld orb protect its owner, but its owner could also use the mysterious underworld law in the orb to attack to a certain extent. Although it couldn't be compared to Xianzhong himself, ordinary 9th level sovereigns would find it difficult to injure the owner of the mysterious underworld orb. Martial Uncle Yanji, I was planning to give the mysterious underworld orb to Xianqi this. Xianzhong said hesitantly, Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and take it out. Since you were in the wrong, you should show some sincerity, Xiao Yu said impatiently. Although Yan Ji did not say anything, his sharp gaze landed on Xianzhong, causing the latter's face to stiffen. This is the mysterious underworld orb. I will take it. In the end, Xianzhong still took out the mysterious underworld pearl. After tossing it to Zhuan, he left Capital Sky Peak without looking back. Zhuan extended his hand to receive the mysterious underworld orb. The moment he touched it, he felt a bone-chilling chill spread across his palm. This chill even contained traces of black qi. Underworld Law, Xian Underworld Law, Xian Underworld Law, Xian Underworld Xian Exuan Xian, Zhuan. This mysterious underworld orb is more powerful than an ordinary high-level emperor weapon. Even a 9th level emperor realm expert would find it difficult to break the defense of this mysterious underworld orb. Take good care of it. It may be of great use in the future, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Zhuan nodded. Then he came to Mu Qinshua's side. He reached out his right hand to hold the latter's white hand and placed the mysterious underworld orb in her palm. He smiled and said, Qinshue, this is for you. I feel that you need this mysterious underworld orb more than I do. The cold poison in Mu Qinshua's body had not been completely expelled. She could not display her full strength. In such a state, Mu Qinshuo needed a strong layer of protection. Xiao Yu, Yan Ji, and the rest were surprised. They did not expect that Zhuowen would give something as important as the mysterious underworld orb to Mu Chinchua. He was really bold. Mu Chinchua was also stunned. She pushed the mysterious underworld orb to Zhuowen and said, "I already have a protective treasure on me. The mysterious underworld orb is superfluous to me. Zhuowen, take it." However, Zhuowen shook his head firmly. He said in a deep voice, "It's not enough. An additional protective treasure is an additional layer of protection. You're my woman. Although I can't give you the best, I can give you the best that I can obtain. This is my sincerity. You have to accept it." Mu Chinchua opened her mouth. However, when she saw the determination in the young man's eyes, she sighed and kept the mysterious underworld orb. Soon after, she retrieved a golden feather from her bosom and handed it to Zhuowen. "You said it yourself. An extra protective treasure is an extra layer of protection. You are my man. Although I can't give you the best, I can give you the best I can get. This is my sincerity, and you must accept it." As she spoke, a trace of craftiness appeared in Mu Chinchua's beautiful eyes. A gentle smile blossomed on her cherry-red lips. Zhuowen was stunned. Then he broke out into laughter and accepted the golden feather from Mu Chinchua. This scene made many people secretly envious. Regardless of whether it was the mysterious underworld orb or the golden feather, they were both extraordinary items. Ordinary people would not even consider giving them to others, even if that person was their lover. After all, everyone had their own selfish motives. However, Zhuowen and Mu Chinchua were so honest with each other. Their actions of being considerate of each other touched the hearts of many people. Even Jian Mu, who was silently watching from the back, was stunned. He suddenly felt that the young man and woman before him were so compatible. After regaining his senses, Jian Mu laughed at himself. He slowly retreated and left the square. However, Jian Mu did not go far before a palm landed on his right shoulder. "Eldest senior brother." Jian Mu turned his head and looked at the lazy young man in front of him as he exclaimed in shock. The lazy young man crossed his arms and sized Jian Mu up. He said, "Your dream lover is now whispering sweet nothings to another boy. Why don't you fight for her and snatch Mu Chinchua back?" Jian Mu smiled bitterly and said, "Her heart is not with me at all. What's the use of snatching her back? Besides, I also feel that Zhuowen is not bad. I'm just an extra person." The lazy young man rubbed his chin and yawned. He said, "You seem to have gotten over it. Do you want to consider the suggestion I gave you before? The law of emotionlessness." Jian Mu's gaze froze as he said, You should be able to make up your mind to cultivate this law now, right? This law is very suitable for a sword cultivator like you. The sword is emotionless. Cultivating the law of emotionlessness will only make your sword sharper and stronger," the lazy young man said indifferently. Jian Mu's eyes flickered as he nodded and said, "Eldest senior brother, I accept your suggestion. Perhaps I should really cultivate the law of emotionlessness." As he spoke, Jian Mu finally looked at the beautiful woman who was holding hands with Zhuowen. He sighed softly and left the square. His back was filled with loneliness. A person with emotions who cultivates the law of emotionlessness may be able to release an extremely powerful force. I wonder what kind of achievements Jian Mu will achieve in the end. The lazy young man yawned again and left the place. "Zhuowen, come back to mysterious Yuan Peak with me. There are some things that we need to verify," Xiaoyu suddenly said. "What things?" Zhuowen asked in surprise. "You'll know when you get there," Xiaoyu said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. After bidding farewell to Mu Chinchua, he left with Xiaoyu. To Zhuowen's surprise, Yan Ji, Jiang Xian, and Wenbai also followed them to mysterious Yuan Peak. In the courtyard of the wooden house on the central platform of the top floor of mysterious Yuan Peak, Lu Qing paced back and forth with a hint of panic in her beautiful eyes. She naturally saw the commotion in the inner court and the battle between the saints clearly. She did not know what had happened at Sky Capital Peak. As Jiang Xian and Wenbai had sealed off the entire inner court, Lu Qing had intended to leave mysterious Yuan Peak and go to Sky Capital Peak. However, she did not succeed. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 5 figures descended from the sky and landed in front of Lu Qing. Master, Zhuowen, martial uncles Jiang Xian, Yan Ji, and Wenbai. Lu Qing asked in surprise. Xiao Yu nodded at Lu Qing and hurried to the void stone tablet with Zhuowen. He said, Zhuowen tried to cultivate the immortal path technique in front of the void stone tablet. Yan Ji and the other 2 followed closely behind Xiao Yu and stared at Zhuowen with anticipation. Zhuowen felt goosebumps rising all over his body when he felt the burning gazes of the 4 people. Although Zhuowen felt that the actions of the 4 people were rather strange, he still did as he was told. He first glanced at the void stone tablet in front of him. He knew that the void immortal scripture should be hidden inside. Then, Zhuowen sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate the immortal path technique silently. His consciousness sank into the scroll that recorded the immortal path technique, and he fell into a state of selflessness. Rumble. The moment Zhuowen's consciousness sank into the scroll, Xiao Yu and the other 3 were shocked to find that the motionless void stone tablet began to shake more and more violently. It even spread to the entire mysterious Yuan Peak. The strange movement of the void stone tablet was indeed caused by this kid. Yan Ji was stunned at first, but then he revealed a joyful expression. Xiao Yu and the other 2 were naturally overjoyed. As for Lu Qing, who was standing by the side, her beautiful eyes stared in shock at the constantly shaking void stone tablet. She covered her cherry lips with her jade-like hand and was unable to speak for a long time. Although she had previously guessed that the strange movement of the void stone tablet had something to do with Zhuowen, she had forgotten about it when she recalled that Zhuowen had just joined mysterious Yuan Peak. Only now did she realize that she was completely wrong. After a while, the strange movement of the void stone tablet stopped. Zhuowen also slowly opened his eyes and saw Yan Ji and the other 3 staring at him. The 4 of them looked as if they were looking at a naked beauty, which made Zhuowen feel a chill in his heart. The 4 of you, why are you staring at me like that? Zhuowen asked worriedly. Chapter 1350. Tai Sha Dragon. Zhuowen nodded. He didn't try to hide it. His goal was indeed the Void Immortal Sutra. If that's the case, you should come here more often. If you can successfully cultivate the Void Immortal Sutra, you'll be able to fully grasp the law of the void, Yan Ji said with a smile. Zhuowen was stunned. He asked curiously, Isn't the power of the law something that only high-level great emperors can begin to comprehend? I'm only a 4th-level great emperor now. There's still a gap between me and high-level great emperor. Can I cultivate it successfully? That's just a common saying. Although you're only a 4th-level great emperor, you're already a high-level great emperor. You can still comprehend the power of the law. After all, there are still geniuses in this world, Yan Ji said. Right. Zhuowen, you have to work hard. If you can successfully cultivate the Void Immortal Scripture, I'll directly remove that trash Xiao Yu's position as the Peak Master and give it to you. How about that? Wenbai interrupted. Xiao Yu flew into a rage. Although he wasn't as strong as Wenbai, he still wanted to fight Wenbai. Of course. The result was that Xiao Yu was beaten to the ground. Martial Uncle Yan Ji, I heard that AO Yuan Peak's Yuan Ji succeeded in cultivating the Void Immortal Sutra. How long did he take? Zhuowen asked curiously. If I remember correctly, that guy took more than 10 years. He's much stronger than us old guys who have been cultivating for hundreds or thousands of years. Moreover, Yuan Ji is extremely afraid of trouble. He directly gave the position of AO Yuan Peak's Peak Master to Xiao Yu. Look at what he's done to AO Yuan Peak now. Wenbai had just finished torturing Xiao Yu when he arrived in front of Zhuowen. Yan Ji nodded. He stared at Zhuowen with bright eyes and said, "You're the second disciple in the inner yard who can cause the void stone tablet to move. Perhaps you can be like Yuan Ji and successfully comprehend the Void Immortal Sutra. Of course, we'll train you well while you're comprehending the Void Immortal Sutra. Although Ao Yuan Peak is the weakest of the 9 peaks, the resources we'll give you won't be less than the other peaks. In fact, we'll give you more." Zhuowen was stunned. He finally knew that the reason why the Yenji 3 elders were willing to fall out with Sapphire Shore was for a mere disciple to him, was because of the Void Immortal Sutra. After all, the strength that Yuan Ji displayed after cultivating the Void Immortal Scripture was obvious to all. Therefore, if another peerless figure like Yuan Ji appeared in the inner yard, the divine nether realm might directly surpass the dragon nether realm and become the #1 great nether realm in the 9 netherworld realm. What if I'm unable to comprehend the Void Immortal Sutra in the end? Zhuowen suddenly asked calmly. He wasn't someone who belittled himself. The Void Immortal Sutra had stumped countless geniuses in the inner yard. Although Zhuowen was talented, he wasn't very confident. That was why he raised this question. It's okay if you can't comprehend it. After all, you've tried your best. We'll do our best to train you because your strength and talent are the best. Yenji smiled. Hearing this, Zhuowen's heart warmed. Yenji and the other 2 elders were quite generous. Perhaps it was as Yenji had said. He really did treat excellent God's Academy as his home and the disciples of the Academy as his family. After discussing with Yenji and the others, Zhuowen left. The Void Immortal Sutra in the Void Stone tablet wasn't something that could be comprehended in a day. It required a gradual process. After returning to the residential area, Zhuowen found Dushan in the courtyard. His moves were very strange and unnatural. Zhuowen also found that Dushan's moves were somewhat familiar. As he neared, Dushan also discovered Zhuowen. Zhuowen was stunned to discover that Dushan was like a rat crossing the street. He suddenly scurried into the bamboo house and directly closed the door after entering the room. What is this guy doing? Zhuowen was startled. Soon after, he shook his head and laughed involuntarily. He ignored Dushan's strange actions as he opened his door and entered his room. He had just advanced to the 4th layer Emperor Realm. He needed to consolidate his cultivation. When Dushan saw Zhuowen entering the room as if nothing had happened, he let out a sigh of relief and muttered, "Could it be that Zhuowen saw my moves just now? If he said that I stole his moves, would he blame me? Wait. Why did Zhuowen his aura become stronger again? He has reached the 4th layer Emperor Realm." Dushan, who was peeking, realized that Zhuowen his aura had become even stronger. Isn't this too fast? Dushan was stunned. He remembered that Zhuowen had just broken through to the 3rd layer Emperor Realm. Now, he had broken through to the 4th layer Emperor Realm. This speed was too exaggerated. It must be the effect of the strange moves that Zhuowen his Majesty Realm. I must remember it and practice it every day. Perhaps my progress will be similar to Zhuowen's. Dushan's eyes were filled with determination. He began to practice the moves that Zhuowen his Majesty Realm had casually shown him. In the room, Zhuowen his Majesty Realm sat cross-legged on a praying mat. After setting up a concealment array, he summoned Xiaohei and said expectantly, "Xiaohei, I have broken through to the mid-level Emperor Realm. I should be able to learn the 2nd dragon skill now, right?" At the same time, Zhuowen his Majesty Realm summoned the Fushi Cauldron. Cheng Huang, the fox, was lying lazily on the divine turtle's back with its legs crossed. Xiaohei nodded. "Now, I will teach you the 2nd dragon skill. First, use the dragon seal in your hand." Zhuowen extended his right hand when he heard this. The dragon seal in his palm rushed out with a swoosh sound under Xiaohei's command and floated in front of Xiaohei. Xiaohei's expression was solemn. With a wave of its little paw, strands of black energy flew out and entered the dragon seal. After about 10 breaths, Xiao He returned the dragon seal to Zhuowen, his majesty realm, and said, I have engraved the second dragon skill into the dragon seal. Place your palm on your forehead and you will be able to receive the information of the second dragon skill. When the time comes, just follow the information inside and learn it. This dragon skill is much more domineering than the heavenly dragon seal. Use it carefully in the future. Zhuowen, his gaze fell on Cheng Huang as he said in a deep voice, Senior Cheng Huang, what was that giant hand that the Fuxi cauldron released on Sky, Capital Peak? It was so powerful. Cheng Huang was stunned and its eyes flickered. That was a true body that Master left in the cauldron. Because the jade cauldron was too damaged, it couldn't unleash its full power. But after I repaired it, it can still be used. Unfortunately, the energy of an 8 heavenly monarch realm cultivator's nascent soul is too little. It can only manifest one arm of the true body. You can find more energy in this aspect in the future so that you can unleash the true power of the Fuxi cauldron. As it finished, Zhuowen, his eyes twitched. A mere arm was able to kill an 8 heavenly monarch realm 7th azure dragon envoy in an instant. This Fuxi true body was indeed terrifying. Furthermore, Zhuowen, his curiosity was piqued. If the Fuxi cauldron was this powerful, what cultivation level was Fuxi in the past? Only the nascent soul? Asked Zhuowen, his surprise. Not necessarily. It's fine as long as it's energy. For example, supreme grade spirit stones. But the energy consumption is huge. It's not as practical as a nascent soul. Cheng Huang pouted, causing Zhuowen his eyes to roll. This guy really knows how to talk. How could an 8 heavenly monarch realm cultivator's nascent soul be so easy to obtain? Moreover, from Cheng Huang's tone, an 8 heavenly monarch realm nascent soul was far from enough. Actually, your own Yuan Qi can also unleash the Fuxi cauldron's true body's energy. But I'm afraid the consumption is not something you can bear. Once you've become a saint, you'll probably be able to fully unleash the Fuxi true body, said Cheng Huang calmly. Zhuowen, his true body, took a deep breath and shook his head with a bitter smile. The saint realm was still quite far away from him. Xiao He made it sound so easy. With a sigh, Zhuowen, his gaze landed on the dragon seal. Then he placed his right palm between his eyebrows and a stream of information appeared in his mind. Supreme Slaughter Dragon Seal. Zhuowen, his true body, murmured. The second dragon skill that Xiao He taught him was called the Supreme Slaughter Dragon Seal. It was said that the Supreme Slaughter Dragon Seal was refined from the soul and flesh of an extremely powerful slaughter saint dragon in ancient times. The Supreme Slaughter Dragon Seal contained the powerful might of the slaughter saint dragon. Its murderous aura was monstrous and extremely terrifying. Zhuowen, his true body, flipped his right hand and the dragon seal in his palm turned blood red. Muffled dragon roars surged out from the blood-red dragon's roars, containing an extremely terrifying, murderous intent. A cultivator with a weak will would probably be frightened by the dragon's roars filled with murderous intent. Their strength would probably be weakened by a few %. What a tyrannical dragon seal! Why do I feel that there seems to be something extremely powerful hidden within this dragon seal that wants to break out of the seal? Zhuowen's pupil shrank and his right hand began to tremble involuntarily. A blood-red light shot out from his palm. The dim room was flooded by the blood-red light, making it look exceptionally strange. Kid, if you want to use the Supreme Slaughter Dragon Seal, then you have to use powerful strength to suppress the Supreme Slaughter Qi. If you can suppress it, then you can completely master the Supreme Slaughter Dragon Seal. Otherwise, it will be difficult. Xiao He suddenly laughed. Zhuowen almost slapped him when he saw that smirk on his face. I can't do it here. I have to find a more spacious place. With that, Zhuowen, his true body, suddenly stood up, opened the door, and ran out. Fortunately, there were few people on Mysterious Origin Peak. Although Zhuowen, his true body, was filled with blood-red light, no one noticed it. Swoosh! Zhuowen, his true body, remembered that the northern side of Mysterious Origin Peak was an empty wasteland. He also remembered that there was a waterfall there. He knew that it would be the best choice to go there. Zhuo in his true body was very fast. In an instant, he swept to the northern wasteland. At the end of the wasteland, there was a cliff that was a few hundred feet high. A long waterfall hung at the top of the cliff. Chapter 1351. The Unlucky Blood Demon. As soon as he arrived at the wasteland, Zhuo stopped suppressing the power of the dragon seal in his palm. Then a blood-red light shot out, and a clear dragon roar resounded around the wasteland. Then Zhuo felt a heat in his palm. Then the blood-red light that shot out from the dragon seal wriggled like blood and turned into a huge blood dragon. Roar! As soon as the blood dragon was formed, it swooped down. The killing power spread all over its body and enveloped Zhuo. Zhuo was not afraid. The purple lightning wings on his back grew to 10 feet long. Then thunder roared and he disappeared from the spot as if he had teleported. The blood dragon missed its target. Just as it was about to continue its pursuit, Zhuo appeared on the blood dragon's head. He held the tiger head, clear golden spear in his hand and smashed it down. Boom! The blood dragon roared as it was hit by the tiger head, clear golden spear, and fell heavily to the ground. 4-kill formation, come out. At the same time, Zhuo merged a celestial force and drew out the 4-kill formation. The massacre, annihilation, and annihilation formation floated above Zhuo's head. Under Zhuo's control, they were like 4 thick, blood-colored walls, firmly trapping the blood dragon, not allowing it to leave at all. Then I'll play with you. Zhuo licked his lips and his fighting spirit soared. The love seal and wrath seal of the 7 emotions treasured seal were used on him. The sorrow seal landed on the blood dragon and weakened its combat power. Boom! 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 Following this, Zhuo's legs sank as he plummeted from the sky. Gusts of powerful astral winds swept past Zhuo's body, causing wild whistling sounds to ring out. When Zhuo arrived in front of the blood dragon roared and swung its tail, smashing heavily on Zhuo's body. However, Zhuo was prepared. He pointed his right hand and the 4-kill formation blocked in front of him. The blood dragon's tail could not do anything to him. At the same time, the tiger head deep golden spear in Zhuo's hand suddenly shot out. The sound of a tiger's roar could be heard as a huge shadow of a ferocious tiger leaped out from the tip of the spear and pounced towards the blood dragon without any hesitation. Bang, 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 bang. The ferocious tiger and the blood dragon intertwined with each other. Every strike caused the ground to tremble with a dull feeling. Get up! When the blood dragon and tiger head clear and blood, Zhuo came to the blood dragon's tail and hugged the blood dragon's tail head. Head and tiger head studio head clear and tiger head dragon. The blood dragon was caught off guard and howled. However, Zhuo's strength was not to be underestimated. It was still thrown out and slammed heavily on the surface of the 4-kill formation. Waves of strangling force flowed out. Although the blood dragon had rough skin and thick flesh, it was still howling and groaning in pain from the strangling force. Boom! When the blood dragon had just gotten rid of the strangulation force, Zhuo came in front of it again. He swung his spear and smashed it heavily on the blood dragon's body. Then, the blood dragon screamed and crashed heavily on the ground again. Boom! 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 In the 4-kill formation, the battle between Zhuo and the blood dragon was almost one-sided. The blood dragon was badly beaten by Zhuo. However, the blood dragon had thick skin. Although it was riddled with wounds, it was not seriously injured. Roar! The blood dragon roared and finally stopped targeting Zhuo. Instead, it turned into a bloody light and returned to Zhuo's palm, turning into a blood-red dragon seal. Staring at the dragon seal in his palm, Zhuo muttered to himself, This should be a strand of divine consciousness of the great slaughter, Saint Dragon. It was unwilling to be controlled by me, so it came out to resist. Let's test the power of this dragon seal. As he spoke, Zhuowen struck out with his right hand. The great slaughter dragon seal was like a ball of fire spreading out from Zhuowen's palm and enveloping Zhuowen's entire body in an instant. Then Zhuowen's face, hands, and entire body were stained with red marks. A murderous aura burst out from Zhuowen's body. This is the power of the great slaughter dragon seal. Zhuowen stared at the red marks on his hands and body in astonishment. He was speechless. This great slaughter dragon seal is too unconventional. With a soft sigh, Zhuowen slammed his fist on the ground. He was shocked to find that a wave of air, centered on his fist, swept out in all directions. Then the entire Ao Yuan Peak began to tremble violently. In the trembling, there was a faint dragon roar, which was extremely loud and aggressive. My strength has increased by so much? Zhuowen's eyes were filled with disbelief. What kind of great power did one need to be able to shake the entire Ao Yuan Peak with one punch? Of course, his punch had awakened all the disciples on Ao Yuan Peak. Many of them ran out of their rooms, thinking that it was another battle between saints. However, this time, the tremor only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. This made the other disciples on Ao Yuan Peak very suspicious and frightened, for figures stood at the top of the cliff in front of the wasteland. These 4 figures silently stared at Zhuowen on the wasteland. This little guy is not simple. The power of the move just now was terrifying. It could shake the entire Ao Yuan Peak. Xiao Yu clicked his tongue in amazement, looking satisfied. Well, let's not talk about whether this boy can comprehend the void celestial scripture. His strength and talent alone are enough for Ao Yuan Peak to nurture, Yan Ji said indifferently. Xiao Yu was stunned. Then he said, Martial Uncle Yan Ji, didn't you say that you would give more resources to nurture Zhuowen? Our Ao Yuan Peak's resources are not comparable to the other 8 main peaks. We still have to rely on you, hee. Yan Ji's eyes flickered. Don't worry. I will arrange more resources for Ao Yuan Peak while this boy is comprehending the void celestial scripture. I just hope that he won't let me down. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes and said, In other words, if Zhuowen can't comprehend the void celestial scripture in the end, you won't give him more resources. Wen Bai hit Xiao Yu on the head and said, The inner yard is a fair competition. Ao Yuan Peak has become like this under the management of a good-for-nothing like you. What can you do? If Zhuowen can't comprehend the void celestial scripture, we won't put too many resources on this little guy. Hearing this, Xiao Yu pulled a long face. However, he also knew that in this world, if one did not have the corresponding ability, he would not be able to enjoy the corresponding resources. If Zhuowen could comprehend the void celestial scripture, Yan Ji and the other 2 would naturally be willing to nurture him. If he could not comprehend it, they would not do so. After all, the lineal disciples of the other 8 main peaks in the inner yard were extremely powerful and terrifying. They were not much worse than Zhuowen, or even more outstanding. If it were not for the fact that Zhuowen could cause the void stone tablet to move, he would not have attracted the attention of Yan Ji and the other 2. This all depends on Zhuowen himself. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Jiang Xian also echoed. The 4 of them were far stronger than Zhuowen. It was understandable that Zhuowen did not notice them. At this moment, Zhuowen was shocked by the great power that the supreme slaughter dragon seal had given him. The 4 of them watched for a while and then left the wasteland. After all, cultivation was Zhuowen's private matter. It was not appropriate for them to pry too much into it. I should find someone to try it. Having said that, Zhuowen took out the demon-sealing green coffin from his spiritual ring and immediately opened it completely. Suddenly, a terrifying blood qi spurted out. The blood qi wriggled and finally formed a huge blood shadow. It was the blood demon. Ever since the blood demon was severely injured by sky insect, he had been holed up in the demon's ceiling green coffin. In addition, Zhuowen's cultivation had reached the fourth heaven emperor realm. He was not too worried about the blood demon. The blood demon was stunned. He immediately waved his limbs and stared at Zhuowen in surprise. He said, "You let me out again? You have reached the fourth heaven emperor realm?" The blood demon seemed to have discovered something. He looked at Zhuowen in surprise. When he was in the emperor's tomb, he knew that Zhuowen had not reached the emperor realm. Later on, he was severely injured by sky insect. He used the blood escape and re-entered the demon's ceiling green coffin to recuperate. He did not pay attention to the situation outside. Now that he was released again, how could he not be surprised to see that Zhuowen had reached the fourth heaven emperor realm? Zhuowen clenched his fist and chuckled. "Blood demon, how about we exchange blows?" "What did you say?" The blood demon was stunned. He looked at Zhuowen as if he was looking at an idiot. This brat actually said that he wanted to exchange blows with him? Was he joking? Although the blood demon was severely injured because of sky insect, his strength was still comparable to an ordinary seventh heaven emperor realm. Zhuowen was only a fourth heaven emperor realm. How dare he say that he wanted to exchange blows with him? Wasn't he courting death? Hee. Remember what you said. If I accidentally kill you, don't blame me. The blood demon laughed in a strange manner. Soon after, he took a step forward. A huge, fan-like blood palm pressed down from the sky with the intention of crushing Zhuowen's entire body into dust. Zhuowen grinned, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Immediately, the Tai killing dragon seal appeared in his right palm. His body was covered with blood-red seals, and a terrifying aura of Tai killing surged. Then, Zhuowen gently stretched out his right hand. Blood chi surrounded his palm, and he struck out. His small palm was a stark contrast to the blood demon's huge palm. Boom! There was a thunderous sound. Then, the blood demon's smile gradually disappeared. He realized that his right palm had frozen the moment it came into contact with Zhuowen's right palm. A mighty force came from his palm and spread throughout his right arm. Then he involuntarily retreated and sat on the ground. Bang! 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 A dull tremor came from the ground. The blood demon stared blankly at the small figure in front of him, who was as immovable as a mountain. This brat, how can his strength be so terrifying? The blood demon muttered to himself. Blood demon, where are you looking? Again. Chapter 1352. Comprehending the Void Stone Tablet Boom. Boom! Boom! The blood demon was stunned. This was a one-sided battle. Under Zhuowen's mighty power, he had no power to resist at all. On the wasteland, the howls turned into screams, and finally, the screams turned into begging for mercy. Zhuowen clapped his hands and looked at the weak blood demon. He smiled and said, "This sparring partner is not bad. Also, you are free now. I have fulfilled my promise to you. I will not imprison you again." The blood demon was powerless. In his heart, he felt a deep sense of fear towards Zhuowen. Was this still the same young man who had trembled under his might? Back then, at the top of the Yuan-Chi Tower, even his shadow could pinch Zhuowen to death with a finger. But now, after a few years, his real body could not resist at all in the hands of the young man from back then. You are not going to imprison me." When he heard Zhuowen's words, the blood demon was stunned. Soon after, his gaze became extremely complicated. "What? Do you still want to be imprisoned in the demon's ceiling green coffin?" Zhuowen turned his head and said jokingly, "No." The blood demon shook his head. Then he looked around and said, "Where is this?" "The Divine Nether Realm, one of the 9 Nether Realms. Jia Shin Academy's inner courtyard," Zhuowen said indifferently. The blood demon nodded. Soon after, his huge body gradually shrank. In the end, he turned into a young man with blood-red hair and eyes. He wore a blood-red robe and looked exceptionally demonic. I am not from the divine nether realm. You need to take me out, the blood demon said in a deep voice. Looking at the blood demon who had transformed into a human, Zhuowen was stunned at first. Then he nodded and said, "Come with me. I will take you out of the inner courtyard. At that time, I will give you a map. You can follow the map and leave the divine nether realm." After saying that, Zhuowen took out a jade slip and handed it to the blood demon. Then he led the latter out of Mysterious Origin Peak. Outside the mountain gate of the inner courtyard, Zhuowen stared at Blood Demon and said, "You can live in the divine spectre realm, or you can leave the divine spectre realm. It's all up to you." After saying that, Zhuowen simply entered the sect. He didn't say anything more to the Blood Demon. From now on, he would have nothing to do with the Blood Demon. The Blood Demon had a complicated expression as he looked at Zhuowen, who had returned to the inner courtyard. He laughed self-deprecatingly and said, 10,000 years ago, he was injured by the head of the Ryuka family. 10,000 years later, he was actually released by a Ryuka descendant. I really don't know if this is an ill-fated relationship. It's time for me to make a trip back to the Central Plains. I haven't been back for 10,000 years. I wonder if the blood refining residence is still around? If it's still there, those old guys in the blood refining mansion should be able to help me recover. With that, the blood demon took a step forward and turned into an illusory blood-red shadow, disappearing from the place. Zhuowen spent a few days consolidating his cultivation. Then he walked out of his room and headed to the void stone tablet in the central area of Mysterious Origin Peak. Yan, Ji, Jiangxian, and Wenbai were still sitting cross-legged around the void stone tablet. As long as the three elders had time, they would usually stay at Mysterious Origin Peak to comprehend the void immortal scripture in the void stone tablet. "Zhuowen, you're here." Yanji and the other two elders also saw Zhuowen walking over and revealed a smile on their faces. Greetings to the three martial uncles. Zhuowen bowed respectfully. These three old guys were all saints. Zhuowen didn't dare to be rude. Looking at Zhuowen's respectful appearance, Yanji and the other two were satisfied and nodded repeatedly. "Zhuowen, come here. This void stone tablet contains the void immortal scripture. If you want to comprehend the void immortal scripture, you only need to put your mind into the void stone tablet. The principle is similar to the immortal path technique that you comprehend." Wenbai walked forward and enthusiastically pulled Zhuowen to an open space near the void stone tablet. After sitting down, Zhuowen's attention was on the void stone tablet. Only half of the void stone tablet was exposed outside, while the other half was hidden in the illusory space. It was quite strange. "Zhuowen, don't have any distracting thoughts in your mind. Put your mind into the surface of the void stone tablet. Then the void stone tablet will guide your mind into a space where you will see the real void immortal scripture." Yan Ji's loud voice rang out, causing Zhuowen's gaze to become serious. Afterwards, his mind extended into the void stone tablet like a tentacle. The moment his mind touched the void stone tablet, a powerful suction force sucked in Zhuowen's mind. Afterwards, Zhuowen felt his vision darken. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that he was in a boundless void. Zhuowen discovered a tall figure standing in the void. This figure had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He was handsome. However, what surprised Zhuowen was that the middle-aged man's aura was illusory. It was extremely strange. The moment the middle-aged man appeared in the void, Zhuowen discovered that his surroundings had begun to change. It had become a boundless land. Smoke filled the air as the flames of war blazed on the land. The land and sky were both black. The only source of light was the lightning that constantly wreaked havoc in the sky. It was densely packed and emitted a dim blue light. Through the faint lightning, Zhuowen could sense that there was a huge exotic beast several 100,000 feet long on the land below the lightning. It was walking over step by step. The exotic beast was like a human. It stood on two legs, and its entire body was black. Its limbs were covered in sharp claws. Its thick muscles were curvy and gave off a powerful feeling. Furthermore, the exotic beast had two heads. One was a tiger's head, while the other was a wolf's head. It held a bone weapon that was several 100,000 feet long in its hands. Every step it took caused the land to shake violently, as if the end of the world had arrived. Below this huge beast, countless other exotic beasts were swarming over. These exotic beasts were much smaller than this huge beast, but their numbers were enough to make one's scalp go numb. Is he going to deal with all these exotic beasts by himself? Zhuowen stared at all of this quietly. Even he was moved by the formation formed by the countless exotic beasts. As a result, a sliver of worry rose in his heart when he saw the unmoving, middle-aged man standing at the front. The huge beast arrived first. It roared and clenched its right hand. The huge bone weapon in its hand whistled out, creating a violent gust of wind as it smashed towards the middle-aged man. Boom! 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 As the bone weapon swept through the surrounding space, the wind howled wildly. A terrifying storm swept up in a radius of several thousand feet. How terrifying! Zhuowen's eyes narrowed when he saw the terrifying attack from the exotic beast. His heart skipped a beat. The exotic beast's attack had completely surpassed the range of the Emperor realm. Zhuowen knew very well that he would die without a doubt if he faced this attack. Coupled with the countless exotic beasts that were ready to attack, this was a fatal situation. However, the middle-aged man's expression was extremely calm. He took a step forward and directly escaped into the void, causing the huge exotic beast to miss its target. Just when the exotic beast wanted to turn around and search for the middle-aged man, it immediately discovered that an extremely powerful restrictive force had appeared around it. Afterwards, the space where the exotic beast stood shattered. The sound of glass shattering rang out, forming a vacuum in the area. Turn into nothingness with the void. An indifferent voice rang out. Following this, the huge exotic beast shattered like glass and vanished. So powerful! Zhuowen's heart trembled. Although he did not know the exact strength of the exotic beast, the attack from before had left a deep impression on him. The exotic beast was definitely an existence that had surpassed the Emperor realm. However, it had been instantly killed by a single attack from the middle-aged man. Wasn't this middle-aged man a little too terrifying? Roar! Roar! The death of the huge exotic beast did not scare away the countless exotic beasts below. Furious roars rang out one after another, and the exotic beasts all leapt up and shot towards the middle-aged man in an attempt to kill him. The middle-aged man was expressionless as the power of laws revolved around him. Following this, Zhuowen was stunned to discover that the man's right knee was facing the ground, and he suddenly dropped down like 1,000 kilograms. The sound of the air being torn apart rang out. Boom! Just like that, the middle-aged man crashed into the countless beasts as if he didn't care about his life. Soon after, there was an earth-shattering sound. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. With the middle-aged man as the center, the entire space froze. Afterwards, Zhuowen discovered that the space around him had begun to shatter. Not only that, but when he looked over, he saw that the entire space had shattered. A terrifying pressure was transmitted from the shattered space. Subsequently, Zhuowen was stunned to discover that the countless exotic beasts around the middle-aged man had completely disappeared like dust. It was as if they had never appeared. The man patted his body and slowly walked towards the endless thunderbolts in front of him. The law of the void? Is this the true power of the law of the void? Looking at the scene before him, Zhuowen fell into a daze, unable to speak for a long time. He finally understood why Yuanji's strength had become so terrifying after comprehending the void immortal scripture. It was mainly because the law of the void was too abnormal. Zhuowen had seen Saint Rune laws before. For example, Xianzhong's law of mysterious underworld, Xiaoyu's law of fire, Yanji's law of light, and the Blue Dragon Hall master Sapphire Shore's law of lightning. However, compared to the law of the void, there was a certain gap between these four laws. It was no wonder that the law of the void was ranked among the top laws, and its power was so terrifying. Thinking of this, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with passion. He had a hunch that if he could comprehend the law of the void, although his strength might not be comparable to an invincible Emperor Lord, his ability to escape would definitely be top-notch. Moreover, as his cultivation level continued to increase, the power of the law would also become stronger. Chapter 1353. Intertwined. A sliver of bitterness appeared on the corner of Zhuowen's mouth when he thought of Yan Ji's words. Just how much of a genius was Yuan Ji back then? But he had actually spent over a decade. He probably would not be any slower. The scene has changed? Just as he was thinking, Zhuowen suddenly discovered that the scene before him had changed. Afterwards, he discovered that the middle-aged man from before had appeared again, and countless beasts had appeared in front of him. In other words, the scene just now was being replayed. There's no void immortal scripture here. There's only this one scene. Zhuowen frowned as he muttered to himself in surprise. Zhuowen, you've guessed correctly. The void immortal scripture is not a cultivation method, but a scene before you. The middle-aged man in the scene is a saint who has grasped the laws of the void. Suddenly, an indifferent voice rang out from behind Zhuowen. Afterwards, Zhuowen was surprised to discover that Yan Ji, Jiangxian, and Wenbai had entered this space at some unknown time. Yan Ji walked over to Zhuowen's side and smiled. If you've grasped the laws of the void, you've successfully cultivated the void immortal scripture. Back then, Yuan Ji comprehended the laws of the void from this scene. When he became a saint, even Sapphire Shore was unable to do anything to him. However, the three of us have watched these scenes over and over again in the past few hundred years. Although we've gained something, we've been unable to comprehend the laws of the void. The laws of the void are just too difficult. Zhuowen gradually calmed down. From Yan Ji's words, he knew that the most precious thing about the tablet was the scene within. Zhuowen, how do you feel after seeing this scene? Yan Ji suddenly asked Zhuowen. Zhuowen sucked in a deep breath and said with a deep voice, I can only say that it's terrifying and powerful. Haha, that's only natural. The laws of the void cannot be compared to the laws of the 5 elements and the elemental laws. Once you grasp the laws of the void, you will be able to control the entire void. Of course, the size of this range will depend on the depth of your comprehension. Yanji laughed. Zhuowen, you can come here often to study. I believe that the Void Stone tablet won't do anything for no reason. Since it's doing something, I'm afraid it's fated with you. Perhaps you can become the second Yuan Ji, Wenbai agreed. Martial granduncles, you think too highly of me. I, Zhuowen, will do my best. Zhuowen smiled bitterly. The 4 of them exchanged a few more words before the Yan Ji trio withdrew. Only Zhuowen was left to watch the continuously repeating scene. Time passed by slowly. When the sun had set, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. In Zhuowen's opinion, comprehending the laws of the void with just one scene was indeed a difficult task. Naturally, Yan Ji's team of 3 did not say anything. Comprehending the void laws was not a simple task. Even Yuan Ji had spent over a decade to do so. Zhuowen's team of 3 was most likely not any less than that. Thus, Yan Ji's team of 3 was in no rush. In the following period of time, apart from comprehending the laws of the void on Ao Yuan Peak, Zhuowen refined low-grade immortal pills in his residence. There were many immortal pill recipes in the Fushi Cauldron. Zhuowen was smart this time. He refined the Undying Star Pill to replenish the star power in the Imperial Power Realm cultivators and the Snow Lotus Lustrous Jade Pill to heal injuries. Both of these were medium-grade immortal pills. Before Zhuowen refined these 2 immortal pills, he had refined his immortal power to the medium-grade immortal power. Naturally, he could refine medium-grade immortal pills. Now, because of Zhuowen, the three elders had poured a lot of resources from the inner court into Ao Yuan Peak. Moreover, Zhuowen's requests were met without fail. Therefore, it was not difficult for Zhuowen to gather the ingredients for the immortal pills. 3 months passed slowly. During this time, apart from comprehending the void immortal scripture, Zhuowen expelled the cold poison from Mu Qinshue's body from time to time. After a long period of expulsion, the cold poison in Mu Qinshue's body decreased, and her face became redder. In the dark room, Mu Qinshue was gently nestled in Zhuo Wen's embrace. She raised her beautiful eyes and stared at the young man's chiseled face. Her willowy eyebrows arched into crescents. Today, the cold poison in Mu Qinshue's body was finally completely expelled by Zhuowen. Zhuowen even tore out a trace of the dark, cold poison's origin and stored it in the Saint Rune of Ice. Zhuowen, you don't look like a scholar who is well read. I can't believe you have so many strange stories in your head. After so many days, among all the stories you have told me, my favorite is still the love story between Wu Sangue and Qin Yuanyuan. Zhuowen gently stroked the beautiful woman in his arms and smiled softly. Why do you only like this story? The process of expelling the cold poison was extremely painful. Mu Qinshiwe not only had to endure the corrosion and backlash of the cold poison in her body, but she also had to endure the burning of the heavenly fire that poured into her body. The combination of cold and heat made her feel as if thousands of ants were gnawing at her heart. However, Mu Qinshiwe resisted the pain and did not make a sound. She was afraid that she would disturb Zhuowen as he was expelling the poison from her body. Every time he saw Mu Qinshiwe's painful expression, Zhuowen's heart would clench tightly. In order to distract her and lessen the pain caused by expelling the cold poison, Zhuowen told her many interesting stories from Earth during the expelling process. Because Zhuowen had cultivated the myriad evolution scripture, his mental strength was extremely powerful. It was not a problem for him to multitask at all. Moreover, his efficiency would not decrease. Therefore, he was not affected too much when he was telling stories while expelling the poison. Mu Qinshiwe also listened with great interest. She was even fascinated by the stories. Every time Zhuowen came to expelling the poison, she would always ask Zhuowen to tell her stories. After all, Zhuowen came from Earth. In the era of information explosion, the information he came into contact with was definitely far more than the heavenly armor continent, which had no technological civilization at all. In addition, Zhuowen's mental strength and memory were much stronger than ordinary people because of his cultivation. He could remember books or things that he might have only glanced at once in his previous life. Therefore, Mu Qinshiwe was immediately fascinated by Zhuowen's strange stories. She would even ask Zhuowen to stay for a long time before letting Zhuowen go back. Hearing Zhuowen's question, Mu Qinshiwe's beautiful eyes darted around. She smiled and said, because Wu Sangue is willing to fight for Chen Yuanyuan. He is willing to lead his army and overthrow the dynasty. I am also willing to overthrow all obstacles for you. Zhuowen also smiled and replied, Really? Mu Qinshiwe's delicate body trembled. She looked deeply at Zhuowen and muttered, Really? Zhuowen stared at that pair of bright eyes and replied extremely seriously. Mu Qinshiwe smiled. She smiled very happily, like a child who had received her favorite toy. Her smile was like 100 flowers blooming, extremely resplendent. Zhuowen was stunned. Mu Qinshiwe noticed Zhuowen's current state and smiled foolishly. Her cheeks suddenly turned red as she asked softly, Am I beautiful? Beautiful, Zhuowen replied without hesitation. Then, the two of them fell into a long silence. They could only hear each other's breathing and heartbeat. In the dark room, their eyes emitted traces of light, like the stars in the night sky. Their eyes met, and the two of them quietly stared at each other. In the end, Zhuowen slowly leaned over and fiercely kissed the beauty's lips. Traces of charm and gentleness filled the gloomy room. In this long night, the two figures were entwined with each other. The next morning, Zhuo slowly opened his eyes. In his arms, there was a warm figure. Zhuo quietly stared at the beauty in his arms. At this moment, the beauty was still sleeping. Her light breathing slowly sounded out like a kitten exceptionally cute, causing Zhuo to want to take a bite. Zhuo hugged the beauty and quietly laid on the bed. Thinking back to yesterday's scene, he only felt that it was like the next day, and he had also turned Mu Qinxue into a woman that belonged to him. At this moment, Zhuo suddenly felt a squirming sensation in his arms. Bending down, he saw Mu Qinxue staring at him with her big, bright eyes. She was all smiles as she stared at Zhuo with a faint smile on her lips. "You're awake." Zhuo gently hugged the woman in his arms. The corner of his mouth was full of smiles. Mu Qinxue gently nodded. Her delicate head gently leaned on Zhuo's chest, as if listening to the latter's heartbeat. She murmured, "Zhuo, we will be together forever, right? We will never be separated." Zhuo stroked Mu Qinxue's smooth back and seriously nodded, saying, "We will always be together and will never be separated. I know you are the saintess of the Burning Heaven sect, and I also know how powerful the force behind you is. However, I will still marry you officially, but you have to give me some time. I will make the Burning Heaven sect completely recognize me." Mu Qinxue gently leaned on Zhuo's chest. Suddenly, she fell silent and didn't answer. Zhuo didn't have any doubts. He was now looking forward to how to develop Ryuka in the future, or how to increase his own strength. When the time comes, he will be able to openly go to the Burning Heaven sect and propose marriage. This way, he can avoid the tragedy of his parents. Moreover, if he and his forces are strong enough, he will be able to reunite his father and mother. When the time comes, his family will be able to live in harmony. I believe you will be able to do it." Mu Qinxue suddenly raised her head. Her cherry-red lips gently touched Zhuo's lips, and an extremely brilliant smile hung on her charming face. After leaving the floating snow pavilion, Zhuo came to the heart of the 9 peaks. Today was the day of the core disciple selection. In the heart of the 9 peaks, there was a row of arenas. There, figures were crisscrossing with each other, constantly exchanging blows. Chapter 1354. Core disciple selection during these 3 months. He naturally gave some immortal elixirs to Moyin, Wushang, and the other 4. With the help of the immortal elixirs, the progress of the 5 could be said to be lightning fast. Each of them advanced by leaps and bounds. Among them, Moyin, Wushang, Qingyin, Mo Lingtian, and Jianan had all broken through to the 3rd level of the Emperor Realm. As for Gatha, she had broken through to the 4th level of the Emperor Realm. Moreover, Gatha's Heaven's Wrath Armor Soul was discovered by the Great Void Peak's Peak Master, the Great Void Taoist. He had directly accepted Gatha as a direct disciple of the Great Void Peak. Because of this, many disciples in the 9 peaks were envious of Gatha. Moyin Wushang, Qingyin, Mo Lingtian, and Jianan must have just entered the inner sect. They are all 3rd level of the Emperor Realm. Their strength is so strong, it won't be a problem for them to become a core disciple. I remember that the 4 of them were only 1st level of the Emperor Realm 3 months ago. How did their cultivation improve so quickly in such a short period of time? It's unbelievable. Among the crowd, Zhuo heard many discussions. The main characters of these discussions were naturally Moyin Wushang and the other 3. At the center of the 9 peaks, there were 4 figures in the 4 arenas. Zhuo was very familiar with them. They were Moyin Wushang, Qingyin, Jianan, and Mo Lingtian. The rules of the core disciple selection were very simple. Whoever could accept the challenges of others in the arena and persist until the end would be qualified to become a core disciple. The host of this election was no stranger to Zhuo. It was the administrator of the 9 peaks, Zhang Shui. Although Zhang Shui looked ordinary, her cultivation was not weak. She was a 6th-level Emperor Realm existence. She was more than qualified to host the selection of official and registered disciples. During this period, Zhuowen also saw some disciples showing signs of taking advantage of the situation. They were all directly pulled out by Zhang Shui and violently beaten up. She did not show the slightest bit of mercy. Therefore, from time to time, there would be wails of ghosts and howls of wolves echoing from the surroundings of the arena. It was precisely because of this action of punishing the chicken to warn the monkey that the other disciples naturally did not dare to fish in troubled waters. Instead, they obediently carried out the selection competition according to the process. This kind of core disciple selection didn't last long before it came to an end. There were a total of 9 people who advanced to the ranks of core disciples. 4 of them were naturally Moyan Wushang, Jia Nan, Mo Lingtian, and Qingyin. The other 5 people were the 5 strongest among the official disciples back then. One of them was Zhou Liang, who had provoked Zhuowen because he was unhappy with Zhuowen pulling Mu Qinxue. Ever since Zhou Liang had been defeated by Zhuowen in one move, he had become a lot more well-behaved and low-key. He did not dare to act in a high-profile manner. Big brother Zhuowen. After walking down the arena, Jia Nan's sharp eyes saw Zhuowen in the crowd with a smile. He shouted loudly and ran toward Zhuowen. As soon as the words came out, it immediately attracted the attention of many disciples at the bottom of the 9 peaks. Immediately, their gazes fell on Zhuowen. So he's Zhuowen. I heard that the battle of the divine Netherrealm saints 3 months ago was related to this guy. Yes, our 3 great granduncles of the inner sect, who are saints, actually came out for this guy. I wonder what is the relationship between this guy and the 3 great granduncles. We can't afford to offend this guy. After all, he's the existence that killed the 7th Azure Dragon Envoy. That's an 8th-level Emperor Realm existence. The other disciples standing around Zhuowen consciously stepped aside and stayed far away from Zhuowen. Moreover, they whispered to the people around them. Their gazes were extremely cautious and fearful. As for Zhou Liang, who was standing on the arena not far away, his expression froze. He looked at Zhuowen as if he had seen a ghost. After regaining his senses, he was like a mouse that had seen a cat. He hurriedly left the arena, causing Zhang Shui to be puzzled. Hee, I knew that Big Brother Zhuowen would come to see us. Big Brother Zhuowen, was my performance very impressive just now? Jia Nan clenched his fist and smiled excitedly. Yes, indeed very impressive. Zhuowen patted Jia Nan's head and smiled. This caused Jia Nan to become even more excited. It's all thanks to Brother Zhuo's contribution. If it weren't for the lunar pure yan elixir and the 9-marked green spiritual elixir, we wouldn't have advanced so quickly. It wouldn't have been so easy for us to become a core disciple. And Mo Lingtian walked over and gently patted Zhuowen's shoulder. His eyes were filled with gratitude. He was very clear about his own talent. It was impossible for him to reach the 3rd-level Emperor Realm in such a short time. All the credit was due to the elixir that Zhuowen had given him. Of course I know that. In my eyes, Big Brother Zhuo is omnipotent. Jia Nan clenched his fist and smiled. Zhuowen, thank you very much. Moyan Wushang and Qing Yin also came in front of Zhuowen and expressed their gratitude. Zhuowen waved his hand and smiled. We all came from the outer courtyard together. Moreover, we are all friends. It's natural for me to help you. You don't have to be so polite. The 4 of them nodded. Then Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes flickered and said, Zhuowen, how is your life in Ao Yuan Peak? It's pretty good. Zhuowen smiled and asked, Which peak do you want to go to? Since you've become a core disciple, you have the right to choose. I want to go to the Divine Devil Peak. It's said that the Divine Devil Peak cultivates the body. It's very suitable for me. Jia Nan couldn't wait to answer. The Divine Devil Peak is very suitable for you. Zhuowen nodded. Jia Nan's immortal armor soul meant that he was destined to use his fists to solve problems. He wouldn't use his brain to solve problems. Even if he needed to use his brain, he would still use his fists to solve the problem. Moreover, the strongest technique of the Divine Devil Peak, the 9 transformations of the Divine Devil, was an extremely powerful body refining technique. It was much more advanced than the Nirvana Vairocana that Zhuowen's Buddhist avatar had cultivated. If Jia Nan could cultivate such a powerful body refining technique, coupled with the characteristics of his immortal armor soul, he would definitely become a terrifying humanoid fighting machine in the future. Moreover, he would be a very brainless one. After that, Zhuowen's eyes fell on Emo Lingtian, Moyan Wushang, and Qinyin. I plan to join the Hidden Sword Peak. My life emperor weapon is a long sword. The Heaven Burial Sword Scripture is also suitable for me. Emo Lingtian replied with a smile. I'll join the Taishan Peak. The strongest technique of the Taishan Peak, the 6-layered Zither Scripture, is a technique about music. Qinyin also replied. Finally, Zhuowen's eyes fell on Moyan Wushang and said, Wushang, your armor soul is also related to music. You should also join the Taishan Peak, right? However, Moyan Wushang shook his head and said firmly, I want to join the Mysterious Origin Peak. As soon as he said this, Zhuowen frowned and said, You're not suitable for the Mysterious Origin Peak. All the techniques of the Mysterious Origin Peak require the activation of immortal power. You don't cultivate mental power, so you can't condense immortal power at all. Joining the Mysterious Origin Peak will only delay your future. Moyan Wushang shook his head and said stubbornly, I want to join the Mysterious Origin Peak. Jia Nan, Emo Lingtian, and Qinyin looked at each other and remained silent. They naturally knew the reason why Moyan Wushang wanted to join the Mysterious Origin Peak. Zhuowen's face became a little serious, and his voice gradually became cold. He said, No, the Mysterious Origin Peak is not suitable for you. I'm the pro-disciple of the Mysterious Origin Peak. Even if you choose the Mysterious Origin Peak in the end, I will eliminate you. Don't waste your time. Hearing this, Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes gradually became misty, and there was a trace of a pitiful look on his face. However, Zhuowen acted as if he didn't hear it, and his eyes were extremely cold. The Mysterious Origin Peak was not a good place for ordinary disciples, not to mention the void celestial scripture, which was extremely difficult to comprehend. Even the ordinary techniques in the Mysterious Origin Peak required the activation of immortal power. Therefore, Zhuowen would never agree to let Moyan Wushang join the Mysterious Origin Peak. Moyan Wushang stared at Zhuowen. Finally, he wiped the corners of his eyes and said calmly, Then I choose the Taishan Peak together with Qinyin. Looking at Moyan Wushang's appearance, Zhuowen sighed in his heart. How could he not know Moyan Wushang's feelings for him? However, his heart was full of Mu Qinxue. How could he have other thoughts to pay attention to Moyan Wushang's feelings? This was destined to be an ill-fated relationship between the falling flowers and the heartless brook. Zhuowen waved his right hand and took out 5 porcelain bottles. He said, These are the immortal star pills, which are very beneficial for your cultivation. After entering the Mysterious Origin Peak, you should cultivate well and strive to improve your cultivation so that you can get better resources. And Jianan, I'll give Gatha's share to you. You can give it to Gatha when the time comes. Jia Nan took the 2 porcelain bottles and nodded seriously. He said, Thank you, Brother Zhua. I will personally give it to Gatha. After that, Zhuowen chatted with the 4 for a while, and then left the heart of the 9 peaks. Zhuowen had faintly sensed that there were signs of a breakthrough. Perhaps after some time, he would be able to break through to the 5th level Emperor realm. Looking at Zhuowen's back, Moyan Wushang's mood was quite low. Qinyin gently patted Moyan Wushang's shoulder and said, Wushang, aren't you too stubborn? Some things can't be forced. Moyan Wushang raised his head and revealed a brilliant smile. He said, I know. Let's go to the Taishan Peak first. Now, I just want to be stronger. Qingyi nodded when she saw that Moyan Wushang had thought it through. However, Moyan Wushang didn't finish his words. He still had half of his words in his heart. When I'm strong enough, I will be able to help Zhuowen. After returning to the mysterious origin peak, Lu Qing came to find him. Senior Lu Qing, what's the matter? Zhuowen looked at Lu Qing and asked. Chapter 1355. Immortal Star Pill. Oh? The violent energy of the Ice and Fire Polarity Palace will weaken to its weakest half a year later? Zhuowen asked in surprise. He naturally knew about the Ice and Fire Polarity Palace. The energy around the Ice and Fire Polarity Palace was very violent. Usually, even high-level emperors could not get close to it. Only experts like the peak masters of the 9 peaks could get close. Moreover, it was very difficult for them to stay in the Ice and Fire Polarity Palace for too long. Fortunately, the Ice and Fire Polarity Palace followed a certain pattern. Every once in a while, the violent energy on the surface would weaken significantly. That was the best time for the disciples of the 9 peaks to enter the Ice and Fire Polarity Palace. It was said that every time a cultivator entered the Ice and Fire Polarity Palace, their cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. It could be said that the Ice and Fire Polarity Palace was a sacred cultivation ground in the hearts of many disciples of the inner court. At the same time, every time the violent energy on the surface of the Ice and Fire Polarity Palace weakened, it was the best time for the disciples to make a great leap. The violent energy on the surface of the Ice and Fire Polarity Palace will only weaken once every 10 years. You're quite lucky. Not long after you entered the inner court, you coincidentally encountered the moment when the violent energy of the Ice and Fire Polarity Palace weakened. Lu Qing said with a smile. Ever since Lu Qing found out about what had happened at Sky Capital Peak 3 months ago, her attitude toward Zhuowen had also changed. Her attitude was not one of adoration, but of admiration. Moreover, Ao Yuanfeng had been silent for too long. In addition, Xiaoyu had privately told her that Zhuowen was the most promising candidate to comprehend the Void Immortal Sutra in Ao Yuanfeng. Naturally, she had a whole new level of respect for Zhuowen. Thank you for your reminder, Senior Sister Lu Qing. I will definitely enter the Ice and Fire Polarity Palace with you in half a year, Zhuowen said with a smile. Oh, by the way, the 9 Serenity Conference is about to begin. You should pay attention when the time comes. Lu Qing suddenly reminded him. 9 Serenity Conference. Zhuowen was startled. He asked with a strange expression. He had never heard of this so-called 9 Nether Convention before. Perhaps it was because he saw the surprise in Zhuowen's eyes, but Lu Qing was also startled. And then he said, Master didn't tell you about this before? At the mention of Xiaoyu, Zhuowen's face turned a little ugly. After Xiaoyu returned to Mysterious Origin Peak 3 months ago, he went straight to his wooden house to study something. Once again, he completely forgot about him, his direct disciple, let alone the 9 Nether Conference. Looks like Master didn't tell you about this. Lu Qing sighed softly and continued. The so-called 9 Nether Assembly is actually a grand event jointly created by the 9 Nether Realms. It seems to involve the quota to go to the Central Plains. The quota to head to the Central Plains? You need a quota to head to the Central Plains? Can't we go by ourselves? Zhuowen's interest was immediately piqued when he heard about the Central Plains. Previously, when he was in the Emperor's Tomb, he had heard about the Central Plains from the Baifeng. It was said that the forces in the Central Plains were generally much stronger than the Eastern Land's 9 Netherrealm. According to the Baifeng, the Central Plains was the core region of the entire Heavenly Armor continent. The real experts also existed in the Eastern Lands. However, Lu Qing shook his head and said, the Central Plains is extremely far from the Eastern Lands. Even a saint would need a long time to reach the Central Plains by relying on his own strength. As for those below the Saint Realm, it would take an extremely long time to reach the Central Plains. Perhaps even when your lifespan is nearing its end, you might not be able to fly to the Central Plains. Zhuowen said in surprise, "It's actually so far away? An Emperor Realm expert might not be able to fly to the Central Plains in his lifetime? Then, how do ordinary people go to the Central Plains?" Lu Qing explained, "There is an ancient formation in the Nine Nether Realm. That ancient formation leads directly to the Central Plains. However, it can only transport 9 people at a time. Moreover, it can only be activated once every few hundred years. The Nine Nether Assembly is actually a competition for the geniuses of the 9 Nether Realms to compete for the quota to enter this ancient formation." Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He had a preliminary understanding of the details of the 9 Nether Assembly. The Central Plains. Perhaps I really need to go there and take a look, Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. Soon after, he smiled at Lu Qing and said, "Thank you for your reminder, senior sister. May I know when the 9 Nether Assembly will begin?" Lu Qing's beautiful eyes flickered. She smiled and said, "There are still 5 years. The 9 Nether Assembly is a grand event for the top geniuses of the 9 Nether Realms. It will undoubtedly be extremely difficult to obtain those 9 quotas. If junior brother Zhuowen is interested, it would be best for you to raise your cultivation in these 5 years. Perhaps you might be able to enter the top 9. Zhuowen revealed a thoughtful expression when he heard these words. He, senior sister still has matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. I am looking forward to entering the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace with you. Let's meet again in half a year." Lu Qing revealed a charming smile. Soon after, she waved her hand and left Zhuowen's bamboo house. At night, Zhuowen sat cross-legged on a praying mat. His eyes were filled with determination. He was very clear that he was still not strong enough. He needed to become even stronger. "I still have a dozen undying star pills on me. I wonder if my cultivation will be able to make a breakthrough after consuming all of them?" As he spoke, Zhuowen took out a porcelain bottle from his sleeve. Soon after, he opened the bottle cork. Immediately, a rich medicinal fragrance spread out, lingering in the surroundings and refreshing the mind. "I hope that I can make a breakthrough during this period of time." His eyes flickered. Zhuowen took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth. A surge of medicinal power spread out, filling his entire body. A warm current flowed through the meridians in his body and continuously circulated, causing Zhuowen's spirit to tremble and feel refreshed. Zhuowen stayed in the bamboo house for 2 months. He did not take a single step out of the house. During these 2 months, Du Shan did not even dare to approach his residence. Instead, he lay on a stone table in a remote area outside the courtyard. This was because 2 months ago, when Zhuowen went into seclusion in the bamboo house, a vast pressure spread out from the bamboo house. Because Du Shan lived next to Zhuowen, he was the first to be affected. At that time, Du Shan was sleeping. When the pressure spread over, his bed was crushed into powder, and he fell flat on his face. It could be said that he was in an extremely sorry state. Sigh, why is it Zhuowen again? I shouldn't have stayed with this fellow in the first place. Du Shan rubbed his hands and looked at the bamboo house in front of him with a face full of resentment. His door was still open, but he didn't dare to enter. The pressure inside was too terrifying. The moment he entered, he felt his heart skip a beat. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Du Shan was sighing, a muffled sound came from the bamboo house. Soon after, Du Shan was stunned to discover that the bamboo house in front of him had begun to collapse. An aura as vast as the ocean spread out from the ruined bamboo house. What followed was a violent trembling sound. Dust filled the air. Du Shan was vaguely able to see a blurry figure amidst the dust. This figure slowly walked over. Clear footsteps continuously reverberated across the area. When this figure arrived in front of Du Shan discovered that it was a rather cold-faced young man. At this moment, the young man's eyebrows were slightly furrowed as he looked at the ruins behind him in confusion. "Zhuowen, you've broken through again." Dushan stared at Zhuowen, his little heart continuously beating. After suppressing it for a long time, he screamed out as if he had seen a ghost. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He clenched his fists and felt the surging star power in his body. The corners of his mouth curled up and he laughed towards the sky. I really didn't expect to break through in 2 months. I thought it would take half a year. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with excitement. During these 2 months, Zhuowen had continuously taken Undying Star pills. The Undying Star pill was a middle-grade immortal pill. Its medicinal effect was extremely powerful. If a cultivator who was not strong enough took one Undying Star pill and did not pay attention, it was very likely that they would explode from the powerful medicinal effect. However, Zhuowen was extremely crazy. After taking more than a dozen pills in succession, the surging medicinal effect was like a vast ocean, filling all the meridians in Zhuowen's body. This process could be said to be quite painful, but Zhuowen forcibly endured it. Moreover, it was precisely because of the dozen Undying Star pills that Zhuowen was able to emit such a terrifying pressure. Even Dushan did not dare to stay in the bamboo hut. For 2 months, he had been forced to sleep outside the bamboo hut. It had been quite miserable. Dushan rolled his eyes. He really did not have the energy to complain. Ever since he lived under the same roof as Zhuowen, his worldview had been shattered into pieces by Zhuowen, because the speed at which Zhuowen broke through had already caused Dushan to be taken aback. He was truly unable to imagine exactly how Zhuowen cultivated and why his cultivation advanced so quickly. However, Zhuowen himself did not find it strange. After all, he had the pill recipe from the Fushi cauldron and was able to create a middle-grade immortal pill, like the Undying Star pill. Mid-grade immortal pills were most effective for mid-level great emperors. Zhuowen had consumed the Undying Star pill like it was water. If he couldn't break through, then there would be a problem. However, because Zhuowen's immortal energy was only at the middle grade, he could only create middle-grade immortal pills at most. If he had a high-grade immortal pill, the effects would be even better. After all, high-grade immortal pills corresponded to high-grade great emperors, and their medicinal effects were extremely dense. However, the ingredients for high-grade immortal pills were extremely precious. Even in the inner courtyard, the main ingredients for high-grade immortal pills in the Fushi cauldron were scarce, let alone refining them. For Zhuowen, high-grade immortal pills were still too far away. Kid, you forcefully used the Undying Star pill to raise your cultivation base to the 5th grade Great Emperor realm in such a short time. I'm afraid your body has developed a certain resistance to the Undying Star pill. If you use it again in the future, its medicinal effects will be greatly reduced. Chapter 1356. Fire Beacon Drug Resistance? Zhuowen muttered. Looks like I need to refine other immortal pills to replace the Undying Star pill. That's a good idea. You can talk to Qing Huang about it. That guy has all the pill formulas in the Fushi cauldron, Xiao He said calmly. Zhuowen nodded and looked at Dushan, who was in a daze. He asked curiously, Brother Dushan, what's wrong with you? Dushan came back to his senses and shook his head. He laughed dryly and said, Nothing. Nothing. Congratulations, Brother Zhuowen. You've made a breakthrough. It's just luck. Zhuowen waved his hand and smiled. After chatting with Dushan for a while, Zhuowen went to the center of Mysterious Yuan Peak again. He planned to comprehend the Void Celestial Sutra in the Void Stone Tablet for the next 4 months. This was because he found that as he continued to comprehend and observe the scene in the stone tablet, he had a better grasp of the Void power. However, there was still a long way to go before he could master the Void Law. However, Zhuowen wasn't discouraged. After all, Yuan Ji had spent more than 10 years comprehending the Void Laws. How long had it been? Zhuowen wasn't in a hurry. When he arrived in front of the Void Stone Tablet, Zhuowen found that the Yen G3 elders were not there. This surprised Zhuowen. When he came to comprehend the Void Celestial Sutra, Zhuowen was quite familiar with the Yen G3 elders. Moreover, the three elders would pass on their experience of comprehending the void stone tablet to Zhuowen from time to time, which benefited Zhuowen a lot. At this moment, Zhuowen was not used to the fact that the three elders were not there. Yan Ji and the other two old men have gone to the Hall of Ice and Fire. In 4 months, the violent energy of the Hall of Ice and Fire will weaken. Those 3 old fellows need to take some defensive measures in advance. A faint voice sounded from behind Zhuowen. Zhuowen turned around and saw a disheveled Xiao Yu walking out of the wooden house. His expression was tired, and it was unknown what he was doing in the dilapidated house. I see. Zhuowen nodded. Zhuowen, after the opening of the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace, you and Lu Qing had better work harder. Don't bring shame to our mysterious origin peak. I don't have any hope for the other trash on AO Yuan Peak. I'm counting on the 2 of you, Xiao Yu suddenly said. Hearing this, Zhuowen was taken aback. He immediately nodded and grinned. Old man, don't worry. Even if you didn't say it, I won't fall behind this time. Speaking of this, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. He had not forgotten the 10-year promise of the holy symbol of ice and fire. As long as he entered the first 8 levels of the Hall of Ice and Fire, he would be able to enter the 18th level with the holy symbol of ice and fire. At that time, he would be able to see the symbol spirit and obtain the real holy symbol of ice and fire. Xiao Yu nodded, but seemed to have realized something. His eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Zhuowen. He gritted his teeth and said, "What did you just call me? You called me old man?" "Yes. Can't I call you that?" Zhuowen tilted his head and asked, "I'm your master. How can you call me that?" "It's simply disgraceful," Xiao Yu said in exasperation. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and chuckled. "Then why did you call Marshal granduncle Yanji old man? They're your martial uncles. Since you call them old men, why can't I call you old man?" Xiao Yu found himself speechless. He glared at Zhuowen and said, "Little brat, hurry up and comprehend the spatial stone tablet. If you can comprehend the laws of space, I'll give you the position of Peak Master. Good luck." With that, Xiao Yu returned to the wooden hut. Strange noises rang out from inside. Who knew what Xiao Yu was fiddling with inside? Zhuowen smiled faintly as he felt a trace of warmth in his heart. This Xiao Yu was a hypocritical fellow. He could feel the concern in Xiao Yu's words. It was just that this fellow wasn't good at saying nice things. Zhuowen spent close to a month comprehending the spatial stone tablet. His grasp of spatial force had become even more proficient. Zhuowen clenched his right hand, and a pitch-black spatial force spread out from his body. With him as the center, it spread out to a radius of 30 meters. It's not like I haven't made any progress during this period of comprehension. The range of the spatial force has increased from 3 meters to around 30 meters. Withdrawing the spatial force, Zhuowen revealed a satisfied expression. In this month, the 3 Yanji elders still had not returned. It should be as Xiao Yu had said, they were still in the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Hall. Boom! Suddenly, a trembling sound rang out from the inner courtyard. Immediately after, Zhuowen was stunned to discover that a resplendent pillar of fire surged up from the main peak where Sky Capital Peak was located. It shot straight into the sky and was extremely spectacular. Everyone in the inner courtyard was alarmed. They raised their heads and stared blankly at the pillar of fire in the sky. What's going on? Why is there another earthquake? Damn it! Xiao Yu's flustered and exasperated voice came from the wooden house. He immediately rushed out of the house and raised his head to see the pillar of fire that soared into the sky. He was stunned. Damn it, the beacon of Sky Capital Peak was actually lit by someone. Could it be that girl Mu Chinxue? Xiao Yu muttered in a low voice. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He was sure that the beacon was lit by Mu Chinxue. I say, old man Xiao, our mysterious Yuan Peak is really cold. We haven't even lit a single beacon. Suddenly, Zhuowen said to Xiaoyu with a smile. Xiaoyu coughed dryly and said, I'll leave this heavy responsibility to you. Whether or not you can light the beacon will depend on you. Don't disappoint me. Sky Capital Peak had a total of 4 direct disciples. The condition to ignite the fire beacon was to successfully cultivate Sky Capital Peak's strongest technique, the heavenly inquiring ancient scripture. The first 3 direct disciples had naturally already learned the heavenly inquiring ancient scripture. Only Mu Qin Shui had just come into contact with it. Among the 9 main peaks, Sky Capital Peak was undoubtedly the most lively. Countless disciples on the peak were looking up at the sky, staring excitedly at the pillar of fire that soared into the sky. This was the beacon that belonged only to their Sky Capital Peak. Moreover, this was not the only beacon of Sky Capital Peak. There were 4 other beacons. In addition to the one created by Mu Qinshiwe, there were 5 beacons. Among the 9 main peaks, it was like a crane among a flock of chickens. Old Man Tian Du smiled as he stood in front of the star-picking pavilion. His eyes were filled with excitement. Although he knew that with Mu Qinshue's talent, it was not a problem for her to successfully cultivate the ancient heavenly scripture. However, he did not expect her cultivation speed to be so fast. There were 3 figures standing beside Old Man Tian. One of them was a youth with messy clothes and a lazy expression. His eyes were drowsy and he kept yawning. This youth looked at Old Man Tiandu and said in a dissatisfied voice, I say, Old Man Tiandu, did you pull me out because junior sister Qin Shui lit the beacon? Aren't you making a big fuss over a minor issue? Do you know how much energy I waste just to breathe some air? Also, moving my fingers and limbs takes a lot of energy. You're wasting my time and energy like this. Shouldn't you compensate me? Yang Yi, you little brat, Qin Shui is your junior sister. Her lighting the beacon is a joyous matter, so why are you still so lazy? If you're like this, how will your martial arts progress in the future? Old Man Tian Du's face turned red as he choked back these words. In the face of Yang Yi, the strongest disciple of Tian Du Peak, and even the strongest disciple of the inner courtyard, Old Man Tian Du should be proud. However, Yang Yi's character was too lazy, to the point that it drove Old Man Tian Du crazy. Do you know how lazy this fellow was? He was so lazy that he wasn't even willing to breathe. In the inner court, he found a secret technique called the Qi sealing technique. After learning this cultivation technique, this fellow only breathed once a month. He could be considered a master of laziness. All right, you really are long-winded. When junior sister Qin Shui comes out, wake me up. Yang Yi lazily waved his hand, not caring about Old Man Tian Du's purple face. He laid down on the ground and began using the Qi sealing technique. There was no aura coming from his body, not even breathing, just like a dead person. This fellow... Old Man Tian Du held his head as he muttered in a low voice. Other than Yang Yi, of the other 2 people, one of them was the cold-faced Jianmu with a long sword on his back. The current Jianmu's aura was much stronger compared to a few months ago. His body was releasing a faint, emotionless aura, as if there was nothing in the outside world that could touch Jianmu's heart. Jianmu, did you listen to that brat Yang Yi's idea to cultivate the law of ruthlessness? Old Man Tian Du's gaze fell on Jianmu as he asked in a deep voice. Jianmu shook his head expressionlessly. It was my own idea. It has nothing to do with senior brother. Moreover, the law of ruthlessness is very suitable for my sword. I can feel that before the 9 Underworld Convention, I can become an invincible Emperor Lord, or even a half-step saint. Oh, you're that confident? Old Man Tian Du was rather surprised to hear Jianmu's answer. However, sensing the increasingly fierce aura coming from Jianmu, Old Man Tian Du didn't doubt Jianmu's words. Since he cultivated the law of ruthlessness, Jianmu's strength had grown stronger and his progress was extremely fast. He wasn't far from becoming an invincible Emperor Lord. Perhaps the law of ruthlessness was really suitable for Jianmu, but cultivators who mastered the law of ruthlessness wouldn't have a good ending. This was what old man Tian Du was worried about. However, this was the path that Jianmu had chosen, so he had no right to interfere with his decision. The third person standing not far from Jianmu was the third direct disciple of Tian Du Peak. This person was a woman called Feng Nianlan. Her appearance was ordinary and her beauty was only average. However, her strength couldn't be underestimated, as she was a 7th-layer Emperor Realm expert. Chapter 1357. The various peaks old man Tian Du nodded. Then he impolitely kicked Yang Yi not far away and said, "Little brat Yang Yi, why aren't you getting up yet? Chen Shui is about to come out." Yang Yi rubbed his eyes and gave a yawn, I know. "Why are you like a ghost? You're really annoying." Hearing this, old man Tian Du's face turned purple. He found that he would be angered to death by this bright Yang Yi one day. This fellow was too much of a bastard. The other Sky Capital Peak Corps disciples outside the star-picking pavilion were not surprised by the strange scene because they were already used to it. After all, Sky Capital Peak's eldest disciple Yang Yi was famous in the inner court for his lazy personality. This was a fellow who was too lazy to even breathe, so it would be strange if he wasn't famous. Dang, dang, dang. The crisp sound of footsteps came from the Jiaxing pavilion. Then a graceful figure walked out of the pavilion. The woman who appeared in front of everyone was wearing a pale pink dress with white gauze on the outside, revealing her beautiful neck and clearly visible collarbone. The creases of her dress were like snow, and the moonlight flowed on the ground. It was more than 3 feet long, and it made her walk even more graceful and beautiful. Her fine black hair was tied up with a hairband, and a butterfly hairpin was inserted into her hair. A strand of fine black hair hung in front of her chest. She had applied a thin layer of makeup, which only added color. The faint redness on her cheeks created a kind of pure skin that was delicate and cute, like a flower petal. Her entire person was like a butterfly fluttering in the wind, but also like a clear and transparent ice. This ethereal and beautiful woman was the 4th direct disciple of Sky Capital Peak, Mu Qinxue. Mu Qinxue, who had successfully cultivated the ancient heavenly scripture, revealed an aura that moved people's hearts, giving them a different kind of charm. Outside the star-picking pavilion, many core disciples couldn't help being stunned when they saw this beautiful figure appear in front of them. A trace of absent-mindedness appeared in their eyes. Even Jianmu, who cultivated the law of ruthlessness, revealed a look of surprise when he saw Mu Qinxue appear in front of him at this moment. Chen Shui, congratulations on lighting the 5th beacon of Capital Sky Peak. At the same time, you've also comprehended the heaven-inquiring ancient scripture. Old man Tian Du looked at the beautiful girl in front of him with a smile, but soon he exclaimed in surprise, "Chen Shui, you've broken through to the 7th-layer Emperor Realm?" Mu Qinxue gracefully gave a bow and said with a smile, "Chen Shui borrowed the power of the fire beacon to break through 2 realms at once. It was all a fluke. Others might be lucky, but I don't think junior sister Chen Shui is lucky." Yang Yi's right hand was supporting his head as he laid on the ground, speaking in a lazy voice. "Eldest senior brother, you flatter me." Mu Qinxue smiled lightly, and she didn't dare slight Yang Yi at all. The latter's natural talent was extremely terrifying, and he was an existence that was ranked at the top in the entire 9th Hell. Moreover, his reputation was comparable to Yuan Ji from all those years ago. However, Yang Yi had once tried to comprehend the Void Celestial Sutra in the Void Stone Tablet, but he did not succeed. Otherwise, with Yang Yi's talent, his prestige would definitely surpass Yuan Ji's. Junior sister Chen Shui, congratulations. Jianmu arrived in front of Mu Qinxue as an unnatural smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. After speaking, he regained his expressionless face. Mu Qinxue's beautiful eyes fell on Jianmu, and she said with a sigh, senior brother Jianmu. You've cultivated the law of ruthlessness? Jianmu's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, Yes. Why bother? Mu Qinxue said with a sigh. Jianmu revealed an unnatural smile again and said, This is my own choice. Only the law of ruthlessness can allow me to walk down the path of martial arts more firmly. Hearing this, Mu Qinxue fell into silence. She knew that Jianmu had decided to cultivate the law of ruthlessness because of her. Although the law of ruthlessness was strong, it had a large drawback. As one continued to comprehend the law of ruthlessness, the cultivator would become emotionless and extremely cold-blooded. In the end, they would even view human life as grass and easily walk to the extreme. Junior sister Qinxue, you broke through at a good time. It just so happens that before the opening of the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Palace, you have successfully broken through to the 7th layer Emperor Realm. I'm afraid your harvest in the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Palace this time will not be small. Feng Nianlan said with a smile. Mu Qinxue replied with a smile. Then, thank you for your auspicious words, senior sister Feng. Qinxue, you've successfully cultivated the heaven-asking ancient scripture. This is a matter worthy of celebration. This jade slip has recorded masters' many years of experience studying the heaven-asking ancient scripture. It should be quite beneficial to you. Old man, Tiandu handed over a jade slip with a smile and handed it to Mu Qinxue. The latter's beautiful eyes moved and revealed a trace of joy as she said, Thank you, master. All right, let's disperse. The Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Palace will open in only 3 months. If you don't cultivate well and raise your cultivation, I'm afraid you, stinking brats, won't even be able to touch the door of the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Palace. Old man Tiandu waved his sleeve and ordered the surrounding disciples to leave. After a while, the originally crowded crowd had become much more deserted. The 4 of you should go back and cultivate well. After entering the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Palace, you should try your best to go as deep as possible and defeat all the disciples of the other 8 main peaks and win glory for our sky capital peak. Old man, Tiandu said with a chuckle. Mu Qinxue, Jianmu, and Feng Nianlan all nodded in agreement. However, Yang Yi waved his hand lazily and lay on the ground, completely ignoring Old Man Tiandu. This made Old Man Tiandu gnash his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. The beacon fire of the sky capital peak naturally attracted the attention of the other 8 main peaks. The buildings at the peak of the Divine Devil Peak were all made of black rocks, which looked quite strange. In the middle of the Divine Devil Peak, there was a sharp stone tower. At the top of the stone tower stood a proud figure. This was an extremely sturdy young man. His skin was a bluish-black color, and his angular face revealed a trace of coldness. There was a black vertical mark between his eyebrows, as if it was a scar. Sky Capital Peak has lit another beacon fire. Old man, Tiandu's eyes are not bad. He is actually able to choose outstanding disciples every time. The sturdy young man muttered to himself indifferently, Fu Yu, in the entire Inner Academy, the only one who can stand shoulder to shoulder with you is Sky Capital Peak's Yang Yi. Although Mu Qinshue's talent is pretty good, there's still a huge gap between her and you. Just as the sturdy young man finished speaking, a gentle voice sounded out. Then a figure appeared behind the sturdy young man like a piece of paper. This person was around 30 years old. His muscles were bulging and he had a beard. When he smiled, he revealed a row of white teeth, giving him a charming charm. Peak Master! Fu Yu clasped his hands and said politely. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, You don't have to call me Peak Master in the future. Just call me by my name. Your strength is no weaker than mine. Although your cultivation has not reached the sage to be, the laws of destruction that you have grasped are extremely powerful. I am not confident that I can defeat you in a real battle. However, Fu Yu shook his head and earnestly said, Peak Master, you don't have to say that. If it weren't for Peak Master's guidance, I wouldn't be who I am today. No matter how great my achievements are in the end, you are still my Peak Master and my teacher. Lu Yuanhua chuckled. He looked at Fu Yu's gaze and was extremely satisfied. He said, Good. Fu Yu, you really did not waste the effort I poured into nurturing you. Peak Master, you seem to be in a good mood today. Did something good happen? Fu Yu asked with a smile. The smile on Lu Yuanhua's lips grew wider as he said, there's indeed a happy occasion. 3 months ago, a core disciple joined my divine devil peak. Later on, I found out that the little guy has the undying armor soul. The corner of Fu Yu's eyes twitched. He said, Undying armor soul? A cultivator with such an armor soul is very suitable to cultivate the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. Does Peak Master plan to take him as a personal disciple? How can I not take in such a good seedling? Lu Yuanhua said happily. Fu Yu also smiled. He said, Then congratulations, Peak Master. I am rather curious. What is my junior brother like? I'll take you to see that little guy later. Speaking of which, that little guy is quite to my liking. He's a simple-minded guy. I like this kind of straightforward guy who does not use his brain. Lu Yuanhua chuckled. In a building on the Great Void Peak, an old man in Taoist robes held a horsetail whisk in his hand and quietly stared at the beacon fire of the Sky Capital Peak. Behind the old man stood a young man in the same Taoist robes. Sky Capital Peak is really full of talents. They actually lit another beacon, the old man said with a frown. The young man in Taoist robes held the back of his head with both hands and held a green foxtail in his mouth. He said casually, Master, the little junior sister that you have taken a fancy to recently is not inferior to Mu Qinshe. In a sense, she is even stronger. Why are you sighing? The old man's frown eased when he mentioned the little junior sister. He smiled and said, Gatha is indeed not bad, especially the armor soul on her. It is extremely powerful. I guess that armor soul is probably the legendary Heaven's Wrath armor soul. The young man was shocked and said suspiciously, Master, are you talking nonsense? The Heaven's Wrath armor soul is envied by the heavens. Why would such an armor soul appear in our insignificant eastern land? The old Taoist roared and said, Little brat, do you know more than your master? I have read about the characteristics of the Heaven's Wrath armor soul from ancient books. Gatha's armor soul must be the Heaven's Wrath armor soul. Moreover, when I accepted that little girl as my personal disciple, I already tested that little girl's armor soul. My guess is absolutely correct. The young man looked serious and said, No wonder little junior sister's cultivation speed is so fast. She has the Heaven's Wrath armor soul. It seems that it is only a matter of time before she surpasses me. Brat, don't slack off. Our Great Void Peak's formless void is not inferior to the Heavenly Capital Peak's heavenly inquiring ancient scripture. If you can cultivate it to perfection, you'll be able to enter the top 3 of the God ranking. The old Taoist said with a glare. The young man shrunk his neck and muttered, Why are you so fierce, old man? Although Jian Mu's cultivation is a small realm lower than mine, that kid is a sword cultivator. He is good at attacking. It is not a big deal that I am ranked lower than him, right? Kid, you still dare to say that? You were defeated by Jian Mu, and you still think you are in the right? The old Taoist roared. The young man shrugged and said, Master, don't worry. I have already cultivated the formless great void to the last level. If I meet Jian Mu again, I am afraid that guy will be suppressed by me. Oh, you have cultivated to the last level? Why didn't you tell me before? The old Taoist roared. Chapter 1358. Strange things on Taishan Peak's Lotus platform. 2 beautiful women were sitting opposite each other. On the table in front of them, there was a zither. The 2 ladies plucked the strings with their slender hands. Waves of sound waves spread across the platform like ocean waves. The air throbbed with the sound waves. The murderous intent in the sound waves was extremely sharp, as if it could cut and penetrate through everything. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox Wushang, Qingyin. The two of you are indeed geniuses in music. Although the two of you have only practiced the 6-layer zither scripture for 3 months, you've only reached the initial level. However, the sound wave attack formed by the two of you has amazed even me. A clapping sound came from below the lotus platform. Then a beautiful woman in a rainbow-colored dress walked up the platform step by step. Her phoenix eyes fell on the two women in the center of the platform. Senior Wanha, you're too kind. Compared to you, we're still far behind. Moyan Wushang and Qingyin stood up. Moyan Wushang smiled. Yuan Wanha shook her head and said, "You're too modest. When I practiced the 6-layer zither scripture for 3 months, I couldn't reach the level of the two of you. If the two of you had practiced the 6-layer zither scripture for several years like me, I'm afraid your strength would definitely be above mine." After saying that, Yuan Wanha's pretty face became serious. She said, "The Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace will open in 3 months. The two of you should practice the 6-layer zither scripture well. When the time comes, you'll enter with me. This time, our Taishan Peak must obtain a good ranking." Yes. Moyan Wushang and Qingyin looked at each other and nodded. Their eyes were full of seriousness. In front of a remote building in the hidden sword peak, a lonely figure was holding a black long sword. He was practicing sword techniques. His footsteps were light and scattered, and his steps were quite rhythmic. Sharp sword light faintly appeared around his body, like moonlight. In the end, he put away his long sword as his gaze landed on the fire beacon on Sky Capital Peak that shot into the sky. It seems like Mu Chinchua has successfully cultivated the heavenly questioning ancient scripture. Whether it is Brother Zhua or Mu Chinchua, they are far ahead of me. I can't fall behind. The young man had a solemn look in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "I must become a personal disciple as soon as possible and cultivate the Heaven's Burial Sword Manual. Although my talent is inferior to Gatha, Jianan, and the others, the heavens reward the diligent. Since I'm lacking in talent, I'll make up for it." This person was Mo Lingtian. In the 3 months since he entered the hidden sword peak, he practiced the sword like a madman. He started from the basic sword techniques and practiced them step by step. He had almost practiced most of the sword manuals in the hidden sword peak. He was only missing the strongest technique of the hidden sword peak, the Heaven's Burial Sword Manual. Heaven rewards the diligent. That's right. What's this little guy's name? Not far from Mo Lingtian, there were 2 figures standing quietly on top of a sword-shaped building. One of them was a middle-aged man with hair like a crown, holding a wooden sword in his hand. The other was a graceful woman with a small sword on her waist. Her beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. Master, his name is Mo Lingtian. He entered the hidden sword peak 3 months ago as a core disciple, the woman said coldly. If his talent isn't good enough, he'll make up for it. This kid has a good temperament. Let him come to the sword pavilion to cultivate the Heaven's Burial Sword Manual. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he disappeared from the sword-shaped building, leaving the cold-looking woman silently watching Mo Lingtian, who was still practicing the sword. Kid, I heard that your little lover relied on the heavenly questioning ancient scripture to reach the 7th level Emperor realm. Her cultivation is far ahead of yours. On Mysterious Origin Peak, Xiao Yu suddenly winked at Zhuowen, as if he wanted to provoke Zhuowen. Zhuowen curled the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, "The higher Qin Shui's cultivation is, the more I wish for it." Xiao Yu was startled. He immediately narrowed his eyes and said, "Kid, where did your male chauvinism go? No matter what, you can't lose to your little lover. Otherwise, what will others think of you?" Zhuowen shrugged and said, "I don't care. Is the opinion of others important? This. Xiao Yu found himself speechless. Oh, by the way, old man Xiao, is there a complete version of the 7 emotions precious seal in the inner court? Zhuowen suddenly asked. The 7 emotions precious seal was a sage-level cultivation technique that he had exchanged for in the outer court. Of course, this cultivation technique was 1 level lower than the strongest cultivation technique of the 9 peaks. It should be a cultivation technique created by a senior at the profound sage realm. However, this was a special auxiliary cultivation technique that could increase one's strength and weaken one's opponent's strength. It was very practical. Therefore, Zhuowen was prepared to cultivate the complete version of the 7 emotions precious seal. Xiao Yu was startled and said, "You have cultivated the incomplete version of the 7 emotions precious seal?" "Yes. I exchanged for the love seal, grief seal, and anger seal of the 7 emotions precious seal in the outer court." Zhuowen nodded and said, "So that's how it is. The inner court does have the complete version of the 7 emotions precious seal. This cultivation technique is not too precious. I have a set with me. You can cultivate it." Xiao Yu revealed an expression of understanding. He immediately took out a jade slip from his spirit ring and handed it to Zhuowen. Obviously, the 7 emotions precious seal was recorded in this jade slip. "Old man Xiao, thank you very much." Zhuowen took the jade slip and said with a smile, "The 7 emotions precious seal is not difficult. If you can comprehend the void immortal scripture, then you will be really powerful. Work hard. Also, the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace will open in 3 months. Kid, you have to work hard. When the time comes, you have to win glory for my AO Yuanfeng," Xiao Yu said excitedly. Zhuowen shrugged. With AO Yuanfeng's current state, it was really difficult for him to get a good ranking in the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace. However, Zhuowen was full of expectations for the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace. After all, the Ice and Fire holy symbol was in there. Is there any benefit to getting a good ranking in the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace? Zhuowen suddenly asked. Xiao Yu stared at him and said, "Of course there are benefits. If more people enter the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace, and the deeper the palace is, the higher the yuan qi in the main peak will be distributed. It will be helpful for the disciples of the main peak to cultivate. Under the 9 main peaks, there is a huge yuan vein. The inner courtyard relies on the power of the yuan vein to suppress the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palaces, Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace. If the disciples of your main peak can get a good ranking in the palace, then the main peak will be replenished by the underground yuan vein, and the yuan qi in the main peak will be richer." Zhuowen nodded. He did not expect that there would be such benefits to competing for a ranking in the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace. Moreover, Zhuowen did feel that the yuan qi in AO Yuanfeng was much thinner than in Tiandu Peak. It seems that AO Yuanfeng is ranked last. Zhuowen rolled his dead fish eyes and said, "Cough, cough. What do you mean we are always ranked last? It's just that our AO Yuanfeng is more low-key and disdains to compete with the other main peaks." Xiao Yu coughed dryly. "Then why did you want me to win glory for AO Yuanfeng?" Zhuowen was somewhat speechless as he looked at Xiao Yu. He had seen through this old man. He was just an old man who wanted to save face no matter what. His words were dignified, but in Zhuowen's eyes it was all nonsense. "Cough, cough. I still have some things to deal with. You continue to comprehend the void immortal scripture. I'm leaving." A trace of redness appeared on Xiao Yu's face that was covered in wrinkles. Obviously, he was embarrassed to be exposed by Zhuowen in front of him, so he fled from this place like he was flying. Zhuowen shook his head and no longer paid attention to Xiao Yu. Instead, he focused his attention on the void stone tablet. "Boy, the void law isn't that easy to comprehend. I think you should focus your energy on the ice fire holy symbol. If you combine the dark cold poison and the 9 flames karmic fire, The energy created will definitely be unimaginable. When Zhuowen was about to comprehend the void stone tablet, Xiao Hei's voice rang in his mind, causing Zhuowen's eyes to narrow. Moreover, there are only 3 months before the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Palace opens. You have a part of the Ice Flame, holy symbol's origin, so you have a lot of advantages over others. If you use the Dark Cold Poison and the 9 Flames Karmic Fire, you will definitely be like a fish in water inside, Xiao Hei continued. Maybe. However, the Dark Cold Poison and the 9 Flames Karmic Fire are too powerful. I have tried before, but I can't control these 2 energies at all. In just 3 months, even if I put all my energy into it, I might not be able to successfully fuse the new energies, Zhuowen said with a sigh. That's right. Perhaps entering the Ice and Fire Dual Pole Palace will be an opportunity for you to fuse the 2 types of ice and fire energy. The Ice and Fire Dual Pole Palace contains extremely powerful ice and fire energy. You might be able to get some inspiration there. Hearing Xiao Hei's words, Zhuowen nodded. He sat cross-legged in front of the void stone tablet and continued to comprehend the void law. A month later, Old Man Tian Du suddenly summoned the 9 peak masters to the sky capital peak. Xiao Yu, who was originally studying in the wooden house, was also called over. In the spacious hall of the star-picking pavilion, there was a huge round table. 9 figures with terrifying auras sat quietly at the round table. At the head of the round table, Old Man Tian Du's expression was extremely solemn, as if he had something on his mind. Tian Du, why did you suddenly summon us? Xiao Yu asked with some displeasure. He was still concentrating on studying the thing in his hand, but was suddenly disturbed by Old Man Tian Du's communication jade token. Naturally, he was unhappy and did not treat Old Man Tian Du nicely. Looking at Tian Du's appearance, I'm afraid something bad has happened. Lu Yuanhua, the peak master of the Divine Devil Peak, said. His voice was like thunder reverberating in the hall. It was deafening. Chapter 1359. Investigation Mysterious Disappearances. This doesn't seem to be a rare thing, right? Every year, there are martial artists who go missing in the divine specter realm. It should be because they sneaked out of the divine specter realm. At the round table, a beautiful woman in luxurious clothes leaned lazily on the chair. Her graceful and curvaceous body was perfectly presented in front of everyone, making them feel as if their blood was boiling. This beautiful woman was the peak master of the Great Jade Peak, Xia Yuyan. She was also the only female among the 9 peak masters. Everyone present was an overlord if placed outside. Although they took a few more glances at Xia Yuyan's seductive posture, they would not be distracted by it. Junior Sister Yuyan, it's different this time. In a city at the border of the Divine Spectre Realm, close to 100 Emperor Realm martial artists have all gone missing. The city was massacred overnight and became a dead city, Elder Tindu said grimly. Massacred a city? Could it be that some kind of evil cultivator has appeared in our Divine Spectre Realm and massacred a city? Lu Yuanhua narrowed his eyes and his voice became cold. Not only Lu Yuanhua, but the others also became cold. The Divine Spectre Realm was a small world ruled by the Inner Yard. It was their territory, and the living beings in the Divine Spectre Realm were part of it. Someone had massacred a city in the Divine Spectre Realm. It was too disgraceful. Since someone is so bold to massacre a city, I'm afraid it will happen a second time. We have to investigate. The Emperor Realm martial artists in the Divine Spectre Realm are our people. We can't let them die without knowing why. He was the peak master of the Great Void Peak, the Great Void Taoist Shi Tianhua. He was also a half-saint. The formless Great Void that he had cultivated had reached the peak of perfection and reached the acme of perfection. Yes, we do need to investigate. The city that was massacred is called Yanyu City. The closest city to Yanyu City is San Yuan City. If I'm not wrong, the murder's next target should be San Yuan City, Elder Tindu said solemnly. Yes. We have to send people ahead of time to wait for the rabbit to appear, Shi Tianhua said seriously. Old man Tiandu nodded and said with a smile, I also have the same intention. Cough, cough, the 4 pro-disciples of our Tiandu Peak are basically all in seclusion, so this time it's up to you all. Xian Qi is also cultivating in seclusion. I can send out some core disciples, but I can't do anything about the personal disciples. Xianzhong answered indifferently and stopped talking. The others exchanged glances and shook their heads. The dual extremes of Ice and Fire Palace was about to open. The personal disciples of the various main peaks were all in closed-door cultivation. How could they have the time to investigate such a trivial matter? After all, it was only a small city at the border of the divine spectre realm. To the inner academy, it was really insignificant. If the matter had not developed to a very serious stage, the inner academy would not be willing to send too many people to deal with it. I see that junior brother Xiao Yu is quite interested in this matter. It should be more appropriate to hand it over to Ao Yuan Peak. Suddenly, Xianzhong said indifferently. Swish! Swish! Instantly, the eyes of everyone at the round table fell on the drowsy Xiao Yu, who was sitting in the corner. Why are you all looking at me like that? Feeling everyone's gaze, Xiao Yu suddenly woke up and said with some uneasiness, Haha, junior brother Xiao Yu, the pro-disciples of our 8 main peaks are all in seclusion and can't be sent out to investigate the massacre. Cough, cough, your Ao Yuan Peak is a little idle, so this important task will be handed over to your Ao Yuan Peak, Old Man Tindu said with a smile. Our Ao Yuan Peak's pro-disciples are also in seclusion, and I can't send anyone out. Xiao Yu was anxious and quickly said, Hee, junior brother Xiao Yu, your Ao Yuan Peak has always been at the bottom of the Ice and Fire Dual Extremes Palace in the past few times. This time should be no exception. So, it doesn't matter whether your personal disciple cultivates or not. Xianzhong sneered. Last time, because of Zhuowen, Xianzhong hated the entire Ao Yuan Peak, especially Xiao Yu. He hated them so much that his teeth itched. Now that he had a chance to ridicule them, Xianzhong naturally couldn't wait. Xianzhong's words were very rude, which made the other peak masters frown. However, what Xianzhong said was also what they were thinking, but they didn't say it out loud. That's right. What Xianzhong said is not unreasonable. We have to send a pro-disciple to investigate this matter. Otherwise, the people of the divine nether realm will think that our inner courtyard does not attach importance to this matter, which will reduce the prestige of our inner courtyard. Old man Tiandu also advised. Damn it! All of you are tricking me. Let me tell you, this time my Ao Yuan Peak will definitely not be at the bottom of the dual extremes of Ice and Fire Palace. Don't think that my Ao Yuan Peak will send out a pro-disciple, Xiao Yu said with an extremely ugly expression. Xianzhong sneered and said, In that case, your Ao Yuan Peak can send out 30 core disciples. You can't just do nothing, right? As soon as these words came out, Xiao Yu's face suddenly froze. Their Ao Yuan Peak only had a total of more than 10 core disciples. How could they send out 30? You can't even send out 30 core disciples, and you're still unwilling to send out a pro-disciple. Xianzhong mocked. Xiao Yu, your Ao Yuan Peak has 2 pro-disciples. You can send out 1. This request is not too much. When the time comes, we will each send out the elite of our core disciples to follow your Ao Yuan Peak's pro-disciple to investigate together, Old Man Tindu said. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's face was a little ugly, but he didn't refute. Ao Yuan Peak was indeed too weak, causing the other 8 peaks to more or less look down on them. After leaving Tiandu Peak, Xiao Yu was a little distressed. He was a little distressed about who to send to investigate the massacre at the border. Lu Qing was steady and had good talent. His cultivation was at the 7th level Emperor realm. Xiao Yu wanted to send Lu Qing to investigate, but Lu Qing had already gone into seclusion 3 months ago. He was only willing to come out after the dual extremes of Ice and Fire Palace opened. If Xiao Yu were to disturb Lu Qing now, it would definitely affect him greatly. Although Zhuowen didn't go into seclusion and often went to the Void Stone Tablet to comprehend the Void Law, Xiao Yu had high hopes for him and didn't want to delay Zhuowen's comprehension of the Void Law. What should I do? Don't tell me I still have to let Zhuowen investigate in the end? Xiao Yu was very distressed and hesitant. Old man Xiao, what's wrong with you? You look so distressed. A puzzled voice sounded. Xiao Yu raised his head and saw a young man walking in front of him. It was Zhuowen, who had just finished comprehending the Void Stone Tablet and was preparing to return. Xiao Yu's eyes flickered. In the end, he decided to disclose this matter to Zhuowen. If Zhuowen is unwilling, I will sternly reject Old Man Tindu and the others. Hearing Xiao Yu's explanation, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said, You want me to go to the border of the divine Spectre domain to investigate the massacre? Xiao Yu smiled bitterly and said, It mainly depends on your wishes. If you are unwilling, I will immediately reject that Old Man Tindu. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he said with a smile, Let me carry out this investigation. In any case, I have been tired of staying in the inner court recently, and I haven't made much progress in comprehending the Void Law. Maybe I will have an epiphany when I go out. Xiao Yu's eyes revealed a trace of suspicion. You really plan to accept this mission? I really plan to, Zhuowen said with a smile. Since that's the case, I will discuss it with Tindu. I will ask that old man to send more people to you. Also, you're only going to investigate. Don't stay too long, or you will miss the opening time of the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Palace. Xiao Yu cautiously instructed Zhuowen before hurriedly leaving Mysterious Origin Peak. Obviously, he was going to discuss it with Old Man Tindu, who was planning to go to Tindu Peak. Looking at Xiao Yu's departing figure, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He didn't take the initiative to go out this time for no reason. In addition to the boredom of staying in Mysterious Origin Peak all the time, Zhuowen wanted to take advantage of the time to try to merge the dark, cold poison and 9 flames karmic fire. Originally, Zhuowen could have gone to find Mu Qinxue, but Mu Qinxue was also in seclusion during this period of time in order to welcome the opening of the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Palace in 2 months. Xiao Yu was very efficient. After an hour, he returned to Mysterious Origin Peak and instructed Zhuowen to set off in 2 days. 2 days slowly passed. Mysterious Origin Peak, which was originally not very lively, became even more deserted. At a glance, there was no one to be seen. As the opening of the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Palace was approaching, most of the disciples had entered seclusion. They planned to use this last period of time to strive to improve their strength. Today, Xiao Yu took the initiative to find Zhuowen and brought Zhuowen to the entrance of the inner court mountain gate. At this moment, a group of people was already standing in front of the mountain gate. The leader of this group was Old Man Tian Du, junior brother Xiao Yu. Thank you for your hard work. Old Man Tian Du looked at Xiao Yu, who brought Zhuowen over and said with a smile. Xiao Yu's face was full of displeasure. He stared behind Old Man Tian Du and said with a frown, Why did you only send over 20 core disciples? Isn't this too little? Old Man Tian Du smiled awkwardly and said, These are the core disciples of Sky Capital Peak. The other main peaks are not willing to send their core disciples. Xiao Yu was silent for a moment, and then immediately cursed. This group of sons of bitches, they really took me for a fool. Previously, they vowed that they would send their core disciples to help, but in the blink of an eye, they don't care anymore. Damn it. Old Man Tian Du coughed dryly and smiled awkwardly. He did not interrupt. This is enough. If there are too many people, it won't help the investigation. Instead, it will expose our whereabouts. Zhuowen said with a smile. Zhuowen did not have too many requirements for the number of people who came. After all, it was just an investigation. There was no need to mobilize so many people. Hee, Zhuowen is still more sensible. Zhuowen, let me introduce you. This is my Sky Capital Peak's strongest core disciple, Su Ronghua. When the time comes, you will investigate the massacre of the city together. She will listen to your command. Chapter 1360. Sanyuan City. Hello, Zhuowen. I was at the scene of the battle at Sky Capital Peak 4 months ago. You're really strong. Su Ronghua, on the other hand, appeared natural and unrestrained. She extended her delicate and white jade-like hand and placed it in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen was taken aback. He extended his hand and shook her hand gently. He smiled and said, "That's because of the uniqueness of my armor. My strength is only average." Su Ronghua's strength was not bad. Her cultivation was at the 6th level Emperor realm. Judging from her aura, she was not far from the 7th level Emperor realm. She was only a core disciple of Sky Capital Peak. It seemed that the gap between Mysterious Origin Peak and Sky Capital Peak was quite big. During the process of shaking hands, Zhuowen also sized up the 20 core disciples behind Su Ronghua. He found that they were all 4th level emperors, with a few 5th level emperors. Su Ronghua shook her head. She obviously did not believe Zhuowen's words. However, she was a smart person. She knew that this involved Zhuowen's privacy. Naturally, she would not continue to ask. "All right, you can go now. For this investigation, you will listen to Zhuowen's orders. Do you understand?" Elder Tiandu suddenly said solemnly, "Yes." Su Ronghua and the 20 or so core disciples all nodded in agreement. "This is a high-grade Emperor weapon, the Red Cloud Flying Sword. It's extremely fast. Ride this flying sword and you will reach the border of the Divine Spectre Realm in 3 days. Your target this time is Sanyuan City. You will investigate the truth behind the destruction of the neighboring Yanhua City." Elder Tiandu waved his sleeve and took out a scarlet flying sword. The flying sword hummed and expanded to a size of several hundred feet. It was more than enough to carry 20 people on it. "Zhuowen, take this jade talisman. I've left a mark on it. If you encounter any trouble in Sanyuan City, crush the jade talisman and I will rush over immediately." Xiao Yu took out a jade talisman from his sleeve and handed it to Zhuowen. After receiving the jade talisman, Zhuowen looked at Xiao Yu with slight surprise and nodded with a smile. "Looks like you still care about your disciple. Since you're so sincere, I won't be polite and accept it." "You brat, what nonsense are you saying?" Xiao Yu's eyes widened in anger. His tone became a little unfriendly. "I'm leaving. Old Xiao Yu, I appreciate your kindness. Goodbye." With that, Zhuowen stepped Red Cloud Flying Sword. The Red Cloud Flying Sword turned. Red light turned. And Red Cloud Flying Sword turned. Red Cloud Flying Sword. The Red Cloud Flying Sword turned. Red Cloud Flying Sword turned. Red Cloud, Red Cloud. The Scarlet Heaven Flying Sword's speed was indeed fast. It was even faster than Zhuowen's purple lightning wings. Of course, if Zhuowen used the power of the void on his purple lightning wings, his speed would increase by several times. Perhaps the Scarlet Heaven Flying Sword under his feet would not be able to compare. Just as Old Man Tiandu had said, Zhuowen's group only took 3 days to arrive at 3 Origin City. However, when the Red Cloud Flying Sword landed in 3 Origin City, everyone was stunned. They realized that the city, which was supposed to be bustling with activity, was completely silent. There wasn't a single soul in 3 Origin City. It was like a dead city. Is 3 Origin City always like this? Zhuowen turned around and asked Su Ronghua as he looked down at the deathly silent 3-element city. Su Ronghua shook his head and said, "Although 3 Origin City is a relatively remote city in the divine nether realm, it's not to the extent that there isn't a single soul here. Could it be that the tragedy in Yanhua City has already spread to 3 Origin City? It's very likely." Zhuowen's eyes were cautious. Soon after, he commanded the Red Cloud Flying Sword to land in the center of 3 Origin City. 20 people got off the flying sword and looked around vigilantly. Zhuowen's brows slightly knitted. His powerful mental energy was like invisible tentacles as it spread out in all directions to investigate the situation in the surrounding buildings. However, what made Zhuowin's brows tighten even more was that there wasn't a single soul in the surrounding buildings. Even the things in the buildings were untouched. There weren't any signs of fighting or anything else. It was as if everyone in 3 Origin City had evaporated into thin air. Zhuowin, should we split up and search around 3 Origin City? Su Ronghua's brows tightly knitted together as she asked Zhuowin. Yes, all of you split up and search. However, be careful. If there's anything amiss, immediately use the communication jade token to summon us. Zhuowin nodded his head and said. As she spoke, Su Ronghua began to assign tasks. It had to be said that Su Ronghua was extremely capable. She also had some methods to dispatch other core disciples. From the respectful attitude of those disciples towards Su Ronghua, it was clear that Su Ronghua was highly respected in their eyes. If Zhuowin was the one to dispatch them, those disciples might not necessarily listen to him. Zhuowin. After assigning tasks, 20 over disciples flew towards the surroundings and began to search the entire 3 Origin City. Su Ronghua stayed behind and stayed beside Zhuowin. Zhuowin, can you see anything different? Su Ronghua softly asked. Zhuowin shook his head and said, I can't see anything either. If we want to understand what happened here, we need to find the original residents of 3 Origin City. Otherwise, we won't be able to find anything or any clues from this ghost town. A short while later, over 20 core disciples gathered on the street where Zhuowin and Su Ronghua were located from other parts of 3 Yuan City. However, what disappointed Zhuowin and Su Ronghua was that the 20 over core disciples were unable to find any useful clues in other parts of 3 Origin City. In fact, they couldn't even find a single living person. Su Ronghua's beautiful eyes revealed a worried look as she asked, What exactly happened? Why has 3 Origin City become a ghost town? Su Ronghua, do you know the address of Yanhua City? Zhuowin suddenly asked. Su Ronghua was taken aback. Soon after, he subconsciously replied, I know. Then follow me to Yanhua City. The rest of you will stay in 3 Origin City and wait for our return. Zhuowin instructed before controlling the scarlet firmament flying sword to carry him and Su Ronghua. They transformed into a fiery red arc of light and disappeared from the sky above 3 Origin City. Yanhua City was very close to 3 Origin City. Zhuowin only spent 2 hours to reach Yanhua City. The feeling that Yanhua City gave him was even more deathly still and empty than 3 Origin City. In fact, Zhuowin could even faintly sense that the air in Yanhua City was filled with a strange fog that was filled with the aura of death. Yanhua City is also a ghost town. Tindu Peak Master said that Yanhua City was massacred and no one survived. Su Ronghua softly sighed. Massacred? Senior Tindu is so sure that Yanhua City was massacred? Zhuowin asked in astonishment. That is also Peak Master's guess. He thinks that the probability of a massacre is the highest. Su Ronghua replied. Are there any other cities nearby? Zhuowin continued to ask. Su Ronghua took out a scroll from his spirit ring and flipped it open. There are a total of 5 cities in this border region. Aside from Yanhua City and 3 Origin City, there are 3 other cities, namely Rinjia City, Yanliang City, and Dumao City. Then let's take a look at these 3 cities. Zhuowin didn't waste any time. With a wave of his hand, he directly stepped onto the flying sword with Su Ronghua and flew towards the other 3 cities. The 2 of them spent 6 hours patrolling the 3 cities. However, what made the 2 of them gloomy was that the 3 cities were also ghost towns like 3 Origin City and Yanhua City. There wasn't a single person in them, and they were filled with a deathly stillness. The 5 cities at the border have all been massacred? Who exactly is it that is capable of massacring nearly 1 million people in 5 cities in such a short period of time? Moreover, no one is alive or dead. Stopping at the last city, Dumao City, Zhuowen and Su Ronghua looked at each other. Their brows furrowed tighter and tighter as the doubts in their hearts grew deeper and deeper. Who exactly was it that massacred these 5 cities? Moreover, it was so cleanly massacred. Zhuowen, let's return to 3 Origin City first. This border region is very strange. I'm afraid that we need to return to the Inner Academy and report this matter to Peak Master. Su Ronghua said to Zhuowen, "All right, let's return to the Inner Academy first." Zhuowen didn't have any objections. With a wave of his sleeve, the scarlet firmament flying sword once again flew out and headed towards 3 Origin City. Approximately 6 to 8 hours later, they landed in 3 Origin City. At this moment, the sky had become dusky and the surroundings were incomparably white and pitch black. In the empty ghost town, not a single light was lit, and it looked extremely desolate. Swoosh! The scarlet firmament flying sword landed in 3 Origin City. Soon after, Su Ronghua took out her communication jade talisman and informed the 20 over core disciples that were previously in the city. Oh, no response. After sending out the message, Su Ronghua's brows slightly knitted together as she said in astonishment, "What's wrong?" Zhuowen asked. "Just now I used the communication jade talisman to inform the other senior and junior brothers. However, I discovered that no one responded. Logically speaking, if they are all in 3 Origin City, they will definitely reply to my message." Su Ronghua's brows tightly knitted together as she said, "Perhaps they saw that we haven't returned for a long time and went out to look for us. Why don't we stay in 3 Origin City for a night? Perhaps they will return tomorrow. At that time, we can return to the Inner Academy together." Zhuowen suggested. Su Ronghua sighed softly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry as she said, "Looks like this is the only way. The inn is right in front. There must be many rooms inside. Let's just go in and stay for a night." Zhuowen pointed to the front. There was a rather exquisite little loft there. Outside the loft, there was a bamboo pole with a canvas hanging on it. The word inn was written on the canvas. After entering the inn, it was pitch black inside. With a flick of his finger, Zhuowen took out a luminous pearl from his spiritual ring. This luminous pearl might be a rare treasure in the secular world. However, to a cultivator, it was merely a worldly item that was used for illumination. Everything in this inn is neat and tidy. However, there is not a single person. I really wonder what happened earlier. Su Ronghua looked around the inn and sighed softly. Chapter 1361. Evil Cultivator. The room in the inn was rather large, and the decorations inside were extremely simple. There was a bed, a table, a stool, and a half-lit oil lamp on the table. Apart from these, there was nothing else. The window opposite the door was wide open, and a cool breeze blew in from the window, bringing a bone-piercing chill. Zhuowen opened the other rooms one by one, and after discovering that there was nothing unusual, he said to Su Ronghua downstairs, "Miss Su, come up and choose a room." Su Ronghua gently nodded and chose the room next to Zhuowen's. "I will set up a defensive yuan array in your room, just in case." After Su Ronghua chose her room, Zhuowen took out a few yuan crystals from his spirit ring and arranged them in a strange pattern in the room. An invisible ripple rose from the surface of the room. "Many thanks," Su Ronghua said with a sweet smile. "It's nothing. I always feel that the 5 small cities at the border are very strange. It's always better to be prepared, rest early tonight, and see if the others have returned tomorrow," Zhuowen said with a faint smile. Su Ronghua nodded and closed the door. Zhuowen looked around the pitch-black environment of the inn and frowned. Ever since he entered 3 Element City, he had a feeling that he was being spied on. This feeling was inexplicable. Is it just my imagination? Zhuowen shook his head and entered his own room. After setting up a similar defensive yuan array, he sat cross-legged on his bed and began to meditate and train. Xiao Hei! The ice and fire energy produced by the ice-fire sacred symbol was different at every stage. For example, the combination of the human rank cold energy and fire energy produced a spherical ice fire. The combination of the earth rank cold energy and fire energy produced a lotus-shaped ice fire lotus. Will the combination of the heaven rank cold energy and fire energy be different? After sitting cross-legged on the bed, Zhuowen communicated with Xiao He and asked, "It should be different. However, I'm afraid that you will only know what form it will take after you combine the dark cold poison and the 9 flames karmic flame." Xiao He replied in an indifferent manner, after which she fell into silence and continued, "Brat, this 3 yuan city gives me a very strange feeling. I keep having the feeling that something strange will happen inside. You should be careful and be on your guard." Upon hearing this, Zhuowen's heart shivered. Soon after, he nodded his head seriously. Since even Xiao He had said so, it was likely that 3 yuan city was definitely not a good place. Speaking of which, after discovering that something was wrong, Zhuowen should have immediately returned to the inner court. However, the more than 20 core disciples of the Sky Capital Peak had mysteriously disappeared. It would be difficult for him to explain to old man Tiandu. If we can't find them tomorrow, we can only report back to the inner court. Staying here is not a solution. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Just as he finished speaking, he realized that his eyelids were a little heavy, and a strong sense of sleepiness rose in his heart. "Why are you so sleepy? Could it be that he was too tired during the day? That's not right." When Zhuowen's eyelids drooped and he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze revealed an extremely cautious expression. At his level of cultivation, it was easy for him to keep his mind clear. Even if he didn't eat or drink for several years, nothing would happen to him. But now, after just a day of running around, he felt tired. This was definitely not normal. "Zhuowen, you're awake." A clear voice suddenly sounded out. Soon after, Zhuowen followed the voice and coincidentally saw Su Ronghua leaning against the door, smiling at him. "Miss Su, why did you enter my room? Didn't you just enter the room next door to rest?" Zhuowen's brows slightly knitted as he asked in astonishment. Su Ronghua chuckled and said, "Zhuowen, it's already early in the morning. You overslept yourself. I specially came over this morning to wake you up." Early in the morning, Zhuowen was taken aback. Soon after, he noticed that the window on his right just so happened to sprinkle in a warm, golden sunlight, appearing rather glaring. However, Zhuowen's brows quickly knitted together. He had clearly only closed his eyes for a moment. Could it be that he had already fallen asleep when he closed his eyes? Moreover, he was drowsy. In the end, it was Su Ronghua who woke him up. "Follow me first. The others have already returned and are waiting downstairs. Moreover, they have brought good news." Su Ronghua gave a lovely laugh as she walked out of Zhuowen's room and headed downstairs. With a doubtful heart, Zhuowen followed behind Su Ronghua and walked down the stairs step by step. Soon after, he saw over 20 people gathered outside the inn. They were the 20 over Sky Capital Peak Core disciples that had previously disappeared from 3 yuan city. Senior Sister Su, Senior Brother Zhuo, a young man wearing dark green clothes with a peaceful expression, immediately arrived in front of the two. His attitude was rather respectful and submissive. "Qinze, tell me, where exactly did you go yesterday? Why did you only return this morning?" Su Ronghua somewhat reprimanded. Qinze's eyes revealed an apologetic look as he said, "Senior Sister Su, I am truly sorry. I acted on my own initiative at the beginning." As he spoke, Qinze tirelessly recounted the events that had occurred yesterday in full detail. It turned out that after Zhuowen and Su Ronghua had left for Misty Delight City, the group of 20 over people had become bored and began to stroll around 3 yuan city. When they arrived at the southeast corner of 3 yuan city, there was an alley. Originally, the alley was very normal. However, Qinze's eyes were rather sharp. Within the alley, he actually saw a bare arm within a pile of trash. Soon after, the group entered the alley and rummaged through the pile of trash. Immediately, they pulled out the owner of the arm. It was an extremely skinny boy. When the boy saw Qinzhe and the rest, he was just like a frightened mouse as he repeatedly shrieked, his eyes filled with terror. Later on, they tried to calm the boy's emotions and finally made him lower his guard against them. That boy was one of the original residents of 3 Yuan City. When Qinzhe asked the boy what had happened in 3 Yuan City, the boy finally suppressed the fear in his heart and recounted everything that had happened in 3 Yuan City. What exactly happened in 3 Yuan City? Zhuowen immediately asked with interest. Qinzhe's gaze turned grave as he said, according to the boy, the reason why 3 Yuan City has become a ghost town is because of a terrifying evil cultivator. That evil cultivator wants to increase his own strength, so he needs to sacrifice living people in order to obtain the corresponding strength. Moreover, it is said that the evil cultivator is proficient in using poison. Before he entered 3 Yuan City, he quietly released a kind of knockout drug, causing all the humans in 3 Yuan City to faint. Even the high and mighty Emperor realm cultivators in the city did not faint under the effects of the knockout drug. However, they lost the ability to resist and were all captured by the evil cultivator. Zhuowen frowned slightly as he said, "Then everyone in the city was sacrificed by the evil cultivator." That is indeed the case. This is also the reason why 3 Yuan City has become a ghost town, Qinzhe said solemnly. To be able to make Emperor realm cultivators lose the ability to resist, is there such a strong knockout drug in the world? Zhuowen frowned slightly as he asked curiously. Su Ronghua smiled and said, "After all, he is an evil cultivator. His methods are naturally different from ordinary cultivators, especially this kind of evil cultivator who is proficient in using poison. The poisons on his body can be said to be strange and unusual." Then, does the boy know the whereabouts of the evil cultivator? Zhuowen asked. Qinzhe shook his head and said the boy does not know. However, we have tracing bees on us. The boy's blood also has the smell of the knockout drug. I have already used tracing bees to record the smell. Yesterday, we followed the tracing bees to the evil cultivator's location. Therefore, we left 3 Yuan City and only returned this morning. You found the evil cultivator's location? Also, did you have a conflict with the evil cultivator? Su Ronghua asked anxiously. Qinzhe shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "We do not dare to face the evil cultivator. After all, the evil cultivator is an existence that has destroyed the entire city. There are also mid-level Emperor realm cultivators in 3 Yuan City. If they can destroy 3 Yuan City, the few of us will not be enough. You did the right thing. Fortunately, you did not act rashly. Otherwise, you might not have been able to return." Su Ronghua nodded slightly. Then her beautiful eyes fell on Zhuowen and said, "Zhuowen, why don't we follow Qinzhe to the evil cultivator's location and wait for an opportunity to strike? I believe that with the 2 of us, we'll have more than 20 mid-level Emperor realm cultivators. We are confident that we can take down the evil cultivator when he least expects it." Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong. However, Su Ronghua was right. Since they had found the evil cultivator's location, they could not let him go. After all, the evil cultivator would leave after digesting the countless cultivators' sacrifices in 3 Yuan City. If they continued to look for him, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. "Let's go and take a look first." Zhuowen nodded in agreement, and then the group walked out of 3 Yuan City in a grandiose manner. The evil cultivator's location that Qinzhe mentioned was quite far from 3 Yuan City. In order not to alert the evil cultivator, the group did not dare to fly in the sky. Therefore, they spent a lot of time. About 6 hours later, Qinzhe and the rest stopped in front of a mountain range. He said softly, "At the back of this mountain range, there is a rather inconspicuous cave." Back then, the tracing bee was roaming around the entrance of the cave. Therefore, I guess that the evil cultivator is inside the cave. Since the evil cultivator is proficient in using poison, He must have set up similar traps in the cave. Everyone, take this detoxification origin crystal. This origin crystal has a certain level of poison resistance. Carry it with you, and you will be immune to all poisons. Zhuowen took out more than 20 transparent origin crystals from his spirit ring and handed them to Su Ronghua, Qin Zhe, and the rest of the group. Then, under his instructions, they silently crept into the back of the mountain range. As expected, they found a cave. Chapter 1362. Illusion, let's go in together. Su Ronghua said to Zhuowen, "There are too many of us. If we go in, we will easily expose ourselves. Why don't I go in alone to check things out?" Zhuowen said, shaking his head. Su Ronghua and the rest looked at each other before nodding their heads. Zhuowen's words were not without reason. There were too many of them. If they entered the cave together, they would definitely alert the enemy. After discussing with Su Ronghua for a while, Zhuowen climbed up the cave like an agile monkey. Soon after, he discovered that the interior of the cave was pitch black. However, if one were to take a closer look, one would see that there was a pale green glow within the pitch-black cave. His eyes flashing, Zhuowen entered the cave like a cat, restraining the aura in his body to the extreme. The tunnel in the cave was very deep. During the process of entering, Zhuowen discovered several traps. If not for his powerful mental energy, he might have really fallen for them. They are really cautious. I wonder how powerful this evil cultivator is. After avoiding a trap, Zhuowen frowned slightly. He continued to advance. He could sense that the cave was nearing the end, so he slowed down. At the end of the cave, there was a corner. A dense pale green glow was emitted from behind the corner. It was strange and terrifying. Ah! A miserable shriek sounded from the corner. It was like a ghost wailing and a wolf howling, as if a malicious spirit was demanding a life. Moreover, the miserable shriek was continuous, sounding distant and long, causing one's hair to stand on end. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He approached the corner step by step, becoming more and more vigilant. Finally, he walked out of the corner. This was a rather large stone hall. The surrounding rock walls were full of potholes. At the center of the stone hall stood a large square cauldron. This square cauldron was made of bronze. The enormous cauldron emitted a blazing pale green glow. Miserable shrieks were emitted from this square cauldron, as if countless creatures were trapped within. Under the square cauldron, a dark green flame burned. As soon as Zhuowen entered the stone hall, he felt a wave of high temperature hit him in the face, as if he was in a furnace. On both sides of the square cauldron stood 2 crosses that were about 10 feet tall. On each of the crosses stood a figure. Both of them were middle-aged men with strong builds. Their auras were powerful and vigorous. Zhuowen concluded that they were both mid-level great emperors. However, at this moment, the auras on their bodies were extremely weak. They were like candles in the wind, about to be extinguished at any moment. Perhaps because they heard the footsteps, one of them raised his head with great difficulty. His swollen eyes stared at Zhuowen, and he was stunned. Soon after, he revealed an expression of wild joy. Save me." This person's dry lips weakly spat out these words. After he finished speaking, he was completely powerless. However, his face was filled with hope. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and pointed with his right hand. 2 air blades appeared in the air, and the shackles on the 2 were immediately released. Plop! Once the shackles on their bodies were released, the 2 immediately fell to the ground. They could only rely on their hands to slowly wriggle on the ground. Zhuowen walked towards one of them and placed his right palm on his shoulder. A vigorous wave of star energy flowed into the person's body. The person's pale face became much rosier. "Tell me, what's going on? What is in this square cauldron?" Zhuowen stared at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked cautiously. The middle-aged man looked at the square cauldron beside him. His eyes were filled with fear. He trembled and said, Quick, take me away. Otherwise I will die. I will die just like everyone else in 3 Origin City. Take me away, quick. The middle-aged man looked extremely agitated. His hands tightly grasped Zhuowen's sleeves as his body trembled. Zhuowen frowned and snorted. A wave of energy gushed out and shook off the middle-aged man's hands. He said coldly, "Tell me, what is this square cauldron? Otherwise, I will let you experience a true death." Feeling the coldness in Zhuowen's eyes, the middle-aged man came back to his senses. He calmed down and said, "I will tell you. You must take me away from here. I do not want to stay in this damned place for a moment longer." "Of course," Zhuowen said indifferently. "This is the temporary cultivation ground of the evil cultivator. This square cauldron is the evil cultivator's emperor weapon. Inside the square cauldron are the souls of all living beings in 3 Origin City. The evil cultivator intends to refine these souls into evil pills to increase his cultivation." At this point, the middle-aged man's body trembled again. It was a sign of fear. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. This evil cultivator was truly audacious, vicious, and merciless. The entire 3 Element City had a population of nearly 1 million, and he had actually stripped the souls of such a terrifying number of people to refine evil pills. It was truly against the will of the heavens. Why didn't the evil cultivator put the 2 of you into the square cauldron to refine evil pills? Both of you are rank for Emperor Realm. You should be the top experts in 3 Origin City. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He seemed to have thought of something. He stared coldly at the middle-aged man, and his voice became cold. Because the middle-aged man had just spoken when he was interrupted by an evil voice. Because these 2 fellows are the main ingredients of the evil pills. Naturally, they have to be put in at the last step to refine the pills. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He suddenly raised his head and saw a slender figure standing on top of the square cauldron. It was an old man in his middle years. He wore a dark green robe, and his skin was extremely thin. It was covered with layers of wrinkles like the bark of an old tree. Moreover, the old man's eyes were green. They did not look like the eyes of a human. They looked more like the eyes of a ghost. "It's him. It's the evil cultivator." The middle-aged man kept retreating. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the evil cultivator. "Brat, which power are you from? How dare you investigate me?" The evil cultivator stared at Zhuowen and sneered. Zhuowen said indifferently, "I'm an inner yard disciple. You dare to do whatever you want in the divine spectre realm. You have guts." "Inner yard? I see. Since you're an inner yard disciple, I can't let you go. Let's become a part of the evil pill of the square cauldron." The evil cultivator licked his lips and roared. He swooped down. Wisps of green poisonous gas surged out of his body and instantly filled the entire stone hall. Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and took out the tiger head, clear, golden spear. He only had 1 high-grade Emperor artifact on him now. The other high-grade Emperor artifact had been taken away by the demonic avatar. After all, the slaughtering demonic blade was a demonic weapon. It could only unleash its strongest power in the hands of the demonic cultivator's demonic avatar. In the hands of Zhuowen, it would be limited. Ding! The crisp sound of metal clashing resounded. Then, Zhuowen felt a huge force. Sparks flew out from the tip of the tiger head, clear golden spear. Dang! 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 Zhuowen and the evil cultivator both took a few steps back. Their gazes became more cautious. Dang! 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 After the 2 separated, the sound of continuous footsteps could be heard from the corridor outside the stone hall. Then Su Ronghua and more than 20 people all came to the stone hall. "Zhuowen, is he an evil cultivator?" Su Ronghua looked at the old evil cultivator in front of him. His gaze was cautious as he asked Zhuowen. "Yes, he's—" Zhuowen nodded. Before he could finish his words, a gust of wind swept from behind him and heavily smashed into his back. "Pucci!" Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered a few steps forward. Just as he stabilized his body, a gust of wind whistled towards him. Slightly raising his head, the evil cultivator appeared in front of him with a sinister smile. His palms, which were covered in poisonous gas, blasted towards him. Zhuowen was caught off guard. He only had time to raise his hands and block in front of him. Boom! A muffled sound rang out as Zhuowen continuously retreated. His hands and body were covered in a green gas. The poison released by the evil cultivator was very strong. Even though Zhuowen had the detoxification origin crystal on him, he was still poisoned. Why? Zhuowen retreated to the corner and stared at Su Ronghua. His eyes were filled with doubt, confusion, and many other emotions. Just now, Su Ronghua was standing behind him. When he was unprepared, Su Ronghua used all his strength to launch a sneak attack on him. Su Ronghua was a sixth heaven emperor. Naturally, Zhuowen was not feeling well after taking a full blow from a martial artist of such a cultivation level. In addition, the evil cultivator's poison had left Zhuowen powerless. He could not use much of his strength. Haha, well done. The evil cultivator laughed. His pale green eyes were filled with excitement. Then he walked over step by step. Oh no! My strength is being suppressed by the poison. I can't use my strength at all. Zhuowen's expression was extremely ugly. He secretly circulated his qi, but found that he could not use any of his strength at all. It's useless. My 7-wound stride powder is the king of poisons. Even a high-level, great emperor martial artist would be weakened by this poison, let alone a mid-level great emperor like you. As he spoke, the evil cultivator approached Zhuowen. His right hand, which was covered in green gas, slowly approached Zhuowen's forehead. It's over. A feeling of despair rose in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen, what are you doing? Hurry up and wake up. Suddenly, an exasperated voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind. Then Zhuowen's eyes flew open. He saw a bloody face in front of him. The face's eyes were bloodshot. Its hair was disheveled, and its mouth was wide open. It was pouncing towards Zhuowen. What's that? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. His mental power surged out, forming a mental barrier that blocked the face outside. However, the ghostly face continued to howl outside the barrier, its sharp claws constantly pounding on the barrier. When he came to, Zhuowen realized that he was still in the room of the inn. However, this room was filled with countless ghostly faces. These ghostly faces fearlessly pounced on Zhuowen's bed. Xiao He and Cheng Huang stood in front of Zhuowen, blocking the terrifying number of ghostly faces. Chapter 1363. 1,000 Ghost in Gathering Formation. Brat, you're finally awake. Hurry up and release the 9 flames of karma. These ghosts are most afraid of powerful flame energy, like heavenly fire. Xiao He, who was working with Cheng Huang to stop the countless ghosts, also noticed that Zhuowen had woken up. She could not help but shout at him. Although Zhuowen was extremely puzzled, now was clearly not the time to be in a daze. Hence, he did not hesitate to use the 9 flames of karma. 9 colored flames continuously erupted as a terrifyingly high temperature spread. Yeah. The ghost that had escaped the mental energy barrier and was continuously howling and beating at it directly melted under the high temperature of the 9 flames of karma. It screamed miserably and was finally annihilated. Subsequently, Zhuowen waved his right hand and the 9 flames of karma spread out. The entire room turned into a sea of fire. However, Zhuowen's control of the flames had reached the pinnacle, and he did not set anything in the room on fire. The cries of ghosts and howls of wolves continued to resound. Instantly, all the ghosts in the entire room were annihilated by the 9 flames' karmic fire. The remaining ghosts all fled toward the wide, open windows. Their miserable cries were sometimes far and sometimes near. A miserable scream suddenly rang out from the room next door. causing Zhuowen's pupils to shrink. He muttered, "Oh no!" and immediately rushed out of the room and rushed towards the room next door. The moment Zhuowen opened the door, his hair stood on end as he discovered that there were countless human heads floating outside the inn. Their hair was disheveled, their faces were dripping with blood, and their eyes were empty and colorless. Perhaps because they had discovered that Zhuowen had opened the door, these human heads howled and rushed towards Zhuowen. Die! Zhuowen let out a cold snort as the karmic fire of 9 flames surrounded his body. When the heads that were flying towards him got close to the karmic fire of 9 flames around his body, hissing sounds could be heard as they were all annihilated. Damn it, what exactly are these things? Zhuowen's expression was ugly as he stepped into the room where Su Ronghua was. He threw out a palm and directly smashed through the door. Then he saw Su Ronghua lying on the bed. Her body was covered with many ghosts that were absorbing the yang energy from her body. Su Ronghua's eyes were tightly shut. Her body was covered in cold sweat as she muttered incoherently. If one listened carefully, it was as if she was speaking incoherently and no one knew what she was saying. Scram! Zhuowen coldly snorted as the 9 flames of karma burst forth. Immediately, the ghosts attached to Su Ronghua were annihilated by the 9 flames of karma. At the same time, the 9 flames of karma, the karma of karma and karma, and the karma and karma, and the karma and the karma. Countless ghosts were karma, karma and karma and karma, karma and karma and karma. At this moment, Su Ronghua's face was extremely pale. His eyes were tightly shut, and he was still speaking incoherently. It was as if he was having an extremely terrifying nightmare. It seems that this woman is the same as you. She has also fallen into an illusion. Blackie sighed softly. Karma? So what I saw just now was all fake? Zhuowen was stunned, and then he turned his head to look outside the window. He noticed that the sky outside the window was still pitch black and it wasn't on at all. It looked like Xiao He was right, and everything he'd seen and heard earlier was probably an illusion. Why did I fall into an illusion? And the ghosts outside the room, could they be the remains of the dead creatures in 3 Origin City? Zhuowen frowned. He had many questions. What exactly happened in 3 Origin City? Could it really be the work of an evil cultivator? Zhuowen muttered softly as he recalled what he had experienced in the illusion. There is 1,000 ghost gathering array in this city. I did not notice it when you first entered. When you fell into the illusion and the ghosts appeared, I guessed it. Xiao Hei's voice was extremely solemn. 1,000 ghost gathering array? What kind of array is this? Zhuowen had an ominous feeling. Xiao Hei sighed and said, the 1,000 ghost gathering array is actually an evil array that can refine the flesh and blood of living creatures. The flesh and blood of living creatures who die in this array will be turned into energy for the array, while their souls will become ghosts and kill other living creatures in the array. It also has an extremely strong hallucinogenic effect. I'm afraid that someone has set up such an array in 3 Origin City in advance and used this method to kill all the living creatures in the city. I'm afraid that all the living creatures in this city have become the nourishment for the 1,000 ghost gathering array. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed and he asked, then the other 4 cities at the border have also been set up by someone with this evil array? What is the purpose of setting up such an array? The purpose, of course, is to quickly increase one's strength. Generally speaking, cultivators absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth into their bodies to gain strength and raise their cultivation level. Therefore, the energy in a cultivator's body is actually the essence of the yuan qi of heaven and earth. However, for ordinary cultivators, it is impossible for them to refine the energy in a cultivator's body. However, the 1,000 ghost gathering array can simplify this process and become a medium to absorb the energy in a cultivator's body. Once the energy in the 1,000 ghost gathering array reaches a certain level, the person who set up the array only needs to come to the eye of the array and absorb the energy in the array. Then their cultivation level will rise to an extremely powerful level in a short period of time. Xiao He continued. Zhuan's eyes turned cold, and he said, "That is to say, the person who set up the array is very likely to be in 3 Origin City?" Xiao He nodded and said, "Yes, and it should be at the eye of the array. At this moment, it is controlling the ghosts in the array to attack you. If this dragon lord had not woken you up just now, I'm afraid you would have become one of the ghosts in this array." Upon hearing these words, Zhuan's body turned ice cold. He had been too careless this time and had actually fallen into the trap. Fortunately, Xiao He had warned him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Let's wake Miss Su up first." Looking at Su Ronghua, who was still trapped in the illusion on the bed, Zhuan formed a sword finger with his right hand and suddenly pointed it at the former's forehead. Waves of cool immortal power poured into Su Ronghua's mind. Soon after, Su Ronghua cried out in alarm and suddenly sat up on the bed. Her eyes were filled with fear, and her breathing was rapid as her chest heaved up and down. "Zhuan!" Su Ronghua quickly noticed Zhuan, who was beside the bed. She softly cried out and began to speak incoherently. "Miss Su, listen to me." Zhuan's expression was solemn. Soon after, he recounted everything that had happened in detail. Su Ronghua did not suspect anything. After all, the ghosts outside the room were the best evidence. 10,000 ghost gathering formation? Someone actually set up such an evil formation in a city at the border of our divine specter realm. It's too hateful. Su Ronghua's beautiful eyes were filled with resentment. It was obvious that she had heard of the 10,000 ghost gathering formation. At this point, Su Ronghua looked at Zhuan with some worry and said, "Zhuan, what should we do now? I'm afraid that we have already been discovered by the person who set up the formation. It won't be easy for us to leave this place. There's always a way. Let's wait until tomorrow. The Yin Qi is the strongest at night, and these ghosts are the strongest. Tomorrow, the ghost's power will be reduced. Tomorrow, we'll take the initiative to find the person who set up the formation." Zhuan narrowed his eyes, and his voice was slightly cold. This time he had almost suffered a great loss, so he naturally could not let it go just like that. Hearing this, Su Ronghua nodded lightly and did not refute Zhuan. Although her cultivation was higher than Zhuan's by a small realm in terms of strength, she knew that she was no match for Zhuan. After all, the young man in front of her was an existence that had killed the 8th level Emperor Stage 7th Azure Dragon Envoy at Capital Sky Peak. Moreover, the 9 Flames karmic fire on Zhuan's body was very effective against ghosts. Even if they were in the 10,000 ghost gathering formation, those ghosts would not be able to do anything to Zhuan and her. Just as Su Ronghua's thoughts were running wild, Zhuan took out a pill from his spirit ring and handed it to her. Su Ronghua was stunned. Soon after, she felt the strong medicinal fragrance from the pill in Zhuan's hand. That medicinal fragrance actually made her salivate. This is the Snow Lotus Lustrous Jade Pill, a healing pill. Previously, a lot of your yang qi was absorbed by the ghosts and your strength was greatly reduced. Take this and heal your injuries first. Tomorrow, we'll go find the person who set up the formation." Zhuan said indifferently. Receiving the pill, Su Ronghua softly said a word of thanks and swallowed it. What a rich medicinal effect. The instant she swallowed the pill, Su Ronghua's beautiful eyes brightened. In just 10 breaths, she discovered that the medicinal effect of the pill that she had swallowed circulated throughout her body, causing her entire body to feel warm. At this moment, more than half of her previous injuries had been healed. Su Ronghua's beautiful eyes stared at the figure sitting cross-legged on the floor in the room. Her eyes were filled with gratitude. Since this pill had such medicinal effect, it must be extremely precious. The fact that Zhuan was able to give such a pill to her clearly meant that he treated her as one of his own. This caused Su Ronghua's heart to jump with joy. Time passed very quickly, and the night gradually receded. The ghosts that were originally outside the room had become dispirited. Moreover, they were avoiding the sunlight and burrowed into the ground, not daring to show their heads again. Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes and withdrew the 9 flames of karma. He said to Su Ronghua, "Miss Su, we were attacked by ghosts last night. I'm afraid that we were discovered by the person who set up the formation. It's not very possible for us to leave 3 Origin City now. Therefore, we need to find the formation core and the person who set it up." Su Ronghua nodded and softly said, "Qin Zhe and the others have more than 20 people. Should we go look for them?" However, Zhuowen shook his head and said, "There's no need to look for them. I'm afraid that they've already met with misfortune and become nourishment for the 1,000 ghost Yin gathering formation." Hearing this, Su Ronghua gritted her teeth and a trace of sorrow appeared in her beautiful eyes. In truth, she had already guessed this, but she didn't want to believe it. "Come with me." Zhuowen stepped out of the inn and brought Su Ronghua to the central area of 3 Origin City. Subsequently, he placed his right hand on the ground in the central area and a surge of mental energy gushed out and drilled into the ground in the central area. After all, Zhuowen had inherited all of the Bai Feng's knowledge and experience. With the Bai Feng's identity as an arcane Saint Master, he naturally had a unique method of breaking formations. Chapter 1364 1364th Formation, I with Zhuowen as the center. Mental energy spread from Zhuowen's palm to the depths of the ground, after which it radiated towards the entire 3 Yuan city. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Zhuowen's eyes emitted a bright light. He withdrew his palm and said to Su Ronghua, "Miss Su, come with me. I should have found the location of the formation core." Su Ronghua's beautiful eyes were startled. She involuntarily asked so fast, "How did you do it?" "Just follow me." Zhuowen did not have time to explain to Su Ronghua. He took a step forward and rushed towards the northwest. Su Ronghua could only follow closely behind Zhuowen. The 2 of them walked very softly and did not make much noise. After all, there was definitely someone who had set up the formation at the location of the formation eye. If they made too much noise, it was likely that the other party would discover them. When they were near the northwest edge of 3 Yuan City, Zhuowen and Su Ronghua clearly felt that the yin qi in this area was much heavier than other places. Even the light was much dimmer. It was as though the sun was avoiding this area. "The formation eye is in this area," Zhuowen sneered. Su Ronghua followed closely behind Zhuowen. She also felt the sudden increase in the surrounding yin qi. Her face was filled with caution. "Yeah!" Ghostly wails and howls suddenly sounded in front of them. Soon after, Zhuowen and Su Ronghua were shocked to discover that there was a dense mass of ghosts floating in front of them. These ghosts rotated in a spiral shape, forming a terrifying hurricane. A figure was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the hurricane. "Looks like that is the person who set up the formation." Zhuowen's eyes hardened. He coldly snorted. The 9 flames, karmic fire in his body, rushed out. He took a step forward and extended his hand. The tiger head, clear gold spear appeared in his hand. "Elo!" Within the hurricane, countless ghosts naturally noticed Zhuowen, who was rushing over. With a howl, they pounced over in a densely packed manner, intending to swallow this human, who did not know his limits, alive. Boom! Boom! Zhuowen suddenly threw out the long spear in his right hand. The 9 flames, karmic fire spread out like the might of heaven, turning into a boundless sea of fire. At the same time, Zhuowen took out the 4-kill array. The 4 array diagrams were arranged in 4 different directions, forming a blood-red cage that trapped the countless ghosts in the surroundings. "Kill!" Zhuowen spat out this word coldly. Then the 9 flames of karma and the 4 kills array activated at the same time, completely suppressing the countless ghosts. "Destroy, destroy, destroy." Zhuowen roared angrily, and the power of the 9 flames of karma increased by several times. The flames soared into the sky and turned into a terrifying fire pillar. Then, the screams of countless ghosts could be heard. In the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the ghosts trapped in the 4-kill formation were all annihilated by the power of the 9 flames karmic fire. Zhuowen had exterminated most of the ghosts in the core area of the formation. Only a few scattered ghosts were left, and they avoided Zhuowen from afar, not daring to get close. The human in front of them was too terrifying, especially the flames on his body. They would die with a touch. They were really scared. After exterminating most of the ghosts, Zhuowen came to the figure sitting cross-legged at the core of the formation. This was a middle-aged man with a pale face and a miserable figure. At this moment, the former also saw Zhuowen in front of him. His originally somewhat listless eyes immediately became excited. Kill me, and you will be able to break this 1,000-ghost gathering array." A hoarse and deep voice was emitted from the man's roar. His eyes were filled with hope. He hoped that Zhuowen would kill him and send him on his way. Zhuowen's pupils shrunk. Only then did he realize that the man's legs had been cut off. The exposed thigh bones were pierced by 2 black chains and fixed to the core of the formation. This was also why Zhuowen saw the man sitting cross-legged from afar. "Who are you?" Zhuowen frowned. This man was definitely not the one who set up the formation. Then who was he? The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said, "I am Feng Tianshao, the city lord of 3 Elements City. I am tied to the core of the formation by the person who set it up. With my strength, I am able to maintain the operation of the 1,000-ghost gathering array. Kill me, and you will be able to break the formation. Kill me. I have already suffered for several days in the core of the formation. The pain is worse than death. I only want to die now. Kill me." Looking at the middle-aged man begging for his life, Zhuowen's expression was extremely complicated. How much pain did a mid-level emperor have to endure to make him beg for death? At this moment, Su Ronghua came to Zhuowen's side. Seeing the middle-aged man's miserable state, Su Ronghua couldn't help but exclaim, "Sorry, I will send you on your way." Zhuowen's face darkened. Then the tiger-head, clear golden spear swept across the middle-aged man's face. With a plop, the middle-aged man's head fell to the ground. Zhuowen controlled his strength very well. The moment the tiger-head clear golden spear chopped off the middle-aged man's head, he also used his strength to destroy the nascent soul in the man's body. After all, the middle-aged man's nascent soul was also connected to the core of the 1,000-ghost gathering array. If he didn't destroy it, he would still be in agony. Once the middle-aged man died, the Qi around 3 Elements City slowly dissipated. Sunlight shone on the area once again. "Zhuowen, he..." Su Ronghua pointed at the middle-aged man's corpse and couldn't help but say, "He is not the person who set up the formation. He is the city lord of 3 Elements City. The person who set up the formation imprisoned him in the core of the formation and used his energy to power the 1,000-ghost gathering array." Zhuowen said plainly, "The person who set up the formation is not in 3 Elements City?" Su Ronghua asked in astonishment. "I'm afraid not. However, since the 1,000-ghost gathering array has been broken, the person who set up the formation will definitely discover it. I believe that the person who set up the formation will come to 3 Elements City soon," Zhuowen said calmly. Su Ronghua was shocked and immediately said, "I have to inform the Tindu Peak Master about the situation here. Zhuowen, why don't we return first? The person who can set up such a large formation is definitely not an ordinary person." Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice, "You are right. Let's return first." Zhuowen could faintly feel that the person who set up the formation was definitely not a kind person. If he guessed correctly, The 1,000-ghost gathering array was probably set up in the other 4 cities at the border. Swoosh! Summoning the scarlet cloud flying sword, the 2 of them stepped on the flying sword and suddenly flew out of 3-element city. Hee hee, you still want to leave after breaking my 1,000-ghost gathering array. The moment the scarlet cloud flying sword flew out of 3-element city, a sinister voice rang out, following which a resounding dragon roar came from the horizon, following which a dragon-shaped sound wave swooped down and heavily bombarded the scarlet cloud flying sword. Zhuowen and Su Ronghua were caught off guard and were hit directly by the dragon-shaped sound wave. The violent sound wave surged into their 7 orifices, causing them to bleed. Damn it! Zhuowen roared furiously as celestial energy gushed out from his body and formed a solid barrier in front of the 2 of them, blocking the terrifying sound wave outside. The 2 of them were also forced to stop the scarlet cloud flying sword and once again landed in 3-element city. Zhuowen raised his head and immediately saw 2 figures flying over from the horizon of 3-element city. Among the 2 figures, one of them was a young man with an ordinary appearance and a stern expression. The young man walked over step by step as dragon roars gushed out from the soles of his feet, giving off a terrifying aura. The other person's entire body was shrouded in black qi, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes. Oh, so it's an old acquaintance. Zhuowen, you really did enter the divine nether realm and even let us meet here. Looks like we are fated to meet. The figure shrouded in black qi laughed strangely. Skyworm, you're actually not dead. Zhuowen's expression became somewhat ugly. He recognized the identity of the figure shrouded in black qi. It was Skyworm who had escaped from the Emperor's tomb. Beside Zhuowen, Su Ronghua's beautiful eyes landed on the young man beside Skyworm and could not help but exclaim, Blue Dragon Hall's Qing Longzi! Qing Longzi? Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He had naturally heard of Qing Longzi before. It was said that Qing Longzi was the strongest genius in the Blue Dragon Hall and was a monster that Sapphire Shore had carefully nurtured since young. His reputation was as great as Yang Yi's in the younger generation of the 9 Nether Realm. Little girl, you have good eyesight. As a reward, I'll give you a quick death later. Skyworm laughed. Qing Longzi's expression was indifferent. He did not even look at Zhuowen and Su Ronghua. In his eyes, the 2 people in front of him were too weak and could not arouse his interest at all. You guys have guts. You actually dared to set up the 1,000-ghost gathering array in the divine nether realm. Once the people from the inner academy find out, the 2 of you won't be able to escape, Zhuowen said in a stern voice. Immediately after, he took out a jade talisman and quietly crushed it. What are you doing? Skyworm's eyes were sharp. He immediately saw Zhuowen's little action. With a sharp hiss, he rushed towards Zhuowen below. Countless black qi condensed into powerful tentacles and wrapped Zhuowen's entire body. Boom! A pillar of fire that soared into the sky rushed out from Zhuowen's side. Then a figure stepped out from the pillar of fire. After that, a cold snort was heard and the pillar of fire turned into a huge flaming palm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flaming palm whistled through the air and smashed onto Skyworm's body, causing Skyworm to groan and continuously retreat. Stinking brat, you used the jade talisman I gave you so quickly? The flaming palm retracted and Xiao, you stepped out from the pillar of fire. He stared at Zhuowen and said in astonishment, Take a look for yourself. Zhuowen was too lazy to explain and said as he pointed at Skyworm and Qing Longzi. Oh, Qing Longzi? Why did you guys from the Blue Dragon Hall come to my divine nether realm? Xiao Yu's face instantly darkened as he coldly said, Martial Uncle Xiao Yu, they also set up the 1,000-ghost gathering array in the 5 cities at the border. 3 Yuan City, Misty City, and the other 4 cities have already become dead cities. Even the 20 over sky, capital peak core disciples we brought have become nourishment for the 1,000 ghost een gathering array. Su Ronghua said, What? You guys actually set up such an evil array like the 1,000 ghost een gathering array. You guys really deserve to die. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes widened. The law of fire was exposed all over his body. Without another word, he rushed towards Qing Longzi. I've long wanted to challenge the strength of the peak master of the inner courtyard. Today, I want to see how strong you, the peak master of Ao Yuan Peak, are. Celestial Spirit, Chapter 1365, Hall of Ice and Fire, open. Boom! Qing Longzi and Xiao Yu instantly collided. Afterwards, a deafening explosion rang out in the air. Afterwards, Xiao Yu and Qing Longzi both took several dozen steps back. Qing Longzi is only an invincible emperor lord, right? He's actually on par with Xiao Yu? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes at this sight. He was shocked by Qing Longzi's battle prowess. After all, Xiao Yu was a half-saint who had grasped the laws of fire. In terms of battle prowess, he was definitely much stronger than regular invincible emperor lords. However, Xiao Yu was unable to gain any advantage over Qing Longzi. It was clear just how terrifying Qing Longzi's strength was. Is this all the peak lords of the inner court have? Let's try again. Qing Longzi sneered. The dragon's roar on his body became louder and louder. Battle intent surged into the sky, forming a terrifying storm. Xiao Yu's expression was ugly. Qing Longzi's strength had somewhat exceeded his imagination. His cultivation was below his, but he was still able to force him to retreat. He was just too monstrous. Qing Longzi, the energy of the myriad ghost een congregation arrays in the other 4 cities has been collected. However, the myriad ghost een congregation array in 3 origin city has been destroyed. There is no need for us to stay. Skyworm suddenly sent a voice transmission to Qing Longzi. This time, they had come to the 9th Netherworld realm to collect some energy from the flesh and blood of Emperor Realm cultivators. Now that they had been discovered by the people of the inner court, there was naturally no reason for them to stay. After all, if the 3 saints of the inner court were drawn out, they wouldn't even be able to leave. Qing Longzi frowned slightly. He replied coldly, Don't order me around. You don't have the right. Tiangu was stunned. Soon after, he replied with a sunken expression, I'm not ordering you around. I'm just suggesting. If you're not leaving, I'll be leaving first. As he spoke, Tiangu took out a medallion. A profound spatial energy surged out from the medallion. Tiangu glanced deeply at Zhuowen before disappearing under the spatial energy. A spatial teleportation medallion. Sapphire sure is generous. He actually gave you such a precious medallion, Xiao Yu said with a rather ugly expression. Qing Longzi did not say much. He took out his token and left the divine specter realm. This spatial teleportation token had a special teleportation array that could allow one to enter from the outside world without going through the entrance of the divine specter realm. Its nature was somewhat similar to illegal immigration. Old man Xiao, you need to tell Marshal Granduncle Yanji and the others about the Skyworm. Looking at Qing Longzi's appearance just now, I'm afraid that the relationship between the Skyworm and the Blue Dragon Hall isn't ordinary. Zhuowen suddenly said to Xiao Yu, the heavenly insect was something that even Xiao He was extremely fearful of. Zhuowen had no choice but to be cautious. Originally, Zhuowen had thought that the heavenly insect would disappear along with Mu Feng's death. However, he didn't expect that the heavenly insect's life force to be so tenacious that it actually didn't die in the end. That black thing beside Qing Longzi is a heavenly insect. Xiao Yu's expression turned cold. Soon after, he said cautiously, I indeed have to tell Marshal Uncle Yanji and the others about this matter. Looks like we have to guard against that Blue Dragon Hall. Looking at the appearance of the heavenly insect and Qing Longzi, I'm afraid that the 2 of them have reached some kind of agreement. If necessary, The heavenly insect must be eliminated. Zhuowen's expression was extremely solemn. After inheriting the memories of the Baifeng, he was very clear about the terror of the heavenly insect. Even if it was only a heavenly insect clone, and its growth might be limited, it was still not something that a mere 9 secluded realm could accommodate. If he was not careful, the heavenly insect might bring disaster to the 9 secluded realm. Xiao Yu shook his head and said, "If the heavenly insect really has a deep relationship with the Blue Dragon Hall, our divine specter realm will not be able to eliminate the heavenly insect. After all, the Blue Dragon Hall stands behind it. That Blue Dragon Hall is the #1 power in the 9 secluded realm, and its foundation is much deeper than our inner courtyard." Hearing that, Zhuowen frowned. Could it be that he was going to let the heavenly insect grow stronger like this? "Brat, you should increase your own strength as soon as possible. The heavenly insect is currently in the Blue Dragon Hall, so you won't have the chance to eliminate that guy. The only thing you can do now is to continuously become stronger. If you become strong enough, the heavenly insect will not be able to threaten you." Xiao He suddenly said. Zhuowen was startled, then nodded his head. Xiao He was right. Rather than hoping for the heavenly insect to be destroyed, it was better to strengthen himself. "The 2 of you return to the inner courtyard first. I'll stay here and observe. Maybe those 2 bastards haven't left yet." Xiao Yu instructed, then flew towards the direction of Misty Delight City. "Zhuowen, let's go as well. I need to inform the Sky Capital Peak Master about this matter. At that time, the inner courtyard will send some experts to search this place. What happens next is not something we can worry about." Su Ronghua smiled at Zhuowen. Let's go." Zhuowen nodded, then activated the Scarlet Cloud flying sword. The 2 of them turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the place. 3 days later, the 2 of them returned to the inner courtyard. Su Ronghua bade farewell to Zhuowen, then returned to Sky Capital Peak to report what had happened at the border. Zhuowen returned to Mysterious Origin Peak and silently cultivated, waiting for the opening of the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace. Later, Xiao Yu also returned to Mysterious Origin Peak, but judging from his ugly expression, he did not gain anything. Time passed by. When the sun shone on the earth in the early morning, the entire inner courtyard began to bustle with noise and excitement. Many disciples who were originally in seclusion walked out of their seclusion, each with a look of excitement in their eyes. A slender figure walked out of an elegant bamboo house on Mysterious Origin Peak. Lu Qingwei raised her head and stared at the huge Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace in the sky above the 9 peaks. The corners of her mouth curled into a smile. "After half a year of hard work, my cultivation base has finally risen from the 7th layer Emperor Realm to the 8th layer Emperor Realm. I hope I can get a good ranking for Mysterious Origin Peak this time." Lu Qing said confidently. Not far from Lu Qing, a young man also walked out of a large bamboo house. The young man stretched his waist and looked at the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace in the center of the 9 peaks. His eyes were full of expectation. On Sky Capital Peak, Mu Qinxue stood gracefully. Not far from her, Jian Mu was staring at Mu Qinxue's back with an expressionless face. "Senior brother Yang Yi, why haven't you come out yet? The Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace is about to open." Not far away, Feng Nianlan stood with her hands on her waist and shouted loudly under Yang Yi's pavilion, attracting the attention of many disciples. "What's the hurry? It hasn't started yet, has it?" Yang Yi slowly walked out of the pavilion. His eyes were hazy, and he always looked like he hadn't woken up. He raised his head and looked at the hall of ice and fire floating in the air. He yawned and said, "Call me again when we start." Then Yang Yi patted his butt and lay down on the floor of the pavilion. He closed his eyes and began to sleep. On Divine Devil Peak, Fu Yu crossed his arms and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Beside him stood a rather simple and honest young man. Jianan, your talent is not bad. It has only been 3 months, and you have successfully cultivated the second transformation of the 9 transformations of demons and gods. The opening of the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace is an opportunity for you. Seize it well. Fu Yu said to the young man beside him. Hee, that's for sure. Jianan grinned and replied in high fighting spirit. On Taishan Peak, Moyan Wushang and Qingyin stood quietly behind Yuan Wanha. Yuan Wanha stared at the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace and said softly, Junior sisters, this time we don't intend to fight for a good ranking. We just need to do our best. Everything has to be done according to our ability because the dangers of the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace are not small. Moyan Wushang and Qingyin looked at each other and nodded. On Hidden Sword Peak, on top of a sword-shaped building, Su Lingping stood quietly with a small sword on her waist. A cool breeze blew, blowing her messy hair. Su Lingping finally spoke. She slowly turned around and stared at the determined young man behind her. Mo Lingtian, if you want to prove yourself, prove it in the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace. If you can persist to the 5th floor, I will ask the Peak Master to pass the complete Heaven Burial Sword Manual to you. Mo Lingtian cupped his hands and said with a determined expression, Senior Sister Su, don't worry. I will not disappoint you this time. Looking at the determined young man in front of her, Su Lingping's beautiful eyes flickered. She was slightly moved, but she quickly regained her calmness and said calmly, I hope so. On Great Void Peak, Ding Xingho, who was dressed as a Taoist, rubbed his hands and smiled at the girl beside him. Junior Sister Gatha, the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace is very dangerous. When you enter, you have to follow me closely. I will protect you. Gatha raised her chin and snorted. Fight with me first. If you can defeat me, I will listen to you and let you protect me. Hearing this, Ding Xingho's face suddenly turned bitter. Junior Sister, aren't you making things difficult for me? Your Heaven's Wrath-armored soul is too abnormal. I'm afraid I can't defeat you. Humph, you can't defeat me, and you still want to protect me? Gatha snorted, then patted her collar and said proudly, It's more like I'll protect you. Once we enter the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace, you have to follow me closely. I will protect you. On Profound Underworld Peak, a young man with a blue ruler on his back silently stood on the peak. His gaze was not on the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace, but in the direction of Profound Origin Peak. Peak Master wants me to enter the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace this time to properly teach that guy called Zhuowen a lesson. Looks like I can have some fun. Xian Qi grinned. His smile was extremely cold. Above the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace, there was a layer of white clouds. On the white clouds was a white round table. At this moment, 12 figures were sitting at the round table. These 12 figures were the 9 Peak Masters, Yanji, Wenbai, and Jiang Xian. Hee, it's finally time for the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace to open again. I wonder who will go the furthest and last the longest this time? Yanji laughed. Chapter 1366. Entering the Ice and Fire Dual Pole Palace, everyone at the round table curled their lips. Clearly, they were not interested in Old Man Tiandu's boasting. However, they could not refute him. Yang Yi was indeed the most talented genius in the Inner Academy. The other 8 Peak Masters were envious of Old Man Tiandu for being able to find a genius like Yang Yi. We are not surprised that Yang Yi is first. Let's discuss which of the 9 peaks will be ranked last. Xian Zhong narrowed his eyes and glanced at Xiao Yu. He suddenly laughed strangely. Sure enough, when Xian Zhong said that, everyone's eyes fell on Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's face immediately turned ugly. What are you looking at? Our AO Yuan peak may not be ranked last. Xiao Yu glared at Xian Zhong and said coldly, Junior brother Xiao Yu, I didn't say that your AO Yuan peak is ranked last. Why are you so anxious Xianzhong mocked. Xiao Yu's face froze. He immediately kept quiet. Xianzhong was obviously targeting him, but he could not refute him. After all, Ao Yuan Peak was ranked last among the 9 peaks. All right, we can't come to a conclusion about the final ranking. The violent energy on the surface of the ice and fire dual-pole palace will soon weaken. We just need to watch the performance of those little fellows. Yan Ji waved his hand and said, causing everyone at the round table to quiet down. The ice and fire dual-pole palace quietly floated in the middle of the 9 peaks. 9 thick chains extended from 9 directions and landed on the top of the 9 peaks, fixing them in the air. The white fog that lingered around the middle of the 9 huge peaks gradually dissipated at this moment. The 9 peaks appeared very clear at this moment. At the bottom of the 9 peaks, countless official disciples and nominal disciples raised their heads and looked at the 9 peaks and the ice and fire polarity palace in the center. Their eyes were filled with shock. They had just entered the inner courtyard not long ago, and it was their first time seeing the 9 peaks and the ice and fire polarity palace. This was especially true for the ice and fire dual-pole palace. Such a magnificent building and the ice and fire energy emitted from its surface completely shocked these official disciples and nominal disciples. The ice and fire dual polarity palace has a total of 18 levels. They contain the power of ice and fire and contain great opportunities. If one is lucky, they can break through their current realm in a short time. Although this is the time when the energy of the ice and fire dual polarity palace is at its weakest, the danger is still very high. Everyone who enters must be cautious. Do not be greedy and act rashly. If you cannot withstand it, you can just think of leaving. When the time comes, I will hear your thoughts and teleport you out. A dignified voice rang out from the clouds above the hall of ice and fire. It was like a clap of thunder as it reverberated through the entire inner courtyard. It was Yan Ji's voice. When these words were spoken, countless disciples on the 9 peaks revealed excited expressions as they involuntarily nodded their heads. Ice and fire dual extremes palace, open now. Afterwards, Yan Ji's voice sounded again. Then, the sound of a door opening reverberated from the hall of ice and fire. The large doors of the hall of ice and fire, which were dozens of feet tall, opened to the sides. Waves of strange ice and fire energy flowed out as an explosive sound was emitted in the air. It was quite ear-piercing and frightening. The hall of ice and fire dual polarity palace has opened. All of you should follow the chains on your respective peaks and approach the hall of ice and fire. Those who are not strong enough should know their limits and give up as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. Yan Ji's voice once again sounded. His tone had become extremely cautious. Soon after, it gradually became quiet. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Many rushing air sounds resounded over the 9 peaks, not long after Yan Ji's word sounded. Soon after, countless number of core disciples rushed out from the 9 peaks. They followed the chains on their respective peaks and approached the ice-fire dual-pole hall in the middle. They were densely packed like locusts. At Ao Yuan Peak, Lu Qing smiled and said to Zhuowen beside him, "Junior brother Zhuowen, let's also set off." Zhuowen nodded. However, his eyes landed on Capital Sky Peak. A beautiful figure was standing there. Her eyes also landed on Ao Yuan Peak. The moment Zhuowen's eyes turned over, they coincidentally met with a pair of beautiful eyes. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. He saw Mu Qinshue's lips wiggle. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth revealed an arc. He naturally understood the meaning behind her lips. "Do your best. Be careful." "Do your best too. Be careful," Zhuowen muttered in his mouth. Soon after, his eyes landed on the hall of ice and fire. He had a feeling that he might be able to undergo some kind of transformation after entering the hall of ice and fire. Swoosh! Lu Qing stomped her foot and leaped onto the thick chains that connected the Hall of Ice and Fire on Ao Yuan Peak. She took the lead and rushed towards the Hall of Ice and Fire. Zhuowen followed, closely behind. However, the moment his feet landed on the chains, a powerful ice and fire energy spread from the chains and spread around his body. This caused Zhuowen to feel uncomfortable all over. It's really not an ordinary ice and fire energy. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. His body trembled. The immortal energy in his body circulated, and the ice and fire energy that invaded his body was immediately expelled by Zhuowen. The moment Zhuowen stepped on the chains, Mu Qinxue also set off from capital Sky Peak. Jian Mu followed closely behind, following closely behind Mu Qinxue. As for Feng Nianlan, she was currently entangled with Yang Yi. This Yang Yi was too lazy. He was still lying on the ground and sleeping. Feng Nianlan stomped her feet in anger. "Senior brother, I don't care about you anymore. I'm leaving first." Feng Nianlan could be considered to have lost her temper because of Yang Yi. She stomped her feet and flew out, also rushing towards the Hall of Ice and Fire. Above the clouds, everyone stared at Old Man Tian Du with a strange expression. They naturally also saw Yang Yi, who was still sleeping soundly. Old Man Tian Du smiled awkwardly and said that brat Yang Yi has such a character. "Everyone, please forgive him. He will catch up later." As he spoke, Old Man Tian Du cursed in his heart. Yesterday he had clearly told Yang Yi to pay attention to this opportunity of entering the Hall of Ice and Fire. It seemed that this brat had completely turned a deaf ear to his words. He had painstakingly said a lot of things yesterday. It was really a waste of breath. On the chains, Zhuowen stepped forward step by step. He found that as he approached the Hall of Ice and Fire, the ice and fire energy became more and more terrifying. Even Zhuowen had to treat it with caution. Zhuowen even saw that the core disciples of the other main peaks who had rushed out first had generally slowed down after reaching half the distance of the chains. Some of them even half-squatted on the spot, not daring to move. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. Obviously, the strength of the ice and fire energy above had exceeded the range that these disciples could withstand. When they reached 2/3 of the chains, some of the disciples had already stopped moving forward and retreated to the main peaks they were on. As time passed, the number of disciples who retreated gradually increased. Zhuowen originally only had a dozen or so Ao Yuan Peak disciples on the chains. At this moment, only he and Lu Qing were still on the chains, approaching the Hall of Ice and Fire. Someone has reached the gate of the Hall of Ice and Fire first. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out, immediately attracting the attention of everyone on the chains. Everyone's eyes fell on the gate of the Hall of Ice and Fire, where a tall and sturdy young man with bluish-black skin stood quietly. It's the eldest direct disciple of the divine Devil Peak, Fuyu. As expected, he has reached the Hall of Ice and Fire first. Soon, someone recognized the young man, and an uproar broke out in the surroundings. Fuyu frowned slightly. His sharp gaze fell in the direction of Sky Capital Peak. Then he saw Yang Yi, who was still sleeping soundly on the ground. Black lines appeared on his forehead. What an arrogant fellow! "Yang Yi, if you don't leave now, you will regret it later." Fuyu coldly snorted. His voice was like 9 heavenly thunder, exploding in the air. Soon after, Fuyu leaped into the Hall of Ice and Fire. "Oh my God! Yang Yi has not left yet. Isn't he too arrogant?" "No, that Yang Yi seems to be sleeping. Is it my imagination? He is sleeping at such an important time." The group was speechless. It was as if 1,000 alpacas were galloping in their hearts. The opening of the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace was an unprecedented grand occasion in the entire inner yard. Yet Yang Yi was actually sleeping at such a time. Moreover, he was sleeping openly under the watchful eyes of so many people in the open air. Zhuowen's gaze also fell on Yang Yi, who was leaning against the Sky Capital Peak Square. A strange look appeared in his eyes. This heaven's pride of the Inner Academy, who was praised by Xiao Yu, had a strange character. Above the clouds, old man Tiandu wanted to cry but had no tears. He had just said that the first place in the Hall of Ice and Fire would undoubtedly be Yang Yi. But now, Yang Yi had ruthlessly slapped his face. Old man Tiandu felt extremely helpless in his heart. With Fu Yu as an example, the following cultivators also arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Ice and Fire. However, the first to arrive were the direct disciples of the various peaks. Jian Mu, Ding Xingho, Su Lingping, Xian Qi, Yuan Wanhe, and Mu Chenxue also successfully arrived at the entrance. After arriving at the entrance, they rushed into the Hall of Ice and Fire without stopping. Lu Qing was the 15th to arrive at the Hall of Ice and Fire, while Zhuowen followed closely behind, arriving at the 16th. Zhuowen, the Hall of Ice and Fire contains a universe. Every level has a huge space. Entering is random, and the ice and fire energy inside is extremely powerful. You must be careful. Moreover, the ice and fire energy will become more terrifying as the number of levels increases. If you can endure it, don't persist. It's best to immediately leave the Hall of Ice and Fire. Lu Qing cautiously instructed before stepping into the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Hall. The Hall of Ice and Fire I'm finally going to enter. I wonder if the symbol spirit still remembers the promise of 10 years. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. He also stepped into the Hall of Ice and Fire, disappearing at the entrance. Chapter 1367. Equilibrium Point. With that, Yang Yi took a step forward and landed on the chain as if he had teleported. Under the dumbfounded gazes of many disciples, it only took him 10 breaths to reach the entrance of the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace. His speed was much faster than Fu Yu's. So fast! Everyone stared blankly at Yang Yi, who had stepped into the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace, unable to speak for a long time. This Yang Yi is so fast, and I don't think I've ever seen this guy display his full strength, right? Tiandu, I wonder how strong Yang Yi is now. Above the clouds, Yanji nodded in admiration. The others also stared curiously at Tiandu. He was very famous in the Nine Nether Realm. But this guy was very low-key and had an extremely lazy personality, so he had never shown his true strength. Old man Tiandu smiled bitterly. Actually, I'm not too sure. I only know that this guy has become an invincible emperor lord a long time ago. As for what law he comprehended, he didn't even tell me, nor did he show it. Oh, he didn't even tell you? Why is this little guy so secretive? From my point of view, this little guy should have reached the quasi-holy realm. But as for what law he comprehended, I can't tell at the moment, Yanji said with a smile. Old man Tiandu smiled helplessly. No matter what Yang Yi did, he wouldn't tell his master about it. He didn't even tell him about his breakthrough, which made him feel very helpless. AI, with this little brat's talent, his strength should surpass mine. I just don't know how strong he is. Old man Tiandu smiled happily. Although he was very unhappy with Yang Yi's methods, the latter was still his direct disciple. He was naturally gratified to see his disciple achieve so much. The space within the twin extremes of Ice and Fire Palace was very large. The place where Zhuowen appeared was a huge hall of the palace. The floor of this hall was paved with white marble, and there were thick stone pillars around it. The left side of these stone pillars was fiery red and emitted boiling hot air, while the right side was icy blue and filled with cold air. In the middle of these stone pillars was a long path. The ground of this path was alternating between red and blue, and the eruption of ice and fire energy was very intense. Zhuowen found that there were many similar paths in the surroundings, and each path corresponded to a disciple. Zhuowen could even see 2 other figures on the left and right side of the path. These 2 figures were also wearing the uniform of the Inner Academy. However, Zhuowen did not recognize them. They should be the core disciples of the other main peaks. Looks like this path is path. I wonder what's at the end of this path? Zhuowen Emperor Lord of Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace of Ice and Fire Dual Polarity of Ice and Fire Dual Divine Ice Dual. 9 Nether 9 Ice Dual Polarity. Divine Emperor Yang. Yang E. Yang Divine. Yang Divine Yang Divine. Although Zhuowen had relied on the Ice-Fire Holy Symbol to fuse the Ice-Fire Holy Symbol before, he did not understand the principle behind the fusion of the two types of energy. Instead, he had relied on the Ice-Fire Holy Symbol to forcefully fuse them together. Now, after Zhuowen entered the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Palace, he discovered that the ice and fire energies were perfectly combined. There were no explosive fluctuations, and everything was extremely harmonious. Furthermore, Zhuowen could faintly sense that the ice and fire energy in the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Hall was much more powerful than the Ice and Fire Lotus that Zhuowen had fused with back then. How did the Ice and Fire Dual Extremes Palace do this? A sliver of thought appeared in Zhuowen's eyes. At this moment, he stopped and stared at the ground that had been condensed from ice and fire energy. He seemed to be frozen in place. Above the clouds, Yan Ji, Jiang Xian, went by, and the 9 peak masters were seated around a round table. Many specks of light appeared on the round table. Each speck of light had its own name, representing the identity of the disciple who had entered the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Hall. Fu Yu's speed is pretty good. He's far ahead and has already entered the 2nd floor. He's not far from the 3rd floor. Lu Yuanhua was in a good mood and could not help but laugh. Lu Yuanhua, look again. Fu Yu is now 2nd. He was just surpassed by Yang Yi. Old man, Tindu smiled. His face was full of pride. Lu Yuanhua's face immediately stiffened. He lowered his head and saw that Fu Yu's speck of light was ranked 2nd. His face could not help but turn ugly. The direct disciples of the main peaks are now far ahead of the other core disciples, Yanji said with a smile. Everyone nodded. The round table would automatically display the rankings. The top 20 were basically occupied by the direct disciples. The top 5 were Yang Yi, Fu Yu, Jian Mu, Ding Xingho, and Su Lingbing. Xian Qi was ranked 6th. After Xian Qi was Mu Qinxue. Mu Qinshue's performance had caught the attention of the peak masters at the round table. Mu Qinxue had just become a direct disciple and had successfully cultivated the heavenly, inquiring ancient scripture. Moreover, her cultivation had leaped to the high-level emperor realm. Her talent could be said to be extremely outstanding. Now, she had entered the top 10 in the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Hall. This was something that the peak masters had not expected. The Sky Capital Peak is doing well. Yang Yi is 1st, Jianmu is 3rd, Mu Qinxue is 7th, and Feng Yinlan is 10th. After entering the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Hall, all 4 of your direct disciples have entered the top 10, Yanji said with a smile. Old man Tindu waved his hand and said, It's just the beginning. Whether they can maintain the top 10 is still unknown. Martial Uncle Yanji, you're wrong. Not all of the direct disciples are far ahead. I see that there's still one direct disciple at the bottom. All of a sudden, an ambiguous voice rang out. Xian Zhong glanced at Xiao Yu meaningfully and chuckled mischievously. Everyone was stunned. Immediately, their eyes fell on the round table. Then they saw that at the very end there was an extremely familiar light spot. This light spot was called Zhuowen. Ao Yuan Peak's direct disciple Zhuowen? Why did this kid stop at the 1st level, not moving at all? On the round table, the others were discussing spiritedly. Xiao Yu's face was extremely gloomy. He glared at Xian Zhong fiercely and frowned. He had already noticed Zhuowen's abnormality. After entering the 1st level, this kid stopped moving forward. Now he was far behind the others and was ranked last. Yan, Ji, Jiangxian, and Wenbai also looked at the motionless light spot that represented Zhuowen in surprise. Their eyes flickered. The 3 of them had seen Zhuowen's strength. It should be no problem for this kid to reach the first 5 levels. Now that he stopped at the first level, it was indeed a little strange. On the first level, Zhuowen sat silently on the path, thinking about the principle of the perfect combination of ice and fire energy contained in the ice and fire dual extreme hall. The ice and fire energy on this level is not strong enough. I have to go up and try. Muttering softly, Zhuowen continued to walk forward. At the end of the path was a flight of stairs. Zhuowen stepped on the stairs and entered the second level. The scenery on the second level was not much different from the first level. The only difference was that the ice and fire energy on the second level was much stronger than the first level. Zhuowen silently experienced the ice and fire energy and once again fell into deep thought. 1 day later, Zhuowen entered the 3rd level. 3 days later, he entered the 4th level. 5 days later, he entered the 5th level. When Zhuowen arrived at the 6th level, he could clearly feel that the surrounding ice and fire energy had become much more violent. It was as if the ice and fire energy had undergone a qualitative change at this moment. Its power had increased by more than just a little. The ice and fire energy has increased so much, yet I can still perfectly combine these 2 extreme energies without losing control and exploding. I have to find a balance between the 2 energies. As long as I can find a balance between the 2 energies, then no matter how powerful the ice and fire energy is, they can be perfectly combined and create a perfect and powerful new energy. Zhuowen muttered to himself. Afterward, the karmic flames of 9 flames appeared in his right hand, and the dark frost poison appeared in his left hand. Under Zhuowen's control, the 2 extreme energies slowly fused together. CI. Wisps of sparks burst out from the point of contact between the 2 types of energy, and there was also a slight muffled sound of sparks exploding. Balance. We have to find the balance between these 2 types of energy, Zhuowen muttered to himself with a serious look in his eyes. The dark cold poison and the 9 flames karmic fire finally fused together. Then Zhuowen frowned because he didn't feel the balance between the 2 during the process of fusion. Not good. At the same time, an extremely berserk energy erupted from Zhuowen's hands. This energy was too terrifying, causing Zhuowen's soul to tremble. He immediately threw out the energy in his hands. Rumble. In the vast hall, the new energy, formed by the combination of the dark cold poison and the 9 flames karmic fire, suddenly exploded. The aftermath of the explosion spread in all directions. Zhuowen involuntarily retreated under the aftermath. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together. The ice and fire energy that he had combined was still so unstable. If he was careless, it would explode. It was very difficult to control. How can I find the balance point? Zhuowen softly muttered and fell into deep thought. The entire ice and fire dual extreme hall shook a little due to the explosion. This caused the other disciples who were still advancing in the hall to reveal a surprised expression and halt their footsteps. Even the direct disciples, who were far ahead of the core disciples, paused their footsteps because of this. However, this pause didn't last for long. The many disciples in the hall continued to advance in an orderly manner. In the depths of the 18th floor of the ice and fire dual extreme hall, there was a sealed cage. Within this cage floated a talisman that was alternating between red and blue.